The leader of the Split Sun pirate gang tapped the crystal processor quickly and divided the light beam into 5 sections, each displaying different footage. They were all captured by somebody else when Liao was breaking out of the siege. The leader's eyes were as thick as the venom retrieved from the teeth of a viper. He said calmly, judging from his reactions during his escape, Bloody Vulture is a prudent, calm man. Also, as an explosion expert, he has to deal with crystal bombs that are extremely precise every day. One moment of carelessness, and he will be blown into pieces. Therefore, it is impossible that he is a reckless man. Then, why was such a calm man involved in a conflict with Nye Feijuan in the Dancing Phoenix Pavilion in the first place? Many people have confirmed that it was Nye Feijuan who demanded that his knees be broken and his teeth be plucked first, Xianxia explained. Even the calmest person would burst into fury when they ran into something like that, not to mention a brutal bandit who has zero respect for life. No, I was not talking about that. The leader shook his head slowly and said, I was talking about him harassing the waitress of the Dancing Phoenix Pavilion half-drunk before that. It is a basic skill of survival for a space pirate to notice their surroundings. As a lone wolf, it is all the more important for him to observe the environment he is in. As you said, he was a very calm space pirate who acted on his own. When he came to a place like the Dancing Phoenix Pavilion, he should have known that it was not a random hotel where he could horse around and that he would be in trouble if he did. Then why did he horse around anyway? That is why I'm suspicious about him. I think that harassing the waitress does not fit the calmness that he demonstrated later. Xianxia smiled. He thought for a moment and replied, Big brother, I never like to use the word coincidence, but what happened might really be just a coincidence. After the assassination, we found that the nest of Niu Yuyi, a black market merchant in the center of Silver Wing City, had been blown up earlier. The traces of explosion were very similar to the methods Bloody Vulture showed later. The leader of the Split Sun pirate gang sneered. Niu Yuyi? The scumbag who liked to rob other space pirates finally had his karma. I assume that Bloody Vulture went to Niu Yuyi to purchase magical equipment, but the merchant had ill intentions and played dirty tricks again, only to piss off someone he should not have pissed off and be slain mercilessly. However, what does it have to do with my suspicion? Your assumption is right. Our preliminary analysis is that Bloody Vulture went to buy magical equipment from Niu Yuyi since he was new to the place. In the end, Niu Yuyi was killed by Bloody Vulture when he planned to rob him. Xianxia explained. Bloody Vulture must have sacked his shop by the way. Bloody Vulture made a fortune after looting Niu Yuyi. It was only reasonable for him to enjoy himself in the most luxurious hotel of Silver Wing City. Enjoyment was reasonable, the leader observed coldly, but harassing the waitress was reckless. Xianxia blinked and said, It would have been reckless if he were sober, but it was nothing odd when he had drunk an entire bottle of Drunk Deity. Big brother, you also know that Drunk Deity is a popular refined wine in the Flying Star sector. It is made of Drunk Deity vine, a valuable heavenly material and earthly treasure, as well as dozens of other herbs. It is said that the wind can cleanse the veins, refresh the soul, and even improve one's cultivation. Naturally, after having drunk Deity, he lost control of himself when his blood boiled and his nerves were excited. Even an expert in the core formation stage might find it unbearable, not to mention a building foundation stage one. The Drunk Deity wine in the outside world is mostly made of the powder of the Drunk Deity vine, or even counterfeits that are other vine-type herbs. Such wine is absolutely useless. In comparison, the Drunk Deity wine that the Dancing Phoenix Pavilion provided is brewed by the hotel itself. It is the unique feature of the hotel and one of the best Drunk Deity wines in the entire Flying Star sector. We estimate that Bloody Vulture must have had a lot of Drunk Deity wine in space and thus did not think too much of it. Therefore, he ordered a bottle with no concern when he reached the Dancing Phoenix Pavilion. He must have regarded the Drunk Deity wine here as the lousy wine he drank in space. He didn't know that the Drunk Deity wine would be so potent. Also, the biggest feature of the Drunk Deity wine is that it is sweet and tastes as smooth as silk. There will not be the slightest hindrance. The wine will only take effect 1 to 2 hours later. Captain, look, This is the surveillance video we stole from the Dancing Phoenix Pavilion, and Bloody Vulture's order clearly listed that it was drunk deity he demanded. This is the picture at the first few hours of his drinking. It is obvious that he is drinking the drunk deity wine. He was indeed calm and stayed alert in the beginning. He was looked around warily while he was drinking. However, as he drank more and more wine and finished the entire bottle, he was no longer the master of himself when the wine took effect. His harassment of the waitress and his encounter with Nye Feijuan both happened after that. Therefore, everything should be a coincidence. The leader frowned. I don't like the word should. Can you find the files of the crimes Bloody Vulture committed in space? That will be tricky. Inshin opened his hands helplessly. In the dozens of space zones, thousands of cultivation sects, and millions of space towns, who knows what case he did in which town? Such desperados are the most careful with their tongue. They will never tell other people what they did. Otherwise, other people might threaten them with the information someday. The more skilled an expert is, the more secrets they have. We are now in desperate need of hands. If we only employ people after we fully vet their ancestors, they will all join by Xinghe's side. After all, we are only hiring him for battles. He will never touch our top secrets. I think our investigation is good enough. You do have a point. Observe him in secret for another 3 days. If everything is all right, ask him to take part in the operation in 3 days' time. The leader pondered for a moment and turned on another light beam. It was the picture of Liao at exactly that moment, taken from a very weird angle. Lying on his bed, with his hands as the pillow, Liao was whispering a weird song, as if he had no idea that such an inconspicuous camera was hidden in his room. Neither the leader nor the advisor knew that Liao was whispering a song from a different world named 40 Millenniums of Cultivation. Liao lay on his bed comfortably. The terrible wounds on his chest had been treated with an ointment, and he had done some recovery training with the facilities provided by the Split Sun pirate gang. Thus, he could focus his attention on the current situation. With the information that Niu Yui provided, he had basically understood the status of the major pirate gangs in Silver Wing City and found a suitable target. Then, he went to the Dancing Phoenix Pavilion and had a whole bottle of the drunk deity wine, making an excuse for his rashness and the assassination resulting from his recklessness. Up until now, everything went quite smooth. He had been hired by the Split Sun pirate gang as he had planned. Working as a mercenary instead of joining the Split Sun pirate gang was a choice that could not be helped. Standing in the middle of the competition between Bai Xinghe and Feng Yuzhong, two brutal bandits, was like struggling to survive between two great swirls. One would be smashed into pieces if they were imprudent for one moment. Even though the leader of the Split Sun pirate gang was a moron, Liao did not dare to underestimate Feng Yuzhong's wisdom. During the head-on clash with Feng Yuzhong in the periphery of the Iron Plateau space zone, the traps that he had set up were seen through by Feng Yuzhong multiple times. The old, cunning fox had an intuitional sense of danger. If Liao acted in a hurry to join the Split Sun pirate gang and get in touch with the core secrets, even a pig would know that there was something wrong with him, not to mention Feng Yuzhong. The identity of a mercenary could maintain his independency and help him avoid the most thorough investigations. The identity of an explosions expert, on the other hand, was both a disguise and the best role to reach the center of the competition. Liao believed that, for such a large-scale battle in such a complicated terrain as Spider Den, an explosions expert was definitely an indispensable figure. As long as he can prove himself to be an out-and-out explosions expert, there would certainly be a vast stage for him to show off. Later, he would be able to influence the outcome of the battle to some degree and make Spider Den an even more chaotic place than right now. Soon, I will have to prove my value. Liao had knocked open the door of the Split Sun pirate gang with Nye Feijuan's head. A lot of other space pirates would die at his hands in future, too. But he did not hesitate at all. Both the Split Sun and the Wild Tide were among the top 20 pirate gangs on Spider Den. On the wanted list that the major cultivation sects provided, the crimes they had committed were recorded in great detail. They were all wicked criminals and deserved death penalties. Nye Feijuan, who had been killed by him earlier, had once hijacked 9 carriers in a row in the flowing flower space zone, and to prevent the news from leaking out, he slew every crew member on board after he looted the carriers. It was just one of the insignificant crimes that the space pirates committed. After all, the space pirates, be they part of the Split Sun or the Wild Tide, be they on Feng Yuzhong's side or on Bai Xinghe's side, and whether they followed the rules on the surface or completely disregarded them, were merely demon beasts wearing human skin. No. Demon beasts fought against human beings due to natural instincts and for their own survival. The space pirates, in comparison, were mostly strong cultivators themselves. Yet, they forgot the responsibilities on their shoulders and did things that were even worse than the demon beast's actions. This is why I like Spider Denver. In this place, there are no innocent souls under my saber. Every scumbag I kill is revenge for the endless restless ghosts in space. I can kill anybody blatantly without caring about anything. 3 days later, in a secondary mining hole hundreds of meters in diameter on the east side of Silver Wing City, after hundreds of years of construction, this place had been built into a minor maintenance dock for starships. The vertical wells led to the ground and up into the bright purple sky. The small assault starships no longer than 100 meters could be maintained and launched into space by the helical ejection rune arrays deployed on the wall of the mining hole. It was safer and more confidential than to have the starship maintained in the orbit of the planet, and such a way often consumed less fuel. Right now, an assault starship was being maintained inside the dock. Countless mechanics were crawling up and down under the command of refiners. Sparks were bursting out everywhere. It was quite a lively scene. Suddenly, dozens of ceramic balls that contained flashing rune arrays were tossed into the place from the tunnels in various directions. They exploded in midair consecutively and constituted a dazzling array of brightness, dyeing the dock pure white. Everybody could see nothing except whiteness. They could only hear furious roars. The Split Sun pirate gang is doing our job here. Lie low if you don't want to get killed. Hundreds of ferocious space pirates lunged out of the shadows of the mining pits. They had put on their crystal suits a long time ago, and their crystal cameras were installed with a special protection membrane. Therefore, they were not affected by the flashbangs while they charged at the important locations. A brutal combat instantly began. Over the past 3 days, a lot of space pirates of the Split Sun pirate gun had returned from Heavenly Saint City to Spider Den and regrouped. The leader of the gang, with the support of Feng Yuzhong, also summoned a lot of resources and recruited new subordinates on Spider Den. Countless brutal bandits had joined his cause. Therefore, his attack right now was much fiercer than the one 3 days ago. In the blink of an eye, the front side of the dock was wreathed in flames. Outside the main battlefield, where it seemed quiet, Li Yao started his attack, too. He was wearing a gray, light crystal suit that had ancillary wings made of the skins of demon beasts behind the arms and the legs. When they were opened together, the crystal suit would look like a giant bat. The mining holes, which could easily be thousands of meters deep, often had chaotic vertical air currents. With such ancillary wings, the air currents could be made best use of to make the crystal suit even more mysterious and unpredictable. The crystal suit was named Drunk Bat. It was a special crystal suit built for the unique environment of Spider Denver. The difficulty in operating it was quite high, too. Swoosh! After putting on the Drunk Bat battlesuit, Li Yao seemed to have really turned into a bat that had drunk too much wine. While everybody's attention was focused on the main battlefield, he slipped into the dock without alarming anyone. Beep! Beep! Right then, the crystal processor of the Drunk Bat battlesuit displayed that it had detected a hostile expert named Gue Feng, the deputy captain of the assault team of the Wild Tide pirate gang. The crystal processor immediately displayed all the information regarding Gue Feng in the database, including several of his battle videos. It was said that the man was in the middle level of the building foundation stage and adept in wind-class spiritual energy. He also had a piece of air-controlling magical equipment in his possession that could compress the air into invisible air blades and kill people in a breath. While the files were blinking on Li Yao's light beam, some other blood-stained information popped up in Li Yao's brain, too. Space pirate Gue Feng was wanted by more than 500 space towns. His bounty on the wanted list of space pirates published by Heavenly Saint City ranked in the top 1,000, too. More than 20 bloody cases in space were associated with him based on solid evidence. Liao sneered. The information streams of the bloody cases seemed to have turned into magma and flooded into his legs. His speed was further accelerated. With the help of the chaotic air currents, he blinked and split off into 7 clones, which all lunged at Gui Feng simultaneously. As a seasoned space pirate, Gui Feng had keen senses. When the dock was breached from the front, he had immediately focused his attention on the rear part. Hardly had Liao's 7 clones appeared when he triggered almost 20 air blades quietly and slashed them over. In the meantime, he raised 4 spiritual shields in front of him. However, although his spiritual shields could resist Liao's physical attack, they could not block Liao's telepathic thoughts. One of Liao's telepathic thoughts was condensed to the size of a mustard seed and pierced through Gui Feng's spiritual shields, through his crystal suit, and into his brain without any trouble. Then it exploded brutally. It was a method of mental attack that Liao had invented himself. He called it a terror bomb. Liao's expertise in mental attacks was based on Hell's word arts. However, the structure of his mental power was totally different from Hell's words. His soul was much more solid, but it was not as mysterious and erratic as Hell's words. Liao had tried learning all of the methods of mental attack from Hell's word, but the outcome of the training had not been satisfactory. He had thought hard for a long time. Then one day, it suddenly occurred to him that he could simulate the mechanism of crystal bombs. At first, he would compress a telepathic thought that stored immense mental power into a tiny bomb with his ultrasolid soul. Then, he blew the telepathic thought into the enemy's brain at a high speed and detonated it brutally there. Such an approach to mental attacks was much less mysterious and unpredictable, but it was rough and straightforward. For a moment, the thousands of information streams stored inside the telepathic thought exploded inside Gui Feng's brain like a real bomb. Gui Feng's eyes blinked. He fell into a world of illusions knitted by Liao carefully. He felt that he was placed in the middle of a furnace whose walls were as smooth as a mirror. Endless fire was crowding in and setting him in an eternal furnace of doom. Such illusions were even more terrifying than the thousands of ghosts that Hell's word created. Gui Feng was soaked in sweat, even though he was a brutal bandit who had committed countless murders. Not good. He's an expert in mental attacks. Stimulated by his cold sweat, Gui Feng came back to himself instantly. The world of illusions collapsed like a sand tower in a blowing wind, but in the world of reality, his heart had been stabbed through by Liao's saber. Liao's spiritual energy surged out. Real flames burst out and burnt Gui Feng's heart into ashes with a breath. The attack is not going well. In the shadow of the mining hole, the leader of the Split Sun pirate gang and Xianxia, his advisor, were monitoring the entire battlefield. His newly recruited subordinates were mostly mobs that had been summoned hastily not long ago. They had only trained with each other several times in the virtual world. The dock used to belong to the Split Sun pirate gang, but after the Wild Tide pirate gang took it over, a series of modifications had been carried out, and countless hidden forts and firing points had been added. Now that their attack was organized according to the old map, naturally they suffered heavy casualties. On the Wild Tide pirate gang side, they were well prepared and had been on a winning streak recently. Therefore, they had high morale. The longer they fought, the braver they became. Due to the length of the battle and the unexpected casualties, the temporarily recruited mobs were all hesitating to charge forward and were planning to retreat. Xianxia sighed. It's a pity that 2 starships of our elites were chased after by cultivators in the Silver Brilliance space zone. They are still playing hide and seek in the stone belts there and haven't returned to Spider Den yet. We can only count on those scumbags that we hired recently. I estimate that our attack will prove to be futile. It doesn't matter. Few of them are our own. What we lose is just a bit of money, the leader said slowly. The most important thing is to show our attitude to Feng Yuzhong and the Temple of Immortals. As long as our stance is confirmed, no matter how heavy our losses are, Feng Yuzhong and the Temple of Immortals will cover them. While the 2 of them were talking about the battle, a gray shadow blinked close to the wall like a chameleon. Before they knew it, it had reached their side. The leader and the advisor immediately furrowed their brows with a gloomy face. Recently, the Split Sun pirate gang had hired a lot of soldiers in Silver Wing City and the few cities nearby. Of all the mercenaries, the guy Bloody Vulture was paid the most. His ability to escape from the Wild Tide pirate gang 9 times that day was highly valued. Today was his first battle. They had thought that he would demonstrate an amazing performance and did not expect that he would retreat so quickly. You! Before Xianxia had the time to finish his sentence, the newcomer threw a helmet to his feet. Xianxia's pupils constricted violently as he exclaimed, "Guifeng's helmet?" Liao gave no reply and simply crouched behind a bunker. While the leader and the advisor were in a daze, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly broke out above their heads. When they looked up, they discovered that a great fireball almost 100 meters in diameter was rising up from the engine compartment of the starship that was being maintained in the dock. The fireball almost blocked the entire mining hole now. The scorching air currents swept over more than half of the dock instantly. After a period of screeching noises, the starship broke apart and was stuck in the mining hole. As the air currents swept over, intense explosions continued breaking out in every corner of the dock. Fireballs were growing out of thin air like orange mushrooms. The space pirates of the Split Sun pirate gang and those of the Wild Tide were caught unprepared alike. They were all screaming in the ocean of flames. The blast came over like an overwhelming tsunami. Xianxia, as an advisor, was not a combat-type cultivator. The blast knocked him over directly. Even the leader of the Split Sun pirate gang was slightly shaking in the blast. Light-headed, 2 ferocious bandits looked at Liao in bewilderment. Liao brushed off the dust on his shoulder, and a calm voice came from beneath his cold mask. "The obstacles have all been cleared. Your main troops may attack now." But Xianxia was of a mind to jump and shout. They were planning to take back the maintenance dock instead of destroying it completely. Such insane explosions had essentially blown the entire dock up. Even though it was taken back, it would not function normally without a year and a half's reconstruction. Besides, there were so many their people inside the dock. Xianxia was about to burst into fury, but for some reason, when he looked at the facial cover on the newcomer's helmet, even though he could not see them, he felt as if 2 cold eyes had brushed past by his heart. Xianxia secretly shuddered and looked at the leader. The leader of the Split Sun pirate gang was dazed for a long time, too. In the end, he waved his hands helplessly and gnashed his teeth. Attack! As more and more space pirates on the Temple of Immortals side retreated to Spider Den from Heavenly Saint City, Feng Yuzhong's counterattack pushed forward continuously. In the various mining pit cities on Spider Den, the scattered battles grew larger in number and scale, showing signs that a great war was about to break out. On the Nexus, both true and false news about the open and secret competitions of the 2 parties were spreading crazily like wildfire. In the dynasty-changing battles, many brutal bandits whose notorious names once reached afar died miserably and quietly in the dark gutters at the bottom of the mining pits. In the meantime, many new generation bandits who had never been heard of before replaced their predecessors and rose to fame. Bloody Vulture was one of them. In a short month, not only did the name of Bloody Vulture become well known in Silver Wing City, it had also attracted much attention in the other cities of Spider Den. On December 17th, during the attack of a crystal suit maintenance center under the Wild Tide pirate gang's control, Bloody Vulture slew 2 space pirates in the building foundation stage and 9 in the refinement stage. He also blew more than half of the center into smithereens. On December 19th, the Split Sun pirate gang assassinated the chief accountant of the Wild Tide pirate gang. In the end, Bloody Vulture's serial bombs separated the chief account from his bodyguards and exposed his traces. The chief account was then beheaded by a flying sword launched from 1,300 meters away. On December 25th, the secret treasury of the Wild Tide pirate gang, which stored not only most of the cash of the gang but also the heavenly materials and earthly treasures for the space pirates' training, was blown up by Bloody Vulture within only 5 minutes, despite the fact that it was said to be made of an extremely sturdy alloy and installed with countless defense rune arrays. The resources were all plundered by Bloody Vulture and the Split Sun pirate gang. On December 27, On December 31, in less than 1 month, Bloody Vulture participated in almost 20 battles and played a vital role in every one of them. Even if the Split Sun pirate gang's attack failed, he could often accomplish something on his own. Therefore, he became the most hated target for the Wild Tide pirate gang and rose to fame in the circle of space pirates. According to the files on the Nexus, the man was brutal, merciless, and never considered the consequences of his actions. Once he went mad, he would not be able to tell friend from foe at all. As a result, he often planted crystal bombs all over the battlefield without thinking about anything else. Even in daily life, he was not someone that other people could mess around with. According to sources, another lone wolf who was also hired by the Split Sun pirate gang was dissatisfied about Bloody Vulture's rewards and had a conflict with him during a feast. Bloody Vulture did not fight back on the spot and simply left. All the other space pirates thought that he was scared and mocked him hard. But the next day, when the lone wolf was doing his training, the crystal reactor of his crystal suit had an uncanny explosion. The famous brutal bandit who had once killed dozens of cultivators died miserably on the spot without even having the chance to scream. After that incident, no space pirates dared to question why Bloody Vulture's rewards were the highest of all. Lying on the bed comfortably, Liao tapped the light beam and browsed through the information about himself on the dark net. Since Spider Den and Heavenly Saint City were mortal enemies, it was impossible for the Grand Illusionary Group to have established spiritual towers in this place. For the sake of safety, the spiritual towers built by Spider Den were not compatible with the standard spiritual towers of the Cultivators. Therefore, it was impossible to connect to the spiritual nexus of the outside world on Spider Den. However, the local area network of Spider Den had abundant content too, and most of the content was exactly what the space pirates were interested in. Through the local area network, Liao was not only able to browse through the remarks that other space pirates gave him, but also able to collect valuable information about the moves that Feng Yuzhong and Bai Xinghe were going to make. In order to recruit more subordinates and expand their forces, the two parties did not conceal their schemes at all. They were both boasting about themselves on the network, bluffing that they were the sun in the middle of a day while their opponent was a dying sun that was about to set. Feng Yuzhong and Bai Xinghe's head-on clash should be within the next couple of days, concluded Liao. He had seen Bai Xinghe a month ago. Such a great man definitely understood the importance of timing. Before, Bai Xinghe's ambushes had only succeeded because most of the strength of the Temple of Immortals was not on Spider Denver. Once the focus of the Temple of Immortals returned to Spider Den, he would stand no chance at all. The only choice he had was to take down Feng Yuzhong before the enemy's main force returned and force the Temple of Immortals to sit down and negotiate with him. On the Temple of Immortals side, their capability was naturally much higher than Bai Xinghe's. But their target was the entire Flying Star sector, and it was impossible to concentrate all their attention on Bai Xinghe. Take down Bai Xinghe, or accept his conditions, however unwilling they were, if it was impossible to take him down. The choice had to be made quickly. It was unwise to spend most of the resources and manpower on the old bastard Bai Xinghe. It was one of the most important reasons that Liao had shown off crazily. He had to prove his value with all methods available. He had to prove that he was qualified to participate in the final battle between Feng Yuzhong and Bai Xinghe. According to the news on the dark net, the battles between the secondary pirate gangs culminated 5 days ago. Since then, both parties have been keeping a low profile. There have been no big operations for days. As for the Split Sun pirate gang, another starship fully loaded with elites returned to Spider Den the other day, but no new attacks were carried out. Besides, many other famous assassins, mercenaries, and lone wolves have disappeared. They must be working in secret right now. This is the calm before the storm. A great war is about to break out. I wonder, will my performance over the past month be noticed by Feng Yuzhong? Liao turned off the light beam. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, starting his daily training. Over the past month, the Split Sun pirate gang had changed Liao's residence 3 times, each more extravagant than the last. However, Liao was very clear that crystal cameras must have been installed in secret nooks and crannies to monitor him. He was not willing to do any real training while being watching by somebody. Therefore, he simply refined and perfected the terror bombs inside his brain. Terror bombs were mental weapons condensed by his telepathic thoughts. They could bewilder and intimidate the enemy with a world of illusions. In order to trap an enemy with a solid soul in a world of illusions, the illusions had to be built in a vivid and flawless fashion. Building a lifelike world from scratch was a job that would consume a lot of mental power and computational ability. The flowers and woods, the bouncing flames, the ripples when a breeze passed by a lake. Every detail had to be modeled, scripted, and rendered. If the computational ability was insufficient, the illusions rendered would be very lousy. When the flames were bouncing too rigidly, the enemy caught in the illusions would immediately notice that everything was fake. In the field of mental attacks, Liao was just a beginner. Although he had tested it on many space pirates, he still found it complicated and extremely difficult to grasp. It took him 2 hours to condense a terror bomb that could last 3 seconds. When he finished the job, his sheets were soaked in sweat. The rendering is still not good enough. If the enemy is above the middle level of the building foundation stage, when their soul shakes violently, the 3 methods of rendering that I currently employ might have conflicts. The entire world of illusions will collapse immediately. I have to find several rendering methods that are more powerful. Maybe I should buy a few books on the construction of illusions as well as some on modeling and rendering techniques. Liao concluded the lessons of his training. Right then, somebody knocked the door lightly. Click. Liao waved his hand. His spiritual energy reached the defense rune arrays and opened the door automatically. Xianxia, the advisor, walked in cautiously. After a month of battles, Xianxia had a profound understanding of how dangerous Bloody Vulture was. He also remembered how miserably the mercenary who had conflicts with Bloody Vulture during the feast had died the day after during his training. More importantly, the crystal suit whose crystal reactor went wrong was the mercenary's own. Nobody had any idea how Bloody Vulture got the crystal suit and set up traps on the crystal reactor without alarming its owner. From that day on, the advisor had always felt lucky that he was courteous and did not offend the dangerous person when he recruited Bloody Vulture. Another mission? Liao sat straight on the bed. Congratulations, brother Bloody Vulture. Your career is about to soar. Xianxia smiled delightedly. Brother Bloody Vulture has been on a kill spree in Silver Wing City over the past month. Not only is the Wild Tide pirate gang awed by your name, it has also been heard by Boss Feng Yuzhong, the new dominator in the circle of space pirates. Boss Feng Yuzhong has watched a lot of your battle videos and is very interested in you. He would like to invite you for a real big operation. It is not the child's play between the Split Sun pirate gang and the Wild Tide pirate gang, but a great war that can potentially turn the whole of Spider Den upside down. The question remains, is Brother Bloody Vulture willing to take the risk? Is finally here. Liao felt thrilled, but he replied, showing no sign of his excitement. Feng Yuzhong is starting a final battle against Boss by now? Everybody on Spider Den had learned of the matter. It was not odd for Liao to ask that. Xianxia blinked and said, "We all know what is going on. There's no need to say it out loud. After all, you are paid for what you do, Brother Bloody Vulture, and I guarantee that you will gain a lot of benefits by working for Boss Feng Yuzhong directly. That is, if you are bold enough to do so. Since the day I killed the son of the captain of the Wild Tide pirate gang, there has been no turning back for me." Liao jumped up from his bed and stretched out arms. Cracking noises echoed all over his body, as if a blood-stained eagle was opening its wings behind him. Liao smiled. "Bring me to Boss Feng Yuzhong. I will surprise him." Capital Nest, the biggest city on Spider Den, was where the mother lodes had been densest on Spider Den 10,000 years ago, and it was the mining city that the Star Ocean Imperium developed in the earliest stage. Looking down through the window of the crystal warship, Liao noticed that there was nothing except jam-packed mining pits over the hundreds of square kilometers of desolate land, which made it look like an enormous honeycomb. In the complicated underground tunnels, countless magical equipment centers, starship maintenance centers, and purification plants for heavenly materials and earthly treasures were hidden. Together with the underground city that could accommodate millions of workers and cultivators and the underground fortress that was concealed below the underground city, Even the locals who had lived in the city for generations did not have the slightest clue how enormous the city made of interconnecting mazes was. Capital Nest was the center of Spider Denver. It was home to Bai Xinghe, the pirate potentate, and also where Black Spider Tower was headquartered. Right now, both parties were preparing their soldiers and supplies, ready for the last battle that could break out at any moment. The city was divided into two zones, one in the east and the other in the west, with a clear boundary. The air was so intense that a single spark could detonate hundreds of mining pits at the same time. The crystal warship that Liao was on flew into the zone that was under the Temple of Immortals' control slowly through a giant hole slanted downward. Capital Nest was entirely different from Silver Wing City in style. Although the Wild Tide Pirate Gang and the Split Sun Pirate Gang had been fighting hard in Silver Wing City, most people's daily lives had not been affected. The black market, the hotels, and the magical equipment stores opened as usual, and the underground arenas and the strip clubs were packed with space pirates. 2. Capital Nest, on the other hand, had turned into a grave military fortress. Most of the stores were closed, and few lone space pirates could be seen on the street. Most of the space pirates were in neat groups and wearing standard crystal suits, leaving the impression that they were actually an army. The space pirates were mostly wearing red crystal suits and white ones. Those in red crystal suits had the mark of an angry black spider on their chests. The mark of their leader had a few gold stripes painted on the outside. According to the introduction of Xianxia, the advisor, they were all soldiers commanded by Black Spider Tower. Those exos in white crystal suits seemed to be in a higher position than the soldiers. Their crystal suits were more elegant and streamlined, giving a feeling of a perfect water drop from head to toe. Certain half-stealth rune arrays seemed to have been utilized, because the crystal suits were entangled by invisible waves and appeared to be partially melded with the air. They looked extraordinary and seemed to belong to a different world. On the left side of their breastplates, immortality was painted in an ancient style. Those people were not space pirates but the armed forces directly under the command of the Temple of Immortals. It was sort of the regular army of the immortal cultivators. More than 1 year ago, when the Temple of Immortals revealed itself on Spider Den, it had recruited a lot of talents for its regular army. However, the requirements of the Immortal Army was quite rigorous. Most of the candidates were screened because they could not complete the tests. Those who passed the tests were all 1 in 1,000 experts. It was said that they had been further trained and cleansed by the Temple of Immortals after they were recruited with many secret arts from the era of the Flying Star Coalition government that had been lost for thousands of years. After only a few months, they would be transformed completely. Feng Yuzhong had summoned Liao to a training camp of Black Spider Tower. There were already dozens of space pirates in the hall when Liao went into the training camp. When they saw him, they did not hide the wariness and hostility in their eyes at all. The most notorious bandits on Spider Den are all here. Liao glanced around and found his heart beating faster. After a quick look, he noticed several brutal persons who were not only on the top of the wanted lists of cultivators but also intimidating enough even in the circle of space pirates. A kind-looking old man whose hair and beard were white was standing on his left side. His name was Master Phantom C, and he had originally been an elder of the Silver Moon Clan, one of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. However, when his campaign to become the leader of the sect failed, he dealt with the new leader with poison in secret out of hatred. However, his scheme failed. The Silver Moon Clan sent quite a few experts to capture him. He slew 1 core formation stage cultivators and almost 20 building foundation stage cultivators, before he ran away from Heavenly Saint City to Spider Denver. From then on, he had become a great bandit roaming through space. He was absolutely merciless during his jobs, especially when he ran into the carriers under the name of the Silver Moon Clan. No living creatures would be left. Standing next to Master Phantom C was a muscular man more than 2.3 meters tall. His muscles bulged out to an unbelievable degree, and his eyes looked like burning bronze bells. White air currents were spurting out of his nostrils non-stop. He looked like an infuriated ox that had been stuffed into the shell of a human being. The man was carrying 2 crossed giant axes that were even broader than doors on his back. The edges of the axes were covered in dents and blood stains, a signal that they had devoured countless innocent souls. Just one glance at them was enough to make people feel creepy. The muscular man was named Bloody Axe. He was the champion of the underground arenas of Spider Den. Space pirates were all brutal, but the underground arenas thousands of meters below the surface were lawless, cruel places, even for them. Even the strongest fighter might not be able to survive 10 competitions when they were sent to the arenas. Bloody Axe, on the other hand, was the only expert who had fought 100 battles in the underground arenas and retired alive over the past several decades. Although he was merely in the beginning level of the core formation stage, he would slash ruthlessly at those in the middle level of the core formation stage or even at the peak when he went mad. A short, lovely girl was hiding in the shadow behind Bloody Axe. Her clear eyes and her slender body made her absolutely unfit for the dirty environment. She was almost like a hostage that the space pirates had brought here. But Liao knew for a fact that the woman who looked like a teenager in high school was at least 70 years old. She was known as Fairy Coral, and she was even more dangerous than the awe-inspiring Bloody Axe. The coral snake was the most beautiful and the most fatal. When she first showed up, she was merely a mistress of the leader of a pirate gang. Everybody considered her to be a simple toy and did not think too much of her. But soon, the pirate gang she stayed in had a clash with a bigger pirate gang. After the pirate gang was swallowed, she was naturally a trophy to serve the new leader. Then, all the leaders of the pirate gangs who accepted her would suffer an uncanny disaster within the next year, as if she had been cursed. They were either swallowed by other pirate gangs or assassinated, or executed by cultivators when their hunting jobs were leaked out and they were captured. In short, whichever pirate gang she stayed in, it would be destroyed soon after, and she was always able to take the most valuable treasures of the pirate gang. Rumor had it that she was adept at the skills of enchantment and had been practicing a certain evil technique that could absorb other people's vitality to maintain her youth. Many space pirates who were bewildered and fooled by her once united and went looking for vengeance, only to never be found again. Therefore, the space pirates all honored her as Fairy Coral when she was present and called her Witch Coral behind her back. Liao's most attention was focused on 4 space pirates. Other than the 3 of them, the 4th space pirate was a dwarf no higher than 1.3 meters with extremely short limbs. The dwarf named Wang Haha had a rarely seen profession on Spider Denver. He was a thief. Spider Den was a congregation of bandits. Yet, a thief had appeared in the home of the bandits, and he was not a random thief but a famous one. Everybody knew how he made his living, but he had still lived his life happily for decades. 2 things were obvious. Firstly, his skills were good, to the point that other people could not catch him even though they knew that he was a thief. Secondly, he was very strong. Even if a space pirate knew that their items had been stolen by him, they did not dare ask for them back. Everybody on Spider Den knew that Wang Haha stole everything, including heads, especially those on necks that could still talk and laugh. Liao looked around and was somewhat relieved. Those who had been invited there were all lone wolves that did not belong to any organization and mercenaries who did their jobs for rewards. For the pure combat-type cultivators there, they were no lower than the peak of the building foundation stage. Many of the experts there were in the high level of the core formation stage, too. For those lower than the peak of the building foundation stage, they all had a certain specialty other than combat. For example, he was an explosion expert, Fairy Coral was good at enchanting skills, and Wang Haha was an all-stealing thief. While he was pondering, Wang Haha moved his stout body toward him in a very troublesome way. As he was observing other people were observing him, too. Over the past month, Bloody Vulture had been quite a resounding name in the circle of space pirates. Seeing that the newly risen brutal guy had been summoned by Feng Yuzhong, too, those seasoned bandits were quite surprised. "You are Bloody Vulture from Silver Wing City. Then you must know who I am." Ha 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 ha. Wang Haha extended his short hands and blinked, while he said, "I'm told that your hands are very fast, and you can plant crystal bombs on other people without them knowing. As it happens, my hands are fast, too, and I can take out anything from other people without them knowing. You put things inside and I take them out. The 2 of us should hang out together more." Wang Haha's voice was high and sharp. He immediately attracted all the space pirates' attention. The seasoned bandits all looked at them with great interest, looking forward to the competition between the two quick hands. Fairy Coral observed Liao from top to bottom carefully. Weird brilliance beamed out of her eyes as she tried to lean close to Bloody Axe. But Bloody Axe quickly retreated as if she were a ghost. It was obvious that he did not want to have physical contact with the woman who could absorb other people's vitality. Liao narrowed his eyes. His lips curled up into a smile while he extended his right hand to Wang Haha. Bo! As their right hands touched each other lightly, explosions resembling the sound of an air tank being broken apart immediately echoed in the hall. The space pirates whose eyes were not keen enough could only see that dazzling brilliance was breaking out of Liao and Wang Haha's hands. Those who had sharper eyes, on the other hand, saw their 10 fingers were lengthened abruptly at the same time, as if they had grown another 10 joints and as if all the bones on the fingers were gone. Their hands whipped and entangled each other like two infuriated octopuses. Every finger was like a serpent that tried to crush the opponent's fingers. When the bystanders blinked and tried to see more clearly, after another "bo" sound, Liao's and Wang Haha's right hands were both thrown away, as if an invisible bomb had exploded between them. Wang Haha carried out agility disproportional to his fatness and flew almost 10 meters back like a balloon before he landed on the ground without causing a sound. He blew at his right hand that was slightly red and smiled. "Your right hand is indeed quite fast. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha." His right hand was slightly swollen, with steam popping up. But like a magic trick, his left hand waved and 3 eye-catching balls appeared in the gaps between his fingers. Liao touched his pocket, and his face lost its color. Wang Haha was still laughing. His left hand did not seem to be moving at all, but the 3 crystal balls, which were almost transparent, were dissected into tiny components that were swirling above his palm slowly. 3 small crystals were glittering and emitting dangerous brilliance. The space pirates gasped and realized that, while Wang Haha was competing with Liao with his right hand, his left hand had stolen 3 crystal bombs from Liao's pocket without any of the audience noticing. Moreover, he had dismantled the crystal bombs into the most fundamental components and completely disarmed them. He truly deserved to be called an all-stealing thief. For a moment, many space pirates were sneering. They were all the time-tested bandits on Spider Denver. Although they had their own conflicts, none of them liked the newcomer who had skyrocketed to fame in the past month. Now that Wang Haha had taught Liao a lesson, the bandits were all gloating in great satisfaction. Liao frowned. His eyes were cold, but he did not burst into fury. After another 2 notorious bandits arrived at the hall, the illumination rune arrays on the ceiling gradually dimmed. A beam of light fell down and formed a vivid phantom. It was exactly Feng Yuzhong, who had just entered the nascent soul stage and was aiming to become the new dominator of Spider Den. This was the first time that Liao had met the old, cunning bandit face to face. He could not help but feel a bit nervous. In a black cloak, Feng Yuzhong hid most of his face in the shadow below his hat, making him even more mysterious. He coughed and said unhurriedly, "Everybody here is a well-known hero of Spider Denver. You are either long known or only rose to fame recently." When he mentioned rose to fame recently, many space pirates looked at Liao. Wang Haha even chuckled without trying to hide it. Before his laughter stopped, a shriek suddenly burst out behind his neck. The shriek was both like the cry of a ghost and the howl of a wolf. It sounded like a cat that fell from a room at midnight. He felt that a devil was lurking right behind his neck. Every space pirate felt their head spin. They looked at Wang Haha in great surprise. Wang Haha jumped up instantly, his face so twisted that even he would not have recognized himself. As if he had installed springs on his arms and legs and removed their joints, their lengths were suddenly doubled while he groped on his back. He jumped up and down and searched for a long time before he took a round ball off his back. Everybody could tell that the round ball looked exactly the same as the crystal bombs that Wang Haha had just stolen from Liao's pocket. When did Bloody Vulture plant the bomb on Wang Haha's back? Thankfully, it was just a shriek. If it had detonated instantly. Wang Haha's face was even redder than a pig's liver, while he glared at Liao in both fear and shock, with cold sweat all over his face. Liao smiled. Don't be scared. It's a false one. The real bomb is in somewhere else. Wang Haha was relieved when he heard the first half of the sentence, but the latter half made him jump up again and fumble hard all over his body with a pale face. 5 seconds remaining. Liao announced the countdown calmly. 5, 4, 3. All the space pirates were dumbfounded. They could not believe that Liao had planted 2 microcrystal bombs on Wang Haha during the short competition. Nor could they believe that he would be so insane as to detonate the bomb right in front of Feng Yuzhong. But judging from his confident and casual appearance, the guy did not seem to be bluffing. Wang Haha was waving his hands and legs crazily, his tears almost flowing out. His coolness a moment ago was entire gone. Like a monkey that was trying to scratch the lice on its body, Wang Haha's hands and feet turned into a gray blur. He almost wished that he had a tail to help with the search now. He was about to take off his shirts and pants, but he failed to locate the crystal bomb. 2, 1. Liao dragged his tone. The space pirates were secretly alarmed. Is he lying to Wang Haha? How could he have planted a second crystal bomb on Wang Haha without Wang Haha noticing? Wang Haha's face lost its color. He screamed and crossed his hands. Then, he tore off a piece of man-made skin the size of a fingernail from the back of his right hand. Below the man-made skin was a black millet seed. There was no telling when it had been stuck to the back of his hand. He was in so much of a hurry to search for all his body parts that he did not realize it was right on his hand. Wang Haha hurried to toss the fake skin to the ground. Boom! The floor that was made of solid granite was left with a hole more than half a meter deep. Cold sweat was popping up on every space pirate's forehead. Half a second later, and Wang Haha's right hand would have been wasted if he was not killed on the spot. This bloody vulture's capability is more terrifying than in the rumors. He planted 2 crystal bombs on Wang Haha in the blink of an eye in such a sordid way. But how did he do it? Wang Haha is an almighty thief. His hands must be more sensitive than his mouth. How did he not feel anything wrong when his hands were stuck with fake skin? Looking at the smoke rising up from the ground, Wang Haha collapsed into his seat, all his strength gone. He licked the back of his hand and mumbled, "Snake hemp flower?" The space pirates immediately realized what had happened. Snake hemp flower was an anesthetic material. The liquids purified from the snake hemp flower could serve as ingredients for thousands of different anesthetics. It was obvious that Bloody Vulture had smeared the anesthetic refined from snake hemp flower on the fake skin and stuck it to the back of Wang Haha's hand, while the thief was too busy stealing his crystal bombs. Wang Haha's right hand was red and swollen after the fierce competition just now. Because of the burning heat, his sensitivity had been significantly reduced. Together with the numbing of the snake hemp flower, Wang Haha did not realize that a foreign object was on the back of his hand. All the space pirates swallowed hard. Even the all-stealing thief who counted on sensitivity and alertness such as Wang Haha was ambushed by Bloody Vulture without him knowing. If it were them, no other space pirates dared eye Liao in a scornful way anymore. Few of them had the courage to look back when he looked at them. The weird brilliance in Fairy Coral's eyes, on the other hand, became even brighter. She looked at him and did not hide her interest in him at all. Wang Haha breathed hard and glared at Liao in fury, but he lowered his head helplessly, knowing that he had been crushed in the competition today. Feng Yuzhong's phantom observed the situation without saying anything, and he did not intend to stop them at all. It was not until this moment that he smiled. It is beyond my expectation that so many great heroes answered my call to gather in this place. Whatever grudges you had in the past, you are at least comrades on the same boat at this moment. We should work together against the common enemy. Time is precious. I will explain the situation as quickly as possible. Over the past 2 months, Bai Xinghe betrayed us and launched his counterattack. He has been killing and robbing on Spider Den to expand his forces. Many flip-floppers chose to join his side again, too. Tomorrow night, he will be organizing what he calls a meeting of heroes in space. Every well-known space pirate has been invited to attend. He claims that he will bring out all the cultivation arts and secret treasures he excavated from the underground fortress of Spider Den as rewards in the battle. It is not hard to guess that, after the meeting, all the space pirates on by Xinghe's side will attack with all their might and fight the final battle with us. However, rest assured, everybody, I can tell you 3 facts. Firstly, the lousy performance on our side over the past few months is partly because we were caught unprepared and partly because we were concealing our capability so that Bai Xinghe wouldn't be prudent. Secondly, although Bai Xinghe is meeting the great heroes, he doesn't know that many of our people have pretended to join his side. Tomorrow will be the date of death for Bai Xinghe. Thirdly, Bai Xinghe is too mean and insincere. He is about to die, and he is still only bringing out the secondary treasures from the underground fortress. But I am different. The Black King of the Temple of Immortals and I have both agreed that, after we kill Bai Xinghe and get the map of the underground fortress and the key to the control center, we will invite all the contributors to enter the underground fortress and share the treasures of 10,000 years ago together. Hiss! Many space pirates gasped and stood up in excitement. The first 2 points that Feng Yuzhong made did not surprise them. Even a pig on Spider Den knew that the final battle between Feng Yuzhong and Bai Xinghe was drawing near. Also, since Bai Xinghe was desperate to expand his forces and did not vet the space pirates who joined him, it was not unusual that Feng Yuzhong's spies had infiltrated his ranks. But the third point Feng Yuzhong made let everybody's heart beat fast and their faces red. The underground fortress of Spider Den, in which the secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium were buried. Feng Yuzhong waved his hands and raised his voice. It is well known that Spider Den was one of the last strongholds of the Flying Star sector in the civil war of the Star Ocean Imperium. A lot of underground fortresses, magical equipment warehouses, and secret training facilities are buried deep below our feet. The secret to Bai Xinghe's rise was that he got the map of the underground fortress of Spider Den, as well as the key to get into the control center. After we finish off Bai Xinghe and take the map and the key, we will enter the underground together. Everything we see will be distributed according to our contributions. Some of you might doubt that we will not keep our word after the job is done. But if you think about it carefully, you will see that everybody present is an influential person on Spider Den and in the circle of space pirates. Our greatest enemy is not Bai Xinghe but the entire world of cultivators. If we do not fulfill our promise and lose your support, how are we going to deal with the full-scale attack of the cultivators in the future even if we take down Bai Xinghe? Everybody, we are now wagering on our last chance now. The cultivators will never let us go after the Battle of Heavenly Saints City. They will destroy Spider Den at whatever the cost and slay every one of us all. Our only solution is to kill Bai Xinghe, enter the underground fortress, find the secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium, and fight on against the cultivators until the end. Therefore, there's no way that we will go back on our word. Wouldn't we be committing suicide if we betrayed you? Isn't it so, everybody? The brutal bandits were all quick-minded enough to soon realize that Feng Yuzhong was not lying. As the saying went, when the prey is captured, the hound will be useless. Even if Feng Yuzhong really considered them to be hounds, the biggest prey at present was the world of cultivators instead of Bai Xinghe. It was impossible for the immortal cultivators to kick them away before they seized control of the Flying Star sector completely. To resist the furious attack of the cultivators, they had to rely on the strength of the space pirates. When the space pirates thought that the secret treasures buried below the ground of Spider Den for 10,000 years would be fully open to them, everybody began breathing heavily. Bloody Axe, champion of the underground arenas, was even yelling in excitement. He bashed his chest hard while he shouted, "Captain Feng Yu, we have all slain quite a number of important people on Bai Xinghe's side over the past few months. He must regard us as sworn enemies now, and there's no way to resolve the hatred. Right now, the only solution for us to fight Bai Xinghe until the end and take him down. Just speak, Captain Feng Yu. What do you want us to do? Damn it. The secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium alone are tempting enough for me to kill Bai Xinghe." Feng Yuzhong glanced over everybody on the spot. All the space pirates nodded their heads in agreement. Liao pretended to think carefully and also nodded his head. Feng Yuzhong was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "Rest assured, everybody. I wouldn't be so hard on you as to ask you to confront Bai Xinghe. In the battle tomorrow, Bai Xinghe will be dealt with by the Storm Prison Pirate Gang, Spider's Thorn, and the Immortal Army. Your job will be to take care of somebody else. Feng Yuzhong clapped his hands lightly. A frozen phantom appeared right next to him. It was a middle-aged man who looked energetic and had a pair of sharp eyes and gray-haired temples. Feng Yuzhong coughed lightly and introduced, "This is Bai Wulei, the first true disciple of Bai Xinghe and a cultivator in the peak of the core formation stage, only half a step away from the nascent soul stage. Over the past decade, he has been the commander of the Ghost Knights, the strongest assault team of the Abyss Pirate Gang. He is the number 2 person in Bai Xinghe's enterprise. Bai Xinghe has no sons. It is said that he once had one but killed him personally in the end. Bai Wulei is not only his first true disciple but also sort of his foster son. He is Bai Xinghe's right hand and probably his heir. Over the past month, Bai Xinghe has had an unprecedentedly intense relationship with us. The two parties have both been alert. Bai Wulei and his Ghost Knights were summoned to guard the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center. The Red Steel Crystal Suit Center is the most advanced crystal suit factory of Spider Den. It is based on an ancient refining center of the Star Ocean Imperium and allegedly applies lots of technology and secret arts of that era. It is the only place on the entire Spider Den where Super Gale, a special crystal reactor for crystal suits, can be manufactured. The crystal reactor is the heart of a crystal suit. Super Gale has a performance far better than most of the common crystal reactors. The elites under Bai Xinghe's command have mostly been equipped with the Super Gale crystal reactors, which greatly enhance their combat ability. It was based on the team of Exos who were equipped with the Super Gale crystal reactors that Bai Xinghe secured continuous victories and dominated Spider Den in the old days. Therefore, the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center is the foundation of Bai Xinghe's success. Tomorrow night, most of the people on Bai Xinghe's side will be attending the Meeting of Heroes in Space. The meeting will be attacked by the Storm Prison Pirate Gang, Spider's Thorn, and the Immortal Army personally. The Red Steel Crystal Suit Center will be the least guarded. Bai Wulei and the few of his subordinates will be the only watchmen. Your mission is to attack the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center and execute Bai Wulei. Is there a problem? The space pirates looked at each other in bewilderment and gave no reply. Bai Wulei was the first true disciple of the pirate potentate, the number 2 of Bai Xinghe's group, and a great expert in the peak of the core formation stage. Naturally, he was a brutal bandit that everybody on Spider Den knew. Over the past 20 years, using the excuse of his old age, Bai Xinghe often secluded himself for training. His daily affairs were mostly handled by Bai Wulei. The operations of the Abyss Pirate Gang were run by Bai Wulei too. Therefore, many space pirates had not seen Bai Xinghe in person, but all of them had witnessed Bai Wulei's cruelty. Now that they learned that their target was such a great expert in the peak of the core formation stage, many space pirates were having second thoughts. Feng Yuzhong observed everybody's expression and smiled casually. Rest assured, everybody. The battle tomorrow concerns the future of the entire Spider Denver. We are not asking you to get yourselves killed in vain. Let me tell you the truth. In the battle tomorrow, a batch of assassins from Spider's Thorn and the Immortal Army will help you in secret. More importantly, some of Bai Wulei's most trusted people are immortal cultivators. As long as you all work hard and fight with your best, we will be sure winners of the battle. After the job is done, your contributions will be calculated according to the battle videos captured by your crystal cameras. The more contributions you make, the closer you will be to the lead when we get into the underground fortress. All right. The space pirates also realized that, since it would be the final battle between Feng Yuzhong and Bai Xinghe tomorrow, there was no reason Feng Yuzhong would risk jeopardizing his cause by setting traps for them. Besides, Feng Yuzhong was going to deal with Bai Xinghe, the pirate potentate, in person, so they had no options except to bite into Bai Wulei no matter how tough the man was. Bai Wulei was in the peak of the core formation stage, but there were more than 10 space pirates here who were in the core formation stage too. If they failed to take down Bai Wulei, how could they claim their reward and share the secret treasures under the ground together with Feng Yuzhong? Therefore, whether they meant it or were pretending, all the space pirates shouted and accepted the job. The hall was seething with excitement. Liao observed everything in silence and thought about it carefully. It seemed that the Temple of Immortals, Black Spider Tower, and Feng Yuzhong had made thorough plans and sent a lot of spies into Bai Xinghe's gang. They were all set for the thunderous attack tomorrow night. The question remained, how was Bai Xinghe, the well-known pirate potentate, going to deal with the schemes? For the sake of confidentiality, after hearing Feng Yuzhong's plans, Liao and the rest of the space pirates were not allowed to leave Black Spider Tower's training camp anymore. Feng Yuzhong also knew that the battle to come was of paramount importance. In order to boost morale, besides making enticing yet empty promises, he also provided a lot of authentic heavenly materials and earthly treasures for the space pirates. Naturally, Liao took all of them gladly without being courteous. Inside the training camp of Black Spider Tower, all the network was cut off. It was impossible to know what was happening outside. Liao could only maximize his hearing and gathered all the sounds in the outside world carefully. As time went by slowly but surely, Capital Nest seemed to have turned into a smothering grave. Before, there were still occasional noises, but after one night, they were all replaced by dead silence. Liao felt ill at ease. He was not worried about the battle that was about to break out. He was concerned that Bai Xinghe's gang might collapse too fast and would not diminish the immortal cultivator's strength enough. If Bai Xinghe failed to react properly and was crushed by Feng Yuzhong, the Temple of Immortals might gain access to the underground fortress of Spider Den and even receive the control clearances. The capability of the immortal cultivators would be further increased if so. It was definitely not going to be good for the world of cultivators. Liao's only hope was that Bai Xinghe would show his wisdom as the pirate potentate. The next day, although it was dusk, the sky thousands of meters above everybody's head was riddled with holes as usual. There was nothing but darkness. Dim orange lights were glowing from the walls of the mining holes, which originated from the residual crystals and mother lodes. Wreathed in the feeble lights, Capital Nest at dusk was like a frozen ocean of magma. Below the seemingly solid shell on the surface were raging undercurrents and rampant flames. In the district under the Temple of Immortals' control, teams of the Immortal Army in ivory, translucent crystal suits were gathered and allocated marvelous magical equipment from the secret arsenals. The soldiers of Black Spider Tower in black crystal suits also formed squads and marched toward their respective targets. Before they went out, the killers of Black Spider Tower, who were adept at stealth and assassination, had snuck into Bai Xinghe's territory from various directions and lurked around their targets. In the district under Bai Xinghe's control, countless docks and shuttle stations were opened. Crystal warship carrying space pirates that had joined his cause were arriving from every city of mining pit on Spider Den at his call. The Abyss Pirate Gang, the largest group of space pirates on Spider Den, was prepared for battle too. All the squads had brought their vigilance to the maximum. The battle that would decide the king of Spider Den would break out in a few hours. At 7 o'clock in the evening, deep inside Bai Xinghe's residence, a warm feast was about to begin. The leaders of countless pirate gangs had gathered in this place, waiting desperately for Bai Xinghe to bring out the secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium that he had excavated from the underground world. Gazed at by countless pairs of hungry eyes, Bai Xinghe stepped on the podium, wearing a cloak made of pure white feathers. At exactly the same time, a team of elites consisting of more than 10 experts in the core formation stage and 100 in the building foundation stage were secretly marching toward the red steel crystal suit center, which was guarded by Wulei, Bai Xinghe's right hand. Liao was still wearing the drunk bat battlesuit while he leapt up and down in the iron forest. He triggered his telepathic thoughts and scanned the enemies and surroundings, while he studied the map of the red steel crystal suit center and Bai Wulei's battle videos one more time. Looking far ahead, Liao vaguely saw an enormous building standing in the middle of the enormous underground pit. Every inch of the building was densely packed with countless crystal cannons wherever possible. All the crystal cannons were protected by the most solid spiritual shields. Even an expert in the core formation stage might find it hard to blow up one of them after a single attack. In the meantime, hundreds of seasoned exos were patrolling on alert at the crucial locations of the buildings. It was definitely not a crystal suit center but a heavily guarded military fortress. Liao frowned. Since the crystal suit was so well defended, there would be a lot of casualties if they assaulted it from the front. It would be quite tricky to protect himself by not really trying his best while not being seen through by Feng Yuzhong. Right then, above their heads, in the district controlled by Xinghe, explosions that sounded like dull thunders echoed. The final battle between Feng Yuzhong and Bai Xinghe had finally broken out. Beep, beep. Li Yao's crystal processor was connected to the temporary local area network established by Feng Yuzhong. As the explosions came over, streams of information immediately flooded in and formed dozens of light beams on his retina. The light beams included the distribution map of the most important firing points of the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center, the current location he was at, and the places of attack that he could choose. The arrow that was knocked must be shot. Although the brutal bandits all sensed the scariness of the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center, with everything coming to this point, they would not be spared by Feng Yuzhong when he secured his victory if they deserted now. Therefore, Master Phantom Moon, Fairy Coral, Bloody Axe, Wang Haha, and the other space pirates all selected their primary target. Li Yao quickly picked the place he was going to break in, too. The hundreds of bandits immediately turned into hundreds of streaks of brightness as they lunged at the targets they had chosen. Hardly they sprinted forward when an ear-splitting explosion took place inside the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center. Several ultra-large furnaces were blown up into the sky. The scorching air currents mixed with fatal venomous gas swept across everything nearby. Countless space pirates who were loyal to Bai Xinghe were screaming miserably inside the venomous fire. The previously flawless defense was immediately filled with loopholes. The immortal cultivators lurking around by Wulei. Li Yao quickly thought everything through. Feng Yuzhong had not lied. How could he count on only the greedy mercenaries to take down such a critical enemy stronghold? It was very likely that they were merely bait to draw the attention of the guards. The real crucial factors of the mission were the immortal cultivators hiding behind Bai Wulei. Right then, a new message that his crystal processor presented stabbed into Li Yao's brain like a cold dagger. Abort the attack. The mission has been changed. Bloody Axe is Bai Xinghe's guy. He is a spy that was asked to infiltrate us. The plan has now changed. Execute Bloody Axe. There's no need to worry about the attack from the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center. The Red Steel Crystal Suit Center is now fully under our control. For a moment, 100 bolts of lightning seemed to break out at the same time inside Li Yao's brain. Bloody Axe, the human-skinned bull who had a strong body and a simple mind, did not look like an undercover agent at all. But as it turned out, he was Bai Xinghe's guy. In the meantime, despite the gory explosion just now, the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center's overall defense network was not ruined. Why did Feng Yuzhong claim that it was fully under his control? Li Yao had still not found the answers to any of his questions when a deafening roar echoed right in front of Li Yao. Bloody Axe soared into the sky. Having secured 100 consecutive victories in the underground arenas and retiring safe and sound, Bloody Axe was definitely not as reckless as he appeared to be. His boldness was merely his protective coloration. Behind the barbaric and senseless appearance, Bloody Axe was definitely a careful and skeptical man. Although Feng Yuzhong's new command was sent to the rest of the space pirates and not him, Bloody Axe still sensed dangerous from the weird behavior of those around him. Before the other space pirates surrounded him, he took action and dashed at the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center at his top speed. Bloody Axe was wearing a heavy crimson crystal suit, with 2 giant horns on the helmet. White airwaves were spurting out of the gaps of his crystal suit and made him look like an infuriated bull. He gave other people the feeling that, even if there was a mountain before him, he would simply continue running and break through it. The moment Bloody Axe jerked up, Master Phantom Moon, who was the closest to him, took action. Silver brilliance as cold as moonlight shivered and swept toward Bloody Axe unpredictably. The silver brilliance was like extremely thick seawater. It did not intend to kill Bloody Axe immediately, but it successfully dragged him down. Bloody Axe's crazy rush, after being hindered by the cold moonlight, slowed down for reasons nobody knew. Swoosh! 2 giant wings seemed to open on Bloody Axe's back. Li Yao observed carefully, only to discover that they were 2 great axes. The great axes flipped up and down and cut off multiple streaks of moonlight. But the remaining moonlight was still harassing him incessantly like venomous bugs that could crawl into any gap. While Bloody Axe was struggling against the moonlight, a shining golden ball suddenly soared from below Bloody Axe and circled around him. The next second, the ball reached his face and split all of a suddenly, reshaping into a special crystal suit with short limbs. Liao was greatly interested. Wang Haha's gold ball battlesuit. Wang Haha was a natural-born dwarf. It was said that he had received a secret technique to soften, shrink, and build up his bones. After he practiced the technique, it became even more impossible that he grow to a normal body size. For his figure, it was hard to wear common crystal suits. Therefore, he sought a different approach and asked the crystal suit experts on Spider Den to build a unique crystal suit for him. Such a crystal suit would be a gapless iron ball when it is folded. The defense rune arrays carved on the surface were flawless, making the crystal suit even sturdier than many heavy crystal suits. Also, pushed by the power rune arrays, the iron ball had utterly unpredictable trajectories. It was difficult for normal exos to capture it. When Wang Haha folded the crystal suit, he was less than 1 meter tall, but Bloody Axe was almost 3 meters tall after putting on his heavy crystal suit. One small and the other huge, it was almost like a competition between a kid and a giant. Wang Haha's tiny body size was now a great advantage for him. He made best use of his agility and velocity. Like a balloon that had been stabbed with countless holes, he flew around Bloody Axe's head at a high speed to interfere with his senses. Sharp as Bloody Axe's axes might have been, it was impossible for him to cut his own head with them. Besides, there was also a covetous Master Phantom Moon next to him, who, faced with the attack of Master Phantom Moon and Wang Haha, and sensing that countless other brutal bandits were about to join the fight, Bloody Axe suddenly roared and clashed his great axes against each other hard. In dazzling brilliance, the great axe exploded into thousands of pieces, which darted at Master Phantom Moon and Wang Haha like shooting stars. Neither Master Phantom Moon nor Wang Haha anticipated that Bloody Axe would use his axes, which he treasured as much as his own life, in such a way. They were both dazed for a moment. Taking advantage of their bewilderment, Bloody Axe turned into a streak of redness and rushed toward the red steel crystal suit center. While running, he roared, "Don't open fire! I'm on your side!" From the depths of the red steel crystal suit center, a streak of whiteness soared into the sky and reached Bloody Axe after only a few leaps. Bloody Axe was overjoyed. He shouted, "By Wulei, help me!" The whiteness did not slow down when it reached Bloody Axe. Instead, it further accelerated and crashed into him. Before Bloody Axe realized what was going on, the whiteness had pierced through his crystal suit and his chest. It was a pure white crystal suit that seemed to be made of an intact white jade. The crystal suit looked so elegant that it was more like a piece of beautiful artwork than a weapon. There were no redundant paints or decorations on the streamlined facial cover except for 2 water drop-shaped sensors that looked like tears on the corners of the eyes below the 2 azure crystal cameras. Although it had just passed through Bloody Axe's chest, the crystal suit was not in the least stained with blood. It was as clean as any crystal suit could ever be and was shining brilliantly. Bloody Axe stiffened. He lowered his head inch by inch and checked, only to discover that a giant hole more than half a meter in diameter had appeared on his torso, and that all his internal organs had been burnt to ashes. Even for an expert in the core formation stage, it would have been impossible to survive under such circumstances. By Wulei! Bloody Axe cursed his killer's name, gnashing his teeth, with the last big of his strength, before he fell to the ground like a giant bird that had been shot by an arrow. What's going on? Bloody Axe is Bai Xinghe's guy, and Bai Wulei is the first true disciple of Bai Xinghe, as well as the number 2 person of Bai Xinghe's group. Why did he slay Bloody Axe and show up right in front of us so straightforwardly? Liao's heart was beating faster and faster. He vaguely felt that the direction of the battle was going to be beyond his expectations. Now, do you know why I said we would be sure winners of the battle? A familiar voice came from behind Liao, making the pores all over his body constrict suddenly. as if a cold viper had just tied up his spine. There was no need to turn back. The crystal camera in the rear of the helmet had detected that an extremely hideous crystal suit was gradually emerging from the darkness. The crystal suit seemed to be made of hundreds of twisted bronze faces that were all writhing, struggling, and moaning in creepy sounds. When he first saw it, the crystal suit had left a deep impression on Liao. He had once fought against the owner of the crystal suit in the Iron Plateau space zone and had almost been killed by the wrath of the crystal suit. Right now, the crystal suit had been fully upgraded. The bronze faces attached to the crystal suit were larger in number and had more miserable expressions. The scent of desperation mixed with the stink of the deepest level of hell was even more terrifying than before. It was 100 Faces, Feng Yuzhong's special crystal suit that boasted powerful mental attack abilities. Wasn't Feng Yuzhong going to attack the meeting of heroes in space? How did he end up here? Liao pondered for a moment. His pupils were immediately enlarged. He vaguely guessed Feng Yuzhong's schemes and immediately felt that his temples were drumming. In the 100 Faces battlesuit, Feng Yuzhong passed through the crowd of space pirates before he smiled casually. Allow me to introduce you to the Black King, one of the 4 kings of the Temple of Immortals. He is also known as Master Hidden Fog, the previous leader of Black Spider Tower. Liao was so shocked that he almost let out a cry, because he did not realize that somebody was standing next to Feng Yuzhong until this moment. The stranger was also wearing a crystal suit, but he had covered his body with a deep black linen cloak, and his body parts exposed to the air were all enshrouded in gray fog. He looked like a man made of smoke. Liao could not sense anything even when he tried with his spiritual threads. Such a living man was standing right next to Feng Yuzhong, and yet Liao did not notice him at all until Feng Yuzhong introduced him. It was far beyond the level of a stealth ability and had to be a very professional mental technique that could bypass the eyeballs and interfere with the optic nerves. Therefore, even when other people saw him, the image would not be sent into their brain through the nerves. As it turns out, the previous leader of the Black Spider Tower is the real Black King. Hell's Word is absolutely no match for him. Liao felt that his head was dizzy, and he swallowed subconsciously. Hell's Word was in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, but the real Black King was at least in the middle level of the nascent soul stage. Liao vaguely felt that the situation was gliding toward the loss of control faster and faster, and was about to enter an unpredictable abyss. In the delicate white jade battlesuit, Bai Wulei landed on the ground slowly and stood in line with Feng Yuzhong and Master Hidden Fog. Many quick-witted space pirates finally understood what was going on. But some other space pirates were still confused, not having the slightest clue about the current situation. Feng Yuzhong explained unhurriedly, "There's no need to be surprised, everybody. This is indeed fellow cultivator Bai, the number 2 person of the Abyss Pirate Gang as well as the leader of the Ghost Knights. However, fellow cultivator came to understand the true path of cultivation a long time ago and joined the Temple of Immortals. He is now an honorable immortal cultivator. Just now, the explosions and fierce fights inside the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center were because fellow cultivator Bai was clearing out the obstinate diehards who were still loyal to Bai Xinghe. Right now, everybody in the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center is one of fellow cultivator Bai's trusted subordinates. They are only loyal to fellow cultivator Bai. Other than the Ghost Knights of fellow cultivator Bai, a lot of elites of the Immortal Army and the assassins from Black Spider Tower including 8 Blades of Black Spider, as well as experts of the Storm Prison Pirate Gang, have gathered here. I'm sorry that I've kept the real target of the operation a secret until this moment. But since it is too important, I believe you will understand me. In short, we have here 2 experts in the nascent soul stage, almost 20 in the core formation stage, and hundreds of seasoned space pirates above the building foundation stage. Our target is not Bai Wulei, not the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center, but Bai Xinghe himself. Feng Yuzhong was already simmering with killing intent when he announced his nemesis's name. All the space pirates shuddered. Feng Yuzhong's voice suddenly turned extremely cold. What? Is there anybody who would rather quit right now because it is too dangerous? The space pirates looked at each other in bewilderment. They were all unparalleled, brutal bandits who would not even blink when killing the innocent. Naturally, they knew the consequences if they quit in such circumstances. None of them would be foolish enough to be the first to refuse the command in public. There's nothing to worry about, everybody. Every detail is within our control. Bai Wulei strode forward and smiled casually. He and Bai Xinghe did not have a blood relationship, but Bai Xinghe's warm and comforting voice had been passed on to him. He gave people the feeling that he could be trusted when there was no good reason for that. Bai Wulei spoke slowly. Right now, Ghost Knights, the strongest assault team in the Abyss Pirate Gang, are fully under my control. Meanwhile, Bai Xinghe has no idea that I have abandoned the dark for the light now. Soon, I will try to fool Bai Xinghe into coming here. With Master Hidden Fog and Captain Fengyu, two nascent soul stage cultivators on our side, our capability will be higher than his. He will not see it coming when I launch a fatal attack from behind when the battle reaches the fiercest moment. By then, the Ghost Knights will shift their direction of attack and fight together with the Immortal Army and the assassins from Spider's Thorn. With the help of all the heroes here, Bai Xinghe won't be able to run away however capable he is. Bai Wulei's voice was more alluring than ever. Everybody, fortune comes with risks. Bai Xinghe has been the dominator of Spider Den for decades. Of course, it will be extremely dangerous to take him down. But if we succeed, our gains will be unimaginable, too. In the past 10 years, I have managed most of the affairs of the Abyss Pirate Gang. I have even entered the underground fortress of Spider Den, led by Bai Xinghe, multiple times and excavated tremendous techniques and magical equipment there. I'm aware of most of the areas in the underground fortress. But the crucial areas, as well as the spider key to the control center of the fortress, are in Bai Xinghe's sole possession. Of course, the spider key is not the pendant that he wears on his neck. It is concealed in the Cosmos ring on the fourth finger of his left hand. As long as we slay Bai Xinghe and get the spider key inside the Cosmos ring, I will immediately be able to lead you to the underground fortress to excavate the techniques and the secret treasures. Right now, my identity has not been exposed yet. This is a rare opportunity. If we miss out tonight, who is confident that we can ever kill Bai Xinghe in the future? Shua, 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 shua. Around them, countless soldiers in ivory crystal suits that belong to the Immortal Army and those in black crystal suits that belong to Black Spider Tower appeared like ghosts, imposing heavy pressure upon the space pirates. The space pirates looked at each other in bewilderment. None of them dared say no. Fengyu Zhong laughed. Great. You are indeed audacious heroes of the present day. I assume that none of you have second thoughts? All right. In a moment, I will assign your tasks in the coming battle. The battle is of paramount importance for every one of us. Therefore, you must listen to your command and hold your position. If anybody is absent without leave or even deserts, don't blame me for my mercilessness, because you will get not only yourself killed but your family too. However, like fellow cultivator Bai stated just now, tonight is our best shot to slay Bai Xinghe. I, Fengyu Zhong, hereby make a blood oath that, if we work hard together and slay Bai Xinghe at the risk of death, I will immediately lead everyone into Spider Den's underground and excavate the secret treasures together with fellow cultivator Bai. Coerced by Fengyu Zhong and tempted by Bai Wulei, all the space pirates were browbeaten into the mission of attacking Bai Xinghe. The Ghost Knights commanded by Bai Wulei pretended to fight the soldiers of the Storm Prison Pirate Gang. Smoke was everywhere in the red steel crystal suit center. Fireballs were soaring into the sky and almost pumping away all the air. Disguised in the smoke and debris, the powerful crystal cannons were altering their angles in secret. The trajectories of their attack outlined the areas of doom. The corpses on the ground whose crystal suit were battered were mostly faked by the assassins from Black Spider Tower. The 20 experts in the core formation stage were arranged to the crucial locations that had been carefully calculated multiple times. The capability Liao demonstrated was below the core formation stage, and he had only joined Fengyu Zhong's side recently. Therefore, he was arranged to be stationed at the periphery of the battle instead of joining the first wave of collective attack toward Bai Xinghe. He was asked to establish a defense line with his expertise in explosions in order to slow down Bai Xinghe if the man tried to break out of the siege. The pirate potentate is screwed. Liao cried in his heart. That day, when he heard the conversation between Bai Xinghe and Luo Jinhu in the carrier, he had thought that Bai Xinghe was a great man and expected a fierce competition between him and Feng Yuzhong. But Liao did not know that, before the competition began, his first true disciple, leading the strongest team under his banner, had rebelled and joined his enemy's side. How was the guy going to fight the battle now? Liao felt a headache coming on. He had thought that the battle between the two parties would last for 10 to 15 days, and that there would be enough time for him to find a loophole so that he could influence the situation in secret and balance the strength of the two sides. But as it turned out, Feng Yuzhong had mobilized all his strength at the very beginning. He seemed to be ready to finish the battle once and for all. Two nascent soul-stage cultivators may not be enough to stop Bai Xinghe. But it will be hard to say if his first true disciple, whom he views almost as his foster son, betrays him. Liao was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only do some tricks to the crystal bombs he planted, but he was not confident in their effects at all. Bai Xinghe, you are the pirate potentate. Last time I saw you, you were as awesome as any man could ever be. Don't tell me that you will be fooled so easily. Since the first explosion, Capital Nest had been caught in an ocean of flames. Mining holes were crumbling and collapsing everywhere. Buildings weighing thousands of tons turned into debris. Countless space pirates on the way were crushed into mud by the collision before they had the chance to scream. The 100 docks, crystal suit centers, mineral purification factories, and magical equipment warehouses under Bai Xinghe's control were attacked furiously at the same time. In the hall of the Meeting of Heroes in Space, intense explosions had taken place too. Amid the dense smoke, many space pirates who were loyal to Feng Yuzhong and the Temple of Immortals ripped off their disguises and started attacking in the chaos. Those space pirates thought that Feng Yuzhong and the elites of the Temple of Immortals were lurking nearby and were about to launch a fatal attack against Bai Xinghe soon. They did not know that they were merely chess pieces for the Temple of Immortals and cannon fodder that were destined to be sacrificed. Havoc. There was nothing but havoc in the heart of Spider Den. Explosions were everywhere. Flames were everywhere. And poisonous gas was everywhere. Countless space pirates were fighting each other in the maze-like tunnels. At first, they managed to tell friend from foe by the battle emblem on their chests. But later, as their crystal suits broke and their battle emblem were hidden by blood, the rampant space pirates could only shout when they met a stranger. Bai Xinghe or Feng Yuzhong? If the stranger hesitated for a moment, they would be killed instantly. Boom, boom, boom. A warehouse of crystals buried deep down the ground was detonated, triggering a minor earthquake. Nobody knew whether it was caused by Bai Xinghe or Feng Yuzhong. The blast raged below the ground and collapsed almost 100 tunnels, crushing all the space pirates inside together with their crystal suits. The earth was ripped apart. Scorching steam jetted out. The magma at the bottom of the planet was stirring. Like a bat whose wings were folded, Liao lurked in the darkness, absolutely still. But deep inside his heart, a series of explosions were taking place, causing a mess in his mind. Would Bai Xinghe come? Liao predicted that he would. In the scheme, the attack in the Meeting of Heroes in Space seemed to be faked by the Temple of Immortals, whose real purpose was to force Bai Xinghe to focus all of his available strength on the meeting hall. Then, it seemed that the soldiers of the Temple of Immortals, Black Spider Tower, and the Storm Prison Pirate Gang would blow up the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center and execute Bai Wulei. The Red Steel Crystal Suit Center was the foundation of Bai Xinghe's success, and Bai Wulei was essentially his heir and the number 2 person in his gang. Nothing could happen to them. If Bai Xinghe really made such a judgment, he would definitely suppress the chaos in the Meeting of Heroes in Space as quickly as possible and rush to Bai Wulei's rescue without thinking about anything else. Liao could already infer what would be on Bai Xinghe's mind in such a short time. Since the Temple of Immortals had planned for a long time, and Bai Wulei, as Bai Xinghe's first true disciple, must have a deep understanding about his master's personality. The traps they set up must be immaculate, and Bai Xinghe would most certainly walk right into them. Since the moment of Bai Wulei's betrayal, Bai Xinghe had already lost the fight before it began. While Liao was pondering, an ominous buzz echoed inside his crystal processor. He's really here. Li Yao's pupils constricted to 2 needle tips. On the map displayed on his crystal processor, a cluster of immense spiritual energy was lunging at the red steel crystal suit center at a speed several times higher than the speed of sound. Li Yao considered sending out telepathic thoughts in order to probe more precisely. However, nascent soul stage cultivators were very sensitive to the spying of other people. In order not to alarm the prey, Feng Yuzhong strictly forbade everybody from detecting the situation actively and only allowed them to receive the spiritual energy radiation that Bai Xinghe released. Li Yao was of a mind to warn Bai Xinghe of the traps there by peeping at him with telepathic thoughts. However, Bai Xinghe was definitely not a man of integrity. He was a ferocious bandit. If Li Yao reminded him, he would absolutely flee as quickly as possible, leaving Li Yao alone to face the suspicions of Feng Yuzhong, the Black King, Bai Wulei, and the rest of them. Although Li Yao did not wish for Bai Xinghe to be killed too quickly, he did not intend to get himself killed either. Besides, Bai Xinghe was extremely fast. While Li Yao was hesitating, he had already marched into the red steel crystal suit center, which was now a furiously burning building. Ah! He's here! Boss Bai! It's Boss Bai! Li Yao felt that some 20 monkeys were tickling him. He could only search for Bai Xinghe's traces through the picture captured by other people's crystal cameras. Everybody was moving at a supersonic speed. The pictures they captured were all swirling. Li Yao was about to throw up just watching all of them. Right at this moment, everything froze. The daunting aura that Bai Xinghe released suppressed everybody where they stood. Li Yao finally saw clearly Bai Xinghe's appearance through the picture captured by dozens of exos from various angles. Bai Xinghe was wearing a bright blue middle-sized crystal suit. Gold stripes were interweaving on the surface of the crystal suit, making the shell of the crystal suit look like dragon scales. Every dragon scale was vibrating at a high frequency and emitting bluish colors, adding to the mysteriousness of the crystal suit. The 2 shoulders looked like 2 dragon heads which had opened their bloody mouths. 6 artificial arms extended from his back, the front ends of which were all grimacing dragon heads. Together with the 2 on the shoulders, the 8 dragon heads were each holding a ball in their mouths. Some of the balls contained thousands of spluttering electric arcs. Some of the balls seemed to be filled with endless flames, with magma blossoming out. Some of the balls were bright blue and seemed nothing unusual, but the mouths that stored them were wreathed in thick frost. Hiu! 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 The 8 dragon heads craned and spat the balls in their mouths out toward the crystal suits nearby at an unbelievable speed. The crystal suits that were hit by the lightning balls were pierced, locked, and torn apart by hundreds of deep blue electric arcs immediately. Those hit by the flame balls were melted together with the exos inside into a pool of steel. Those hit by the frost balls lost all their color and turned into gray statues. So much as somebody tuffed them slightly, they would crumble into countless ice shards the size of fingernails and collapse. It was Bai Xinghe's personal crystal suit, Dragon King, which was said to have been made based on multiple secret arts of the Star Ocean Imperium and was the strongest crystal suit on Spider Den. Li Yao was deeply fascinated, not by the invincibility of Bai Xinghe, but by his Dragon King battlesuit. The Dragon King battlesuit did not look like a dead object at all. It looked as if 8 real dragons were hovering around him and protecting him when he was wearing the crystal suit. Hiss! Suddenly, there was nothing but blankness in Li Yao's eyes. All the light beams were occupied by snowflakes. In the meantime, an intense blast swept across the entire crystal suit center like a tsunami that had hit the seashore. Li Yao was alarmed, knowing that Feng Yuzhong and Master Hidden Fog must have revealed themselves. The brutal clash of 3 nascent soul stage cultivators jammed the transmission of telepathic thoughts and tore apart the network. In a trance, Li Yao received 2 information streams simultaneously. The first information stream was a raging, unpredictable galaxy. Countless stars were falling upon the world like a waterfall, drowning everybody in the boundless ocean. He had the feeling that he was too insignificant to resist anything and could only kneel down and pray. The second information stream, on the other hand, consisted of thousands of bronze faces that were floating in midair. They constituted a maze of faces, each of which were screaming miserably and shedding tears of blood. It was equally soul-stirring and made Liao want to shrink back and shudder. The two information streams were like two different worlds that were colliding heavily without conceding at all. Liao knew that the telepathic thoughts, the spirits, and the will of the two experts in the nascent soul stage were fighting hard. A battle in the nascent soul stage could never be underestimated. Many less capable cultivators were not able to withstand the pressure when the telepathic thoughts of the two of them were at war. They all fell to the back one after another, holding their heads. Even the iron tubes of the crystal suit centers were at the mercy of the daunting aura. Amid screeching noises, one rivet after another darted out. Liao could see nothing but snowflakes on the light beams, and his brain was occupied by the absolutely dominating aura of the two nascent soul stage cultivators. He could not spare any of his attention to sense the real situation of the battle at all. Besides, the nascent soul stage cultivators were all amazingly fast. They could launch dozens of fatal attacks within a second. Victory or failure could be determined within a breath. There was no way that they would fight for 300 rounds like low-level cultivators did. While Liao was awed, another entity that was sharp and looked like black smoke intervened in the competition between two nascent soul stage cultivators. The Black King of the Temple of Immortals, as well as the previous leader of Black Spider Tower, finally took action. Almost at the same time, in the depths of the red steel crystal suit center, thunderous noises were breaking out. Then, an ear-splitting shout was heard. "By Wulei, you too?" Liao's heart shook violently. He could picture what had happened just now. As a well-known expert, Bai Xinghe was above the middle level of the nascent soul stage at the very least, while Feng Yuzhong was in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage at best. Of course, Feng Yuzhong was no match for him during their competition. However, Master Hidden Fog, who was the Black King of the Temple of Immortals, seized the moment to launch his attack. With Bai Xinghe's wisdom, he must have foreseen that somebody from the Temple of Immortals would join the battle on Feng Yuzhong's side in person. Therefore, the appearance of the Black King was within his expectations. But he did not know that both Feng Yuzhong and the Black King were merely disguises to distract his attention. His enemy's real deadly move was made by Wulei, his first true disciple who came to help him a hurry just now. Two nascent soul stage cultivators caught him in a fierce battle, so that Wulei, an expert in the peak of the core formation stage, and half a step away from breaking into the nascent soul stage, could launch the fatal attack behind his back. Liao had every reason to believe that Wulei must have carried some powerful magical equipment that the Temple of Immortals offered him, and he had heavily wounded Bai Xinghe instantly. In that moment, dozens of people roared from various directions around the entire red steel crystal suit center. The core formation stage experts of the Temple of Immortals and Black Spider Tower all lunged up. The Ghost Knights, who were fighting bloody battles against their enemy, also shifted their target and bombarded Bai Xinghe together with the crystal cannons that had been deployed to the critical firing points. The corpses lying awry on the ground jerked up instantly, some interfering with Bai Xinghe's senses, some dragging him down, and some standing in the paths of his escape. 100 experts were trying to hunt the pirate potentate together. Capital Nest was in an utter mess. Most of Bai Xinghe's people had been stalled in the main district. Also, since the Ghost Knights, his strongest assault team, had been stationed in this place, Bai Xinghe had come with only a few trusted subordinates. Confident in his personal strength and much faster than his subordinates, Bai Xinghe had been all by himself when he marched into the Crystal Suit Center. When the ambushes were launched, the dozens of subordinates that Bai Xinghe brought with him had only just arrived. They were immediately attacked by the Immortal Army and Spider Thorn at the same time. "Ah!" Bai Xinghe roared. As if a thunderclap had just broken out, the entire Crystal Suit Center was uttering clattering noises. The ultra-large furnaces weighing thousands of tons seemed to be ringing, with humming sounds echoing non-stop. Liao felt that his ears were numb, and his heart was heavier and heavier. Bai Xinghe had lost his cool. Liao sighed. He had hoped that Bai Xinghe would still have some last resorts. For example, Bai Wulei was actually his spy in the Temple of Immortals and would cooperate with him at the crucial moment to slay Feng Yuzhong and the Black King. Right now, the idea ridiculous, Bai Wulei had truly betrayed Bai Xinghe. What do I do? I thought that the two large pirate gangs would have a prolonged battle, and that I could take the advantage and investigate Heavenly Saints City and the immortal cultivators in secret and even earn some person benefits in the meantime. I didn't expect that Bai Xinghe would fail so fast. As soon as he is killed, those fickle pirates will certainly join the Temple of Immortals side without even batting an eye. Moreover, Bai Wulei has the strongest soldiers of the Abyss Pirate Gang under his control. Chances are that everything will be settled by tomorrow morning. If so, the immortal cultivators will gain full control over Spider Denver. With Bai Xinghe's map and key, they can also excavate the secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium that are buried deep below the ground. No, I cannot let things go their way. Liao secretly gritted his teeth. He did not know whether or not the Grand Illusionary Soldier project proposed by Xianxia was associated with the Temple of Immortals and Immortal Cultivators. But one thing was absolutely certain. Once the Temple of Immortals controlled the underground fortress of Spider Den, their strength would definitely increase significantly, and more space zones would be savaged by them miserably. More innocent ordinary people would be involved in the fire of war, just like the citizens on the 10th space ring of Heavenly Saints City. I must stop them. Bai Xinghe can't die, at least for now. If Bai Xinghe is alive, the flip-floppers will still be awed by his prestige and won't obey the Temple of Immortals completely without second thoughts. More importantly, I cannot allow the Temple of Immortals to take over the underground fortress of Spider Den. Right then, another earth-shaking explosion took place inside the Crystal Suit Center. As if a weird swirl appeared out of nowhere and minced everything that it absorbed into smithereens. Feng Yuzhong was startled and angry shouts came over in the communication channel. Stop him! Opportunity only knocks once. It's showtime. The killing intent inside Liao's eyes blinked like a sharp blade. He jumped up and accelerated beyond the speed of sound instantly as he dashed to the sky of the battlefield. He saw that almost 20 streams of colorful brilliance that were rushing and hovering. They were tangled together, and then they were colliding into each other heavily. Several of the streams suddenly exploded. In midair, the remains of gear seemed to be frozen. They were floating around the streams of brilliance, scattered. Dragged by the chaotic spiritual energy, they turned into the most fatal weapons, tearing everything in the way apart. Liao was greatly shocked. He could tell after a quick look that these scraps did not belong to crystal suits but Ares extensions. Judging from the number and category of the debris, there were multiple Ares extensions. How scary! It's been less than half a minute since Bai Xinghe stepped into the trap, and these people have already blown up almost 5 Ares extensions with their brute force? Liao finally understood why the solid crystal suit center a moment ago turned into a ragged building that seemed to be just hit by a meteor shower. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. The streams of brilliance clashed brutally. Every collision seemed to be ripping space apart. Even though Liao was more than 100 meters away, he was already shaking because of the blast. Shwa! Half a second later, the bluish brilliance suddenly screamed. The glove of a crystal suit together with half a bloody palm flew into the sky. It was Bai Xinghe. Half of his left hand had been chopped off. Bai Wulei was overjoyed. He knew that Bai Xinghe's most treasured cosmos ring was on the 4th finger of his left hand, which had soared into the sky together with the broken hand. Bai Wulei immediately summoned his spiritual energy to snatch the broken hand. A tiny loophole appeared in the previously flawless siege. Feng Yuzhong shrieked. He did it on purpose. Leave the broken hand alone. There was no time. Before Feng Yuzhong uttered the first syllable, Bai Xinghe had already roared. The bluish brilliance grew into a raging dragon and dashed out of the siege. It was exactly the moment that Liao had been waiting for. He was the first to lunge forward. Boom! 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 Liao seemed to have turned into a great crystal bomb himself. Almost 20 fireballs suddenly exploded around him. The colorful smoke devoured Bai Xinghe like a grimacing giant beast. However, half a second later, a miserable scream echoed inside the stomach of the giant beast. Before Liao hit the ground with smoke all over his body like a falling star, Bai Xinghe's speed was not affected at all. The dragon-shaped brilliance darted toward the depths of the crystal suit centers. He swept across everything like a tornado and raised a series of collapses and explosions. Smoke, dust, and fire completely concealed his path of escape. When Feng Yuzhong, Bai Wulei, and the Black King reached the back of the crystal suit centers, they could only see a world of scrap and debris. There was no hint of Bai Xinghe whatsoever. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Liao tried to hold back his heartbeat that had reached more than 300 beats per second and managed to sit up straight. He lowered his head and discovered that the breastplate of the drunk bat battlesuit had been battered and that there was a bruise larger than his fist on his chest. When he observed more carefully, he even found tiny strokes on the bruise. The bruise rendered Liao speechless. It was because the bruise had not been caused by Xinghe's fist, but by the index finger of his right hand. All the tiny strokes were actually Bai Xinghe's fingerprint that had been left on Liao's chest through his crystal suit. When Bai Xinghe's spiritual energy burst out, the pirate potentate is indeed terrifying. After being stabbed in the back by an expert in the peak of the core formation stage, who he trusted most, and fighting against 2 nascent soul stage cultivators for a long time under the collective attack of hundreds of brutal bandits, he abandoned the most precious part of his hand like a gecko and created a chance of survival for himself. Also, during his escape, he blew up my breastplate with nothing but a finger. Although Liao was not wearing his most advanced mystic skeleton battlesuit and he had suppressed his capability to the high level of the building foundation stage on purpose, the terrifying capability that Bai Xing had demonstrated still surprised him. Feng Yuzhong, Bai Wulei, and the Black King landed on the ground heavily. Although their faces were unclear, Liao could sense the gloom over their heads. Feng Yuzhong's eyebrow was furrowed. The crystal bombs that Liao detonated a moment ago without caring about anything somehow jammed their vision and telepathic thoughts. They did not really help block Bai Xinghe at all. However, it was Feng Yuzhong himself who issued the command, "Stop him." Liao was the first to answer the call and got beaten up miserably by Bai Xinghe. He should be credited even though he did not contribute at all. It was a time when every soldier mattered, so Feng Yuzhong found it inappropriate to blame him. He helped Liao to his feet and said solemnly, "Fellow cultivator Bloody Vulture, are you all right?" I'm fine." Liao took off his facial cover and vomited a mouthful of blood. Faking a pale face, he replied miserably, "Bai Xinghe is really strong." Feng Yuzhong narrowed his eyes and looked around. He said seriously in the communication channel, "Fellow cultivator Bloody Vulture is tough and brave and has made great contributions. As everybody can see, Bai Xinghe's Cosmos Ring is now in our hands. With Bai Wulei leading the way, we are now able to enter the underground fortress at any time to excavate the secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium in the depths of Spider Den. By then, fellow cultivator Bloody Vulture will be the first to select the techniques and the magical equipment that he likes." Greedy breaths could be heard in the communication channel. Fellow cultivators, Bai Xinghe is nearing his last breath. Just now, he suffered a critical blow by Wulei and fought a long time with me and Master Hidden Fog. Of his internal organs, his liver, kidney, and spleen have been broken apart. The fractured bones on his body are too many to count. Even though he is in the nascent soul stage, it is impossible for him to repair all his broken internal organs within several hours. Right now, his capability is in the building foundation stage at best. The fight between him and fellow cultivator Bloody Vulture further proof. Fellow cultivator Bloody Vulture is in the high level of the building foundation stage, but Bai Xinghe's full-strength attack only battered his crystal suit without killing him instantly. We should also bear in mind that it was when his wounds were suppressed by his spiritual energy. The longer he delays, the heavier his wounds will be, and the less likely that he will be able to get them under control with his spiritual energy. Search immediately. He can't run far away. We must find Bai Xinghe even if we have to turn the city upside down. Whoever discovers Bai Xinghe first will be qualified to be the first to enter the underground fortress. The space pirates were greatly relieved when they saw that Liao could still stand on his feet after taking an attack from Bai Xinghe, although his crystal suit was broken. Right now, everything had basically been settled. It was the greatest opportunity to take advantage of the heavily wounded pirate potentate. Moreover, they did not even need to attack Bai Xinghe in person. As soon as they found Bai Xinghe's tracks, they could send a message through the network to Feng Yuzhong. The nascent soul stage cultivators would immediately rush over and finish him. Now that Bai Xinghe's cosmos ring had fallen into Bai Wulei's hands, the space pirates were all envisioning an underground treasury whose gate was opening slowly to reveal the endless secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium waiting to be excavated. They all cheered and applauded for the achievement so far. Bai Wulei raised Bai Xinghe's broken hand high and showed the cosmos ring on it to everybody, while he declared, Bai Xinghe has a lot of secret bases in Capital Nest. He told some of them to me personally but kept the rest a secret. He thought that I did not know them at all. He did not know that I have been investigating them in secret for a long time. All his secret bases are crystal clear to me. Our time is precious. I'm about to send the coordinates of Bai Xinghe's secret bases to your crystal processors. You will start searching for him immediately. Don't give him any time to rest. When a nascent soul stage cultivator rushed at full speed, they could run to more than 10 kilometers away every minute. Therefore, it was indeed important that they took action instantly. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuzhong, Bai Wulei, and the Black King, as well as the experts from Black Spider Tower and the Immortal Army, marched toward Bai Xinghe's secret bases. The rest of the brutal bandits also rubbed their fists and dispersed, motivated by the prospect of treasures. The crystal suit center that was exceptionally lively a while ago was now wreathed in dead silence. Nothing could be heard except the collapsing sounds of the furnaces and heavy facilities established at higher locations, which were falling off because the foundations supporting them had broken apart. Liao took off the broken drunk bat battlesuit slowly and vomited the last mouthful of blood that he had faked. While he lowered his head and pretended to cough, he hid the bouncing brilliance inside his eyes deeply. Through the risky confrontation with Bai Xinghe a moment ago, he had achieved 3 purposes. Firstly, the crystal bombs that he detonated had interfered with everybody's vision and telepathic thoughts and slightly increased Bai Xinghe's odds of escape. Secondly, one of the crystal bombs that he detonated stored a special drug named ice butterfly powder. Such a drug was retrieved from the bodies of dozens of insects and refined into 2 genders, male and female. When the female drug was released, it would be stuck to the human body and could not be washed away easily. The drug was flavorless and colorless. It gave no painful or itchy feelings when it touched the skin. If the victim was not looking for it, they would never feel anything wrong. However, as long as the essence of the male drug was dipped into the eyes, one would be able to vaguely see the traces that the ice butterfly powder left in the air. It was like Liao had put a reel of threads on Bai Xinghe's body and was holding one end of the threads in his hands. Wherever Bai Xinghe was hiding, he would be able to track the guy and find him. The refining methods of the ice butterfly powder was an ancient prescription that Liao had found in the heavenly refining tower in Oyezi's memory pieces. Liao believed that even Bai Xinghe would not know of such a secret art in the world. Thirdly, Liao was trying to wreck the drunk bat battlesuit with Bai Xinghe's hands. Before the battle, the drunk bat battlesuit had been connected to the network on Feng Yuzhong's side. Everybody's vision and coordinates were shared. For commanders such as Feng Yuzhong, they were also aware of the performance parameters of every crystal suit. While Liao could see the picture from the main perspective through other people's crystal cameras, other people naturally could see a lot of things through the crystal cameras of the drunk bat battlesuit. But in the search that followed, Liao did not wish to be monitored by Feng Yuzhong all the time, nor would he want other people to see anything they should not see through his crystal cameras when he found Bai Xinghe. If he switched to a different crystal suit without a good reason, he would raise a lot of suspicion under whatever pretext. But right now, since the drunk bat battlesuit was on the brink of destruction, he put on his standby crystal suit and was in too much of a hurry to search for Bai Xinghe to join Feng Yuzhong's network again. It made sense more or less now. Shua! Liao pointed at his forehead with his index finger and his middle finger of his right hand, retrieving a very commonly seen crystal suit on Spider Den named Dark Crow Battlesuit from his Cosmos Ring. The crystal suit had been specially modified by Liao, not to strengthen it but to weaken it. All the complicated components were removed, Except for the fundamental rune arrays, it was essentially an empty shell. Moreover, mini crystal bombs had been installed to all the joints of the crystal suit. It was made sure that the crystal suit would be detonated instantly at his telepathic thought. The sole purpose of the modification was to reduce the hindrances during his air change and make it even faster. He would be able to summon the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, his real trump card, in the blink of an eye. To start with, Liao was already an expert of air change. His speed in putting on a different crystal suit was already fast enough. Through such a design, he would not be changing into a different crystal suit. He would be simply putting on one. Therefore, the speed at which he put on the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit would certainly be higher than what the enemy anticipated. As long as he was 0.1 seconds faster than the enemy's expectation, it would be much more likely that he secured the final victory of the battle. Swoosh! Liao turned into a streak of blackness and disappeared into the depths of Capital Nest. Taking quite a few turns and reaching the corner of a mining hole, Liao stopped and dipped 2 clusters of a translucent, deep blue ointment into his eyes. When he returned to the sky of the Crystal Suit Center, Liao was confident and observed the battlefield from a high stance, trying to find the traces of the target. A weird thing happened. On the northeast corner of the crystal suit, a vague blue trace was floating, as if countless blue butterflies were dancing. It was the trace that the ice butterfly powder left in the air and also the route of Bai Xinghe's escape. However, the blue trace did not extend to far away and simply vanished into thin air. Leaning against the wall of the mining hole, Liao dashed close silently. He investigated where the trace disappeared, only to find that it was an area of collapsed debris. Countless narrow gaps were among the broken ultra-large furnaces. Deep inside the furnaces, the blue trace could be clearly seen again. Could it be? Liao's heart was beating fast as he thought of a possibility. Bai Xinghe was indeed bold. When everybody thought that he would run far away because of his heavy wounds, he had returned to hide in the depths of the Crystal Suit Center right below Feng Yuzhong, Bai Wulei, and the Black King's noses after leaving the impression that he had left. Liao secretly complimented the pirate potentate before he blinked into the debris. In the middle of utter darkness, the trace of the ice butterfly power was still crystal clear. Liao followed Bai Xinghe's route of escape and gradually moved downwards after a few zigzags. Passing through 2 ventilation tubes and 1 forsaken transmission tube of materials, wriggling quietly for almost 10 minutes, and jumping off a fracture, Liao arrived at a stinky sewage processing pool. It was not ordinary sewage that was processed here, but the cooling liquids from the refining work and the residues after heavenly materials and earthly treasures were purified in the Crystal Suit Center. Most of the sewage was highly poisonous and corrosive. Inside the pool, almost 100 kinds of different sewage in various colors were blended, making it look like a great vat where bubbles were popping up non-stop. Despite the filtering of his crystal suit, Liao still felt that 2 burning chisels had been stabbed into his nostrils. It was quite unpleasant. The pool was surrounded by tubes leading in every direction. There were also several dark pathways whose destinations Liao did not know. However, none of the channels had the trace of the ice butterfly powder. On the other hand, the surface of the colorful sewage was vaguely reflecting the dim light of the powder when Liao observed it carefully. Liao sneered and raised his wariness while he jumped into the sewage. He had been prepared for the possibility that Bai Xinghe was lurking right inside the pool. However, there was something else inside the pool. A long outlet tube was at the bottom of the pool and led to nobody knew where. Liao frowned. Normal liquids could not wash off the ice butterfly powder, but the sewage here was mixed with the waste of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures and had removed most of the ice butterfly powder. He could only vaguely sense the starry brilliance before him now. Liao swam forward hard. After floating in the dark, dirty water for almost 20 minutes, he suddenly felt a hint of brightness above his head. He groped and found a hole more than 1 meter in diameter in the top of the tube. The edge of the hole was quite rough, and it was exactly the size for a man in crystal suit to crawl out. This is the place. Liao was refreshed. He suddenly raised his hands and tossed out a flare that stored super flashing rune arrays as well as an ordinary crystal bomb. As he expected, The moment the crystal bomb exploded, a furious wind blew past above the tube. Liao took the opportunity to jump up. Before the enemy realized what was going on, he threw out yet another 2 flashbangs and 2 decoys. A high-pitched shriek burst out in the narrow space which was soon enshrouded in black smoke. Liao was like a giant spider when he dashed out of the tube. He slid on the ground on all fours to the edge of the narrow room. Everything was covered in smoke. Under the interference of the lights, noise, and telepathic thoughts, Xianxia, who was already heavily wounded, would not be able to locate his precise location, while he could lock onto his enemy with the last traces of the ice butterfly powder. Xianxia realized that his precious attack had failed and immediately calmed down. Like a wounded tiger, he crouched to the side of Liao. While the flashbangs gradually faded out, Liao glanced at the surroundings and discovered that he was in a secret chamber no larger than 5 square meters. Green moss was growing all over the walls. Cockroaches and rats were fleeing in a hurry to the corners. Then, he was wreathed by absolute darkness again and faced with the most terrifying man on Spider Den silently. Hum, 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 hum. Liao's every brain cell was shaking violently, and his computational ability soared as he recalled Xianxia's appearance that he had caught a moment ago. The man was still wearing the Dragon King battlesuit, but it had been twisted during the high-intensity combat. The 8 previously magnificent dragon heads were now dangling down. 2 of the heads had been entirely chopped off, with only half the artificial limb left, like eels that had been skinned and beheaded. Besides his broken left hand, which was still bleeding, there was a shocking giant hole on his abdomen. Although he was suppressing the wound with his spiritual energy, Liao still vaguely saw the scattered organs through the flesh and blood. Xianxia could not have looked more lackluster. But Liao was absolutely certain that it was faked. Right now, Liao had 2 options. Or rather, he had 2 purposes by chasing after Xianxia at risk. If Xianxia was still capable of fighting, Liao would try everything he could to cooperate with him. He would try to restore the man's strength so that he could gather his remaining troops and drag the Temple of Immortals down like a sticky, smelly candy. The strength of the immortal cultivators would be reduced as much as possible this way. But if Xianxia was too heavily wounded to be saved, Liao would kill him in advance, and then he would take away the Dragon King battlesuit, the best crystal suit on Spider Den. Liao had not done much murdering before robbing, but since his opponent was the pirate potentate and a criminal who had committed countless gory crimes, he would not be bothered at all if he had to do it. Liao had witnessed the invincibility of the Dragon King battlesuit in person just now. Although he was betrayed by his disciple and 2 experts in the nascent soul stage were attacking him collectively, Xianxia had still managed to kill at least 3 core formation stage cultivators instantly with the Dragon King battlesuit. The 8 extendable artificial arms of the Dragon King battlesuit, as well as the dragon balls that can devour and pour out spiritual energy, are all perfect magical equipment. If I can combine the Dragon King battlesuit and the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit by tearing off the 8 dragon heads and installing them on my crystal suit, well, wouldn't it be the best crystal suit in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector? Liao was hooked by the idea. To save or to kill all depended on Xianxia's strength. Liao had not figured out the real status of his opponent yet. The scenes on the carrier occurred to him again. It was very clear to him that he was dealing with a ferocious tiger right now, and he could not be too careful. Liao held the key to the dilemma here, so he was not afraid of waiting. In the end, Xianxia lost his patience and said solemnly in the darkness, "I'm told that a brutal man named Bloody Vulture, who is adept at crystal bombs, recently joined Feng Yuzhong's side. I trust that it is you. You were the first to charge at me a moment ago, but you helped me to escape indirectly by disturbing the vision and senses of Feng Yuzhong and the rest of them." "Why?" Liao replied, "If I say that I'm actually a worshipper of Boss Bai, and that I pretended to join Feng Yuzhong just so that I could make great contributions by rebelling at the crucial moment, would you believe it?" "No," Xianxia said. After Liao continued, "Perhaps I felt that the benefits I would get by handing you over were less than those I would get by helping you hide. So I utilized a secret tracking skill on Boss Bai when I let you go on purpose so that I could swallow Boss Bai's trophies after I found you alone. Naturally, If Boss Bai does not try to keep me quiet with great treasures, I will sabotage Boss Bai's escape plan even at the risk of my death. I wonder, do you believe that? This is a much more reasonable explanation, Bai Xinghe observed. Clever rabbits have multiple nests. Li Yao continued. Boss Bai wouldn't tell all your secrets to your first true disciple, would you? After all, he was only your disciple, not your son. Speaking of which, I'm told that Boss Bai has even slain one of your sons before. Li Yao tried to infuriate Bai Xinghe and find his weak spot, but Bai Xinghe did not seem offended at all. He said calmly, "That's a fair point. I indeed have several shelters where valuable items are stored. Cultivation arts, techniques, magical equipment, crystal suit, you name it. As long as cough cough. As you escort me to my shelter, I can give you whatever you want. Boss Bai, promise as you will, but please don't pretend that you are heavily wounded by coughing," Li Yao said. "However bad your injuries are, I believe that you can manage to suppress a few coughs. Of course, I desire your treasures. Escorting you to your shelter is not a problem either. The real problem is how I can trust you. It is not far from the ground here, and you are heavily wounded right now. If we get into a fight, Feng Yuzhong's people will notice immediately. Therefore, even if you hate my guts, it's impossible that you fight me here. I'm absolutely safe in this place. However, when we reach your shelter, or rather, your secret base, there are bounded to be countless traps under your control. With your cultivation in the nascent soul stage, even though your internal organs are broken, they can be more or less repaired after some time. If you suddenly attack me by then, I will have no one to turn to at all. If the conundrum remains unsolved, our cooperation or negotiation will be completely groundless. Indeed, it is very considerate of you, my young friend Bloody Vulture," Bai Xinghe praised. "It is indeed a serious problem. Honestly speaking, my young friend, right now, I'm thinking about how I can skin you and mince you into pieces at the earliest chance." "Hee. You don't mind, do you?" Li Yao smiled. "Not at all. I'm totally cool with it. It's perfect, normal, and understandable that Boss Bai thinks so." Bai Xinghe nodded. "It seems that we are at an impasse right now. I'm like a piece of delicious meat but with bones stuck in your throat. Your stomach will be hurt if you swallow me, but you will feel regretful if you spit me out. It's truly a dilemma. However, since you decided to come after me when you knew the dilemma, I believe you must have a perfect solution to it. I'm all ears." Shua. Li Yao retrieved a piece of magical equipment the size of an egg, which was round, emitted a greenish color, and seemed to be carved out of jade, out of his cosmos ring, and threw it over. "Honestly speaking, I have always admired Boss Bai, and I've made countless plans of cooperation should I have the opportunity one day. Boss Bai is the pirate potentate. You are as tough as a tiger and as audacious as a lion. With a simple yawn, you can devour me, who is nothing but an insignificant sparrow. Cooperating with you is like putting one of my feet in hell. One moment of carelessness, and my head might be chopped off. Therefore, I thought hard for a long time and figured out a stupid approach. This is a middle-sized crystal bomb that contains a minor marrow crystal. It is connected to my brain through a telepathic thought reception array and can be detonated in 3 ways. Firstly, if I recite the spell in my brain with a telepathic thought, it will be immediately detonated. Secondly, if my heartbeat stops or my brainwaves no longer spread out, it will be immediately detonated. Thirdly, if the crystal bomb is more than 100 meters away from me, it will be immediately detonated. Please take a look carefully, Boss Bai. This crystal bomb is my masterpiece. Layers of defense rune arrays have been carved on it to make sure that it will not explode unless one of the 3 conditions are met. It won't explode no matter how hard it is struck, crushed, or shaken. Now, will you open your mouth slowly and swallow the crystal bomb? With Boss Bai's expertise, it is definitely possible to fix the crystal bomb in your stomach by controlling your muscles. After that, I will have a bargaining chip to contain Boss Bai. Our cooperation will be implemented based on mutual trust and reciprocity. Isn't it right? Bai Xinghe's warm and comforting voice gradually turned sharp, mixed with anger of being fooled. Hee. The world has indeed changed. Even a building foundation stage cultivator dares to play tricks in front of me now. Liao said calmly. Boss bye. There's no need to pretend that you are angry. We are both clear that the crystal bomb cannot kill a nascent soul stage cultivator. Even if you suffer fatal wounds, I believe you have 100 methods to slay a minor building foundation stage cultivator before your death. Therefore, unless I've gone mad, I will never detonate the bomb if it is absolutely necessary. All healthy negotiations must be built on equal terms. If one party has a capability far higher than the other, their negotiation might break apart at any point. My proposal is only meant to avoid risks. If we can both kill each other at any time, we will be in a balance of mutual deterrence, or mutually assured destruction, if you will. If you do not want to succumb to such humiliation, it doesn't matter. Let's fight now and see if Feng Yuzhong and the Temple of Immortals people can trace back to us by the explosions and noises. You may take your time to consider, but I cannot guarantee that I was not followed while on my way here. Chances are that Feng Yuzhong has already come down and is showing up at any moment. Like a silent tortoise, Bai Xinghe pondered carefully for a long time. In the end, he smiled bitterly. It seems that I'm truly old now. Bai Wulei at first and Blood Vulture now. Spider Den in the future definitely belongs to the young people. The pirate potentate was indeed decisive. Realizing that the situation was not in his favor, he picked up the crystal bomb, opened his facial cover, and swallowed it. Patting his belly, Bai Xinghe asked casually, My young friend, do you want to perceive with your spiritual energy and see whether I have swallowed the bomb or tricked you? I already did. The crystal bomb is indeed in your stomach. Now you can talk about our routes of escape, boss Bai, Liao said. The chamber is enclosed on all sides and full of poisonous gas. There is not a second exit. You are not planning to hide here for a year and a half hoping that Feng Yuzhong won't find you, are you? Bai Xinghe chuckled in a low voice and floated in midair with the help of the Dragon King battlesuit. Liao did not ease his vigilance at all after his opponent swallowed the crystal bomb. He stayed alert and prepared to summon the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit the moment anything went wrong. But Bai Xinghe went directly to the ceiling and groped for something carefully. Liao was dazed. He turned on the lights of his crystal camera and looked at the ceiling. Mud, stone, and moss were falling off. On the bare ceiling, a complicated rune array was gradually revealed. Bai Xinghe took out a bizarre-shaped crystal that looked like a cat paw and pressed it into a hollow on the ceiling. After a click, the crystal melded with the ceiling flawlessly. See? After the crystal was embedded, the rune array seemed to be woken up. Glamorous brilliance was beaming out, like the shining stars in a night sky. You are truly lucky, Bai Xinghe said solemnly. I agreed to cooperate with you not because I was scared that Feng Yuzhong would be attracted here before I killed you, but because I was scared that our fight might destroy the transportation array on the ceiling. Watching the glittering octagonal rune arrays dangling down from the ceiling, Liao secretly wiped his sweat. He was truly lucky. Since Bai Xinghe's internal organs were exposed to the air because of his heavy wounds, it had taken him longer to pass through the sewage processing pole. For Liao, with the help of the ice butterfly powder, he did not waste a second in the hunting. If he had been 3 to 5 minutes late, perhaps Bai Xinghe would have run away through the secret teleportation array. Judging from the complexity of the runes on the teleportation array and the energy level of the crystal that Bai Xinghe had inserted to drive it, it was a middle-sized teleportation array that could send people to almost 20 kilometers away. Capital Nest was a big place. Liao would never find him again if he ran 20 kilometers away from here. Gazing at the teleportation array, Liao reminded him, Don't forget that we cannot be more than 100 meters away from each other. Boss Bai. We should enter the teleportation array together. Bai Xinghe smiled and set his hands in a certain gesture, while his telepathic thoughts surged into the teleportation array along with his spiritual energy. A deep blue, cone-shaped pillar of light was immediately triggered inside the teleportation array. Bai Xinghe eyed Liao and made a let's go gesture. Taking a deep breath, Liao raised his alertness to the maximum, and he stood right next to the strongest, most brutal bandit on Spider Den. He was too close to the pirate potentate. Although he had other trump cards and had made full preparations, he still found it hard to breathe. Bai Xinghe chuckled in a low voice. An expert in the high level of the building foundation stage, adept at the arts of explosion and with such a sharp head, has never been known before? Even though you are new to Spider Den, you should have been a famous guy in space before. I wonder, which face is hiding behind the name of Bloody Vulture? Li Yao was surprised. Knowing that Bai Xinghe had sensed his psychological weakness, he was even more alarmed now. Before he replied, the blue brightness was denser than ever. They seemed to be placed in the middle of certain thick blue liquids. In a trance, Li Yao found himself in a completely different space. It was a dry cave with withered plants everywhere on the ground. Other than the teleportation array under their feet, there was only a zigzagging gap leading to nobody knew where. After the two of them walked out of the teleportation array, Bai Xinghe punched back and destroyed the transportation array with his surging spiritual energy. Now, even though Feng Yuzhong could find the teleportation array on the other side, it was impossible for them to jump over through it. Li Yao glanced around. They could not have jumped to more than 20 kilometers away. Judging from the environment here, it should be the underground of Spider Den. Li Yao thought of something and asked, "Is this the underground fortress of Spider Den?" "This is just one of the entrances," Bai Xinghe replied casually. "I explored the fortress as a treasure hunter from the age of 7. I know every maze inside the place as clearly as I know the back of my hand. This place is more comfortable to me than my own bed. Is there a better place to serve as my last base?" Li Yao was curious. "If you can establish a teleportation array, why didn't you teleport us to the control center of the underground fortress directly?" "For the purpose of confidentiality." Bai Xinghe smiled and explained, "The fortress of the Star Ocean Imperium is much more complicated than you think. The center of the fortress is enclosed by a very powerful rune array based on the mother lodes below the ground, which can block all the space jumps. It is like an invisible shell that enshrouds the entire underground fortress. You cannot be teleported into it and can only walk into it on your feet. Such a design is meant to avoid the scenario where the enemy appeared right inside the fortress through certain mysterious teleportation techniques. Now let's get going." Bai Xinghe lowered his head and crammed into the zigzagging gap in an extremely awkward posture. Li Yao frowned. For some reason, although everything had been under his control after he found Bai Xinghe, he had a stronger and stronger sense of danger now. Endless pictures and sounds turned into crazily dancing butterflies inside his brain. They were about to condense into a modeled image, when they crumbled all of a sudden at the last moment. Seeing that Bai Xinghe was about to disappear into the gap, Li Yao perceived the crystal bomb and found it still inside Bai Xinghe's stomach, functioning. He made up his mind and followed Bai Xinghe into the gap. The gap was precisely the size of the skull and limbs of a human being. Once someone crammed into it, they would not be able to move their head and limbs at all and could only move forward slowly, boosted by their power rune array. After wriggling forward for more than half an hour, the path was gradually broadened, and Li Yao could crawl on all fours. After crawling for another 20 minutes, a metal tube with a fracture on it appeared on the side of the path. They struggled into the metal tube through the fracture. 5 minutes later, the two of them appeared in a dim metal pathway. The air was so stuffy that it seemed to have been frozen here for 10,000 years. One could even squeeze rust out of the air there. Li Yao glanced around and suddenly asked, "Wait a moment. Boss Bai, the map of the underground fortress and the spider key to deactivate all the traps have all fallen into Bai Wulei's hands together with your broken hand?" Or rather, Li Yao finally realized the source of his unease. Are there really such things as the map and the spider key? Bai Xinghe chuckled in a low voice again, which was echoing in the dark pathway. Of course there are. Don't presume that the Temple of Immortals is made of fools. They have been carefully planning for I don't know how long. Even my most trusted first true disciple has been converted to their side. I have truly suffered a brutal failure. What's there to say? The path we are currently on is not the main road of the underground fortress, but a shortcut that I explored myself. We won't be discovered if we go this way. The underground fortress is made of countless complicated mazes. It is 100 times larger than Capital Nest. The space pirates have been exploring it for hundreds of years and they haven't covered all the area yet. Are you worried that you might run into Feng Yuzhong and Bai Wulei? While talking, Bai Xinghe walked forward. After a short while, he took out a bottle from his pocket and squeezed 2 drops of ointment before smearing them on his eyelids. Then he threw the bottle to Liao. Smear the ointment on your eyelids. It will be good for you. Liao straightened his arms and kept the bottle as far away from himself as possible, while he observed and probed the bottle carefully with his spiritual threads. As a refiner who had read a lot of classics in the Heavenly Refining Tower on the ancient materials, he knew a thing or two about most heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The right gold ointment did not seem poisonous. Pondering for a moment, Liao closed his left eye and rehearsed for the combat mode where he only used his right eye. Then, he opened his facial cover and smeared a drop of the ointment on his left eyelid. Shwa! After the cool ointment leaked into his eyelid, countless narrow, golden threads immediately popped up in the dark pathway ahead of him. The threads were like snakes in a sea. They were floating, hovering, and entangling each other in midair. Occasionally, dozens of gold threads would condense together and blossom like a flower, only to split up abruptly and dart out like electric arcs at an amazing high speed. Liao vaguely felt that the activity of the gold threads was patterned. But after calculating for a while, he found that it was too complicated for him to get a result. Closing his left eye and looking ahead with his right eye, which was not smeared with the ointment, Liao found that the hallway was absolutely empty. Liao was secretly alarmed. It must be a certain defense array that was still functioning after 10,000 years. The technology of the Star Ocean Imperium was truly unbelievable. This is just a minor measure of defense in the underground fortress on the safest shortcut that I carefully selected, Bai Xinghe said. On other roads, the traps and rune arrays are too many to count. After 10,000 years, with the passage of time and the intense tectonic movements, only less than 1/10 of all the traps are still functioning. If it were 10,000 years ago when the fortress was just built, nobody would have been able to take over it without sacrificing tens of thousands of cultivators. Liao threw the bottle back to Bai Xinghe and said, "Lead the way." Bai Xinghe was surprised. "You only smeared one of your eyes?" "One eye is enough," replied Liao. There was no way that he would smear Bai Xinghe's ointment on both of his eyes. If Bai Xinghe had done something untoward to the ointment, at least he could save one of his eyes and retain the ability to counterattack. Bai Xinghe did not say anything more. His body suddenly turned into a streak of greenness as he dashed into the great array of gold threads. The swimming golden threads, upon sensing that an object of intense spiritual energy was approaching, were dancing twice as fast as before. Yet Bai Xinghe seemed to be well aware of the patterns of the gold threads. He jumped and moved inside the array casually. At first, he stuck to the ground like a dry leaf, then he moved forward on the wall like a gecko, and next he sprinted forward holding the ceiling. After a few jumps, he was already dozens of meters away. Liao stared at his routes of movement without blinking his eyes. Then he darted into the array of gold threads in exactly the same way as Bai Xinghe did. The dim, dark pathway did not seem to have an end. The area where the golden threads were dense was almost 1,000 meters long. Liao was able to follow Bai Xinghe in the beginning, but as he went deeper and the gold threads became thicker, Bai Xinghe's shadow turned mysterious and unpredictable. Liao had smeared the bright golden ointment that allowed him to see the array only on his left eye. Therefore, it was inevitable that he had misjudgment on the trajectory and speed of the golden threads. Just the moment before he charged out of the array, his crystal suit accidentally touched one of the golden threads. In the next moment, hew, dozens of gold threads, in unstoppable brilliance, turned into flying swords and darted at the critical parts all over Liao's body brutally at a speed 10 times higher than before. Liao's eyes widened. 3 layers of spiritual shields appeared on his body, and he leapt forward out of the array of gold threads agilely. The dozens of gold flying swords brushed past by him and left shallow traces on his crystal suit. The last one of them, however, was like a persistent parasite and stabbed into his left leg after a weird blink. Liao screamed and rolled on the ground. He uncovered his crystal suit and discovered that the gold flying sword had torn away a slice of his leg, leaving a scorching wound. But thankfully, his bone was not hurt. Liao gritted his teeth and retrieved a bottle of medicine from his cosmos ring. He spurted a cluster of white fog from the bottle onto his leg and temporarily froze the wound. He then turned the gear on the bottle and pressed the switch again. This time it was an azure foam which looked like a gel that were spurted out. The foam was smeared on the wound evenly, quickly consolidated when they met air. After being condensed, it became slightly elastic and looked like an artificial muscle. Liao finally took a long breath and looked back in fear. Xianxia looked at him emotionlessly during the entire process. In the end, he complimented, "Your movements were quite smooth. Perhaps you are not in the high level of the building foundation stage, but the peak of it. However, the blow you took just now was as redundant as my coughs in the beginning. You tried to lower my wariness by hurting your leg intentionally and mislead me into thinking that your left leg would be your weakness. But the truth is, your fatal move would be carried out by your left leg should we get into a fight, wouldn't it?" Liao was stiffened and cursed to himself. Xianxia smiled. "Don't be angry. I could have kept my finding to myself and pretended that I didn't see through your plan. If we really get into a fight, I would have been able to anticipate your move and find an opportunity to counterattack when you kick with your left leg under the illusion that I've been fooled, wouldn't I? I pointed it out as a gesture of my sincerity. The remaining journey will only be more difficult than the array of gold threads. If we continue mistrusting each other and having conflicts, it is possible that neither of us will leave the dark underground." Liao was greatly alarmed. "There are more traps ahead of us?" Half an hour later, Liao was dumbfounded and speechless when he saw everything before him. Led by Xianxia, they passed by more than 10 intersections after quite a few zigzags and 2 arrays of gold threads before they finally reached the end of the pathway. However, it was not the original exit of the pathway but a hole that had been torn open by brute force. What appeared in front of Liao was a cliff whose bottom was unclear. The rock stratums on the 2 sides of the cliff were ripped open, leaving an enormous hollow in the middle. The 2 of them seemed to be standing in the middle of a magnificent mountain, looking at the mountain on the other side that was covered in hazy mist. Looking down at the bottom of the cliff, Liao saw a raging river hundreds of meters below him. Liao had never seen such a splendid and formidable underground river. It was like a rampant dragon rushing toward the center of the rock stratums at the core of the planet. What was more blood-freezing was that the water of the river was greenish, as if billions of butterflies were lying on the riverbed flapping their wings together. The river seemed exactly like the legendary Nether River in Hell. Gloomy wind was blowing, and tides were surging, illuminating the crevices on the cliff with a miserable green and enshrouding everything in mysteriousness and horror. This place was like the entrance to hell and the boundary that marked the world of the living and that of the deceased. Walla! Walla! Water pillars shot up hundreds of meters from the Nether River every now and then. They bashed the walls on the 2 sides of the cliff like green flames, leaving dark green traces on the walls as if a giant centipede had just passed by. They were not gone until a long time later. "The underground fortress has been built for 10,000 years, Xianxia explained. "During the past 10,000 years, a great many tectonic movements have happened here and vastly reshaped the environment. About 6,000 years ago, perhaps because of the apocalypse that swept across the Flying Star sector, a great earthquake took place on Spider Den, although it was not directly hit by the meteorites. The earthquake resulted in countless faults below the ground and scattered the underground fortress. The underground fortress had no shortcuts in the beginning at all, but the super earthquake created such a road for us." Xianxia took out a metal ball and tossed it into the air. The ball hovered above their heads and projected a beam of clear mystic rays toward the black fog on the other side of the cliff. The mystic ray seemed to be able to pierce everything through. It outlined the other side of the cliff almost 1,000 meters away. On the cliff, dozens of giant crevices were glittering under the illumination of the mystic ray. Pointing at the crevices across them, Xianxia said, "Look, the crevices did not exist before the earthquake. The underground fortress on the 2 sides of the cliff was connected back then. It was flawless and had no loopholes at all. But the super earthquake tore the underground fortress in half. Naturally, some loopholes were revealed. However, most of the crevices lead to dead ends or empty warehouses. What we are going to is the crevice that I painted with double gold stripes. Look at it carefully. Liao triggered the scanning ability of his crystal cameras as he observed his surroundings. Jumping off the cliff toward the crevice in front of him meant a distance of around 1,700 meters on average. It was a sprint for a crystal suit and not that difficult. However, Xianxia introduced their task in great detail and was much more prudent than when they were passing through the arrays of gold threads. Liao thought of something and asked, "Are there any problems with the river?" Xianxia smiled. "There are no problem. There are just things." Things? Liao narrowed his eyes. The things that appeared in this place were definitely not docile even if one was thinking with their toe. Xianxia explained, "The underground river is where the dozens of mother lodes of spider den congregated. A lot of spiritual liquids and valuable microelements are contained in the water. After the super earthquake, a lot of beasts living in other places migrated to the river and flourished. After thousands of years of being nurtured by the water, they absorbed a lot of microelements and underwent mutations. They can be quite tricky to deal with. In the darkness above our head, there are also beasts that feast upon the mother lodes. They and the beasts in the river always hunt each other and are mortal enemies. They are beasts, not traps. Therefore, there are no patterns about them at all. Before, when I entered the place, they were suppressed by the intimidating aura of the nascent soul stage and were too awed to come close. However, I'm heavily wounded today. It's hard to say how they will greet us." Liao warmed up his body, with cracking noises echoing from his joints. He glanced around again and said in a low voice, "Got it. Let's go." "All right." Hardly had the word flown out of his mouth before Xianxia stomped on the ground, breaking hundreds of stones. He summoned his spiritual energy and darted above the nether river. Liao moved, too, and chopped off a rock that was protruding out of the wall of the cliff with his arm. He caught the rock and threw it at the sky of the nether river brutally. "Hiu! Hiu!" Xianxia dashed into the broken stones. Liao was no slower than himself and jumped on the rock he chopped off. Walla! 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 The river below them seemed infuriated. Hundreds of thick green pillars rose up to the sky simultaneously, each of which concealed a hazy beast that looked both like a dragon and a boa. They opened their blood mouths and bit at the two intruders brutally. Swoosh! 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 Hundreds of awe-inspiring giant beasts swooped down from above. They smashed down like a cloud. The beasts in the sky looked like bats at first sight, except that they were broader and narrower. Like sharp boomerangs, they hovered rapidly until they were close to the speed of sound. Their sharp edges were emitting cold brightness, which was a natural blade aura. Xianxia roared. The stones around him all exploded. Each of the stones was enshrouded in spiritual energy. He seemed to have hundreds of clones that attracted the attention of most beasts. The 6 dragon heads that had fallen asleep for a long time were woken up again. 6 dragon balls were spat out and circled around Xianxia like satellites, mincing the 10 or so beasts closest to him into pieces. In the meantime, Liao stomped on the rock he was on heavily, crushing it to smithereens in his craziness. With the counterforce, his speed was further accelerated. Hundreds of blade auras wreathed him and formed an impenetrable web of sabers around him. When his saber flashed, for beasts in the sky were cut in half silently, and a large cluster of orange blood burst out in 2 green water pillars nearby. Boom! 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 Ear-splitting explosions took place behind Liao. Dozens of fireballs illuminated the cliff as if it were daylight. The beasts in the air and the giant boas in the river had all become used to living in an environment with weak light. They were all stunned when they were caught in a flare all of a sudden. Liao took the opportunity to sprint forward into the crevice across the cliff, covering a distance of more than 1,700 meters together with Xianxia. Pa! 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 Dozens of beasts in the air failed to decelerate and hit the rocks near the crevice heavily, falling into the nether river after a series of weird screams. Inside the nether river, the tides were roiling, and the dirty foam was exploding. Countless beasts in the air and the giant boas in the river were engaged in a chaotic battle. The two of them, especially Xinghe, breathed heavily on the ground for a long time. He had suffered heavy wounds previously. The fierce combat and the exhausting sprint affected his wounds. He held his abdomen, his body shaking. After resting for a minute, Xinghe said slowly, "In a moment, we are going to take off our crystal suits and suppress our capability to that of an ordinary person with the soul converging technique. Remember, do not leak the tiniest spiritual wave. Because if you do, both of us will be dead for sure. Take off the crystal suit, restrain the spiritual energy, and suppress the capability to that of an ordinary person." Liao's first thought was that Xinghe was playing another dirty move. But after thinking a moment, he realized that the situation would be more in his favor if they both lost their crystal suits, since the Dragon King battlesuit that Xinghe wore, although damaged, still boasted much higher specifications than his Dark Crow battlesuit. Besides, Xinghe's heavy wounds were being suppressed by his spiritual energy. If he were to restrain his spiritual energy and revert to an ordinary person, his wounds would only become heavier. The proposal that Xinghe made was disadvantageous for him from whatever perspective. While Liao was pondering, Xinghe had already removed his Dragon King battlesuit and gradually sunk his spiritual energy to the depths of his cells with the soul converging technique. Woo! Without the support of the spiritual energy and resisting his wounds with his body of flesh and blood, even a man as tough as Xinghe still grunted. Xinghe flipped his hand and took out a drug, smearing all the ointment on the terrible wounds on his abdomen. As bloody foam popped up non-stop, a hint of color returned to his pale face. Xinghe smiled miserably and said, "There's a big guy ahead who takes spiritual energy as food. All the living creatures that emit spiritual waves are prey to it. The more intense their spiritual waves are, the greater an appetite it will have." Liao thought for a moment and took off the Dark Crow battlesuit. 2. He suppressed his capability to its limits and only dragged the crystal bomb in Xinghe's stomach with one of his telepathic thoughts to make sure that it wouldn't explode. Back when he was in the Heaven's Origin sector, Liao had once been enlightened by Iron God Yanba, a body fundamentalist in the nascent soul stage. If they were both barehanded, Liao was the one who had more of an advantage. Therefore, he was not worried that Xinghe might play tricks on him. The two of them walked forward for another 20 minutes along the narrow crevice. The rock stratums there were more seriously wrecked. They would be walking through the natural caves one moment, then stepping on rusted pathways, jumping off gaps dozens of meters deep the next moment, and sometimes climbing cliffs dozens of meters tall along the thick and rough walls like lizards. After walking for a long time, they still had not run into the big guy that Xinghe mentioned. While Liao was suspicious, Xinghe suddenly hushed him and pointed upward. Above their heads was a long and deep gap that led straight up to the ground. It was almost like a natural well. Liao glanced at the well roughly and only felt that the rocks inside the well looked quite weird and aggressive. When he observed carefully, he gasped and discovered that a monolithic beast that looked like a giant spider was crouching on the wall of the well. The beast was unbelievably huge. It had more than 10 limbs, each of which were around 7 meters long. It was a bright gray color and covered in rocky lumps, completely fitting in the environment. The beast was sleeping. Its complex, deformed eyes were a lackluster red color that looked like dried blood on what seemed to be its head. Liao watched more carefully and found that almost 10 of its limbs and half of its torso were hidden in the solid rock, like a crocodile that was half sunk in a swamp. Xinghe said in an extremely low voice, "Don't fret. I call the big guy Lustful Rock Spider. It is perhaps a spider-type beast that has gone mutations in the mother lodes of the Earth class below the ground. It is naturally endowed with the Earth-escaping technique. Despite its enormous size, it can enter and exit the rock stratums freely with the technique. However, the Earth-escaping technique consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Therefore, it spends most of its time dormant to avoid exhaustion until a prey with immense spiritual waves shows up and serves as its dinner. We are not emitting any spiritual waves right now. It is not worthwhile for the beast to waste abundant spiritual energy to hunt us down with the Earth-escaping technique. because the spiritual energy it absorbs by devouring us will not cover what it wastes to capture us. It is not a fair deal. We are totally safe if we don't irk the beast. Liao secretly smacked his lips. The route of Bai Xinghe's escape was truly sordid and perilous. If Feng Yuzhong and the other immortal cultivators chased after him, after passing through the dangerous array of gold threads and the Nether River, they would certainly be most vigilant at this moment. There was no way that they would take off their crystal suits. If anything, they would deploy multiple spiritual shields around them, which would emanate tremendous spiritual waves. As a result, they would make the best prey for the lustful rock spider. Liao did not know exactly how strong the mutated beast was. However, since it was deep below ground, if the beast of the Earth class went on a rampage and collapsed the tunnels, it would be major trouble for anybody. The two of them treaded lightly and moved forward with only the strength of their muscles and bones for almost 10 kilometers, before Bai Xinghe waved his hands in relief and said, "All right, we are now far away from the hunting range of the lustful rock spider. We can activate our spiritual energy and put on the crystal suits." "Don't move," Liao said coldly. "Don't put on your crystal suit yet. Let me see if the crystal bomb is still inside your stomach. Very good. You may put on your crystal suit now." Bai Xinghe summoned the Dragon King battlesuit unhurriedly and put it on, before he remarked, "You are very cautious." Liao wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and grinned. "I can't be too cautious now that I'm cooperating with Boss Bai. Are there more dangerous traps ahead of us?" "No," Bai Xinghe shook his head and said, "My last shelter is right before us." The pathway came to an end. In front of them was a forsaken warehouse that was empty and full of stinky odors. Bai Xinghe groped all over the wall on the left side of the warehouse. Then, after a chi sound, deep blue lines gradually appeared on the wall. The blue lights were blinking and interweaved into what seemed to be a gate. Next to the gate were 3 glimmering rune arrays. Bai Xinghe typed almost 100 times on the 3 rune arrays instantly as if his fingers were flying. Soon, the blue lines dyed the entire gate blue, which seemed to lead to a different world. Bai Xinghe and Liao entered the blue gate at the same time. Liao's breathing halted. He had been prepared for everything. His face color would not have changed at all whatever terrors he saw. However, in a fortress thousands of meters below the ground, he saw a night sky. A pure, clear starry sky that was as boundless as ocean where countless brilliant stars were shining. Liao had never seen so many stars at the same time in his entire life. He felt that he had fallen into a beach of stars with his head upside down. Taking a deep breath and shaking his head hard, Liao finally realized that he had reached an enormous palace. The dome of the palace was made of countless translucent diamonds, and every diamond was embedded with crystals that were as brilliant as stars. No, the crystals were not simply embedded into the diamonds. Instead, they constituted a complicated, overwhelming great array in which they were swirling, shining, changing, and fading like real stars. It was like a real universe that was slowly flowing above Liao's head. What is this place? Why is such a mysterious palace that can simulate the fickleness of the universe still functioning after 10,000 years in a fortress 10,000 meters below the ground? The Dome of Diamonds is more than 1,000 meters in diameter. It is quite a piece of enormous magical equipment itself. The rune arrays that power it must be too magnificent to fathom. For a moment, Liao completely lost his cool. Below the dome of crystals that looked like a night sky, the palace was packed with countless pieces of magical equipment that Liao failed to recognize. Judging from their structure, they should be research facilities. In the middle of the palace, hundreds of super-large crystal processors were placed in rows, each of which was more than 3 meters tall. They were like a silent army. This place looks like a research center or a command center. Is this the central control room for the underground fortress of Spider Den? Bai Xinghe quite enjoyed bathing in the rays of the bright universe. He stretched his arms in great satisfaction and smiled. Beautiful, isn't it? The Dome of Diamonds was constructed to simulate the entire detectable universe. Every shining star stands for a real entity. 10,000 years ago, this place used to be a research center or an underground observatory. If you will, that was specially designed to study and pry into the secrets of the stars. Therefore, the place is named Star Prior's House. Star Prior's House? Liao vaguely remembered that he had heard the name from somewhere else. Pondering for a moment, he realized where this vague recognition came from. Back when he was on Iron Plateau, Xiong Wuji and Sha Yulan had once introduced to him the apocalypses. They had said that the apocalypses were the most inexplicable phenomena in the modern cultivation world, and that they might be related to the destruction and possession of different civilizations. It was said that, in the last years of the Star Ocean Imperium, a cultivator whose surname was Lu was an astrologist who specialized in apocalypses. He claimed that he had pried into the secrets of the stars, and therefore named his research institute Star Prior's House. From then on, everybody addressed the cultivator as Lu the Prior. This place was once Lu the Prior's residence where he studied the apocalypses. Bai Xinghe touched the research equipment from 10,000 years ago and said casually, "Are you curious as to why an observatory that studies space was established 10,000 meters below ground and how Star Prior's House is related to the underground fortress? Also, it is well known that Lu the Prior was the only cultivator who resolved the mysteries of apocalypses. Soon after he made the declaration that he had pried into the secrets of the stars, he was mentally deranged and went mad. Do you want to know what Lu the Prior found?" Liao's head was in a mess. It was true that he was quite interested in all the questions. He immediately concentrated his attention, ready to hear a secret story in 10,000 years ago. However, he felt ill at ease in the bottom of his heart. An obscure shadow gradually popped up in his brain. It was Yan Shibei. Liao seemed to see Yan Shibei again, who said to everybody with a smile on the battlefield of apocalypse on Iron Plateau, "Do you want to know the secrets about the bloodstripe virus? This is not right. This is not right. What's Bai Xinghe's problem? Why is he telling me the secrets of 10,000 years ago without a good reason? What benefits can he get by telling me such things? Just like Yan Shibei, he is trying to buy himself more time." Hiu. Liao quickly retreated to 99 meters away. 1 meter further, and the crystal bomb inside Bai Xinghe's stomach would be detonated immediately. Still not relieved, he opened his hands and formed for spiritual shields in the front, while planting 100 crystal bombs that would explode the moment they were touched amid the spiritual shields, building 3 walls of bombs. After finishing the decoration in the blink of an eye, Liao was somewhat relieved. Bai Xinghe was dazed. He seemed to be surprised as he said, "My young friend Bloody Vulture. Don't move, don't talk. Let me think for a minute," Liao yelled. Every cell in his body was vibrating crazily as he prepared himself for battle. The chaotic butterflies of thought congregated and dispersed inside his brain, leaving starry brilliance behind. From the moment he caught up to Bai Xinghe, Liao had been feeling ill at ease. But during the way, Bai Xinghe had behaved obediently, and the multiple traps below the ground had distracted Liao's attention. Therefore, Liao had gradually overlooked the warning in his heart. But right now, the uncanny behavior of Bai Xinghe introducing a secret story from 10,000 years ago without a good reason made the warning pop up again. Something was buzzing ear-splittingly inside his head. This is not right. My intuition tells me that I must have ignored something very important. That's why I felt so alarmed all the way here. Details. Remember every detail of Bai Xinghe. Liao utilized all his computational ability and analyzed every second since Bai Xinghe's appearance by dividing them into 100 pictures and scrutinizing every single frame. It was like the wildly flying butterflies in his brain were fixed, and the stripes on them were zoomed in. Everything was crystal clear now. When the totally different stripes on 2 butterflies were conflicting with each other in his brain, Liao's pupils constricted violently because he realized the reason of his unease. The first picture was on the carrier of the Tiger Teeth pirate gang, whereby Xinghe kicked Luo Jinhu down and said, "Cut the crap! With a decent price, you wouldn't even blink before selling your family. Also, for a decent price, I guarantee that I will sell your mother to the brothel tomorrow. We are all lawless space pirates. Are you pretending that you are a loyal knight?" The second picture, no, actually it was not picture, but a voice that Liao had heard. It was the miserable scream when Bai Xinghe was ambushed by his first true disciple. By Wulei you too? The scream was indeed full of bewilderment, fury, hatred, and desperation. Liao also recalled Stormy Sword, a notebook written by Feng Yuzhong personally, in which Bai Xinghe's rise was elaborated in his biography. During the process of turning from a treasure hunter that was humbler than a rat miraculously into a pirate potentate, he betrayed at least 3 leaders who were practically fathers to him and sold 20 sworn brothers. Stormy Sword was a tutorial on the arts of space pirates that Feng Yuzhong had written for his son, Feng Yuming. It was quite personal, and there was no reason for him to slander Bai Xinghe in such a way. Therefore, for a great man who established his fame with plots, betrayals, and treacheries and knew clearly that there was no warmth between space pirates but only back-scratching, how would he utter such a desperate, painful, and stunned scream even if he was truly betrayed by his disciple? But if his scream was faked or at least half-faked, what would have been on his mind? Liao thought quickly and put himself in Bai Xinghe's shoes. If he had been in Bai Xinghe's position, heavily wounded and aware that there was a secret teleportation array that nobody else knew of deep below the ground of the Red Steel Crystal Suit Center, he would know that he had to get there as quickly as possible. Shwa! 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 Every crevice and intersection when he traced back to Bai Xinghe in the beginning popped up his brain again. He constructed a transparent map of escape inside his head, while he calculated quickly how long it would take for a building foundation stage cultivator to finish the whole journey. 5 seconds later, he came to a conclusion that almost froze all the blood throughout his body. "You were waiting for me?" Liao mumbled. "I didn't catch you. You were waiting for me next to the secret teleportation array on purpose." Bai Xinghe's voice was equally warm and comforting, like the everlasting spring breeze, when he said, "My young friend, what you were talking about?" Taking a deep breath, Liao stared at every power rune on Bai Xinghe's body and gnashed his teeth. "According to my calculations, even though Feng Yuzhong was right about you being in the building foundation stage because of the heavy wounds, you would still have been able to enter the teleportation array half a minute before I showed up. Through the teleportation array, it would have taken you only a few seconds to reach the entrance of the fortress. You needed only to destroy the teleportation behind you, and I would never have been able to find you again. If you were indeed running away without caring about anything, there was no reason for you to have been delayed there for half a minute. The only plausible explanation is that you slowed down on purpose to wait for me, or rather, somebody who might catch up with you." Bai Xinghe smiled casually and clapped his hands. "My young friend, you are indeed thoughtful as a well-known bandit in the circle of space pirates who rose to fame in only 1 short month. Although your epiphany comes too late, it is worth complimenting." The armor on the hands of his crystal suit clashed, emitting crisp sounds that echoed inside the vast palace, mixed with a hint of scorn. Liao's heart seemed to be swallowed by a black hole. He found himself barely able to breathe. While Bai Xinghe applauded, he realized that something impossible had happened. The crystal bomb that he had forced Bai Xinghe to devour was gone. From the very beginning, Liao had bound one of his telepathic thoughts to the crystal bomb tightly. Even when he was passing the hunting range of the lustful rock spider, he had been bold enough not to retreat it. According to Liao's calculation, there were only 2 approaches if Bai Xinghe wanted to get rid of it. Firstly, by stimulating the muscles and the internal organs, he could push the crystal bomb from his stomach to his throat within half a second and spit it out. Secondly, he could secrete liquids that were extremely corrosive and melt the trigger of the crystal bomb. For Liao, when he activated the art of the swallowing whale, he could even corrode, melt, and absorb steel. Since Bai Xinghe was in the nascent soul stage, Liao, having the good habit of never underestimating his enemy, assumed that he had equal ability and a speed of corrosion 10 times higher. Even so, it would take 1 second to destroy the bomb. In comparison, it would only take 0.1 seconds for Liao to detonate the bomb. Therefore, after making sure that the crystal bomb was in Bai Xinghe's stomach, Liao had been following him confidently. But it never occurred to him that the crystal bomb would vanish into thin air within only 0.05 seconds. Liao's forehead was immediately soaked in cold sweat. Bai Xinghe did not spit the crystal bomb out, and there was bound to be debris even if he eroded the crystal bomb with his gastric acid. But Liao felt nothing when the crystal bomb was obliterated without a trace. Bai Xinghe was still standing 99 meters away. He was chuckling in a low and confident voice, like a kind old man who was watching a kid who was uneasy because he had done something wrong. Yet, Liao felt that cold wind was swirling behind him, as if Bai Xinghe was standing right behind him and staring at the back of his head. There was only one Bai Xinghe, and yet his scent could be sensed in two locations simultaneously. It was definitely not something that could be done for a heavily wounded building foundation stage cultivator. My young friend Bloody Vulture, you are indeed smart. But maybe because you are too smart, you tend to ignore things that are very obvious, Bai Xinghe said unhurriedly. Maintaining a mutual deterrence with your crystal bomb? It is indeed a clever move. But it is also more than easy to solve the dilemma. Cold sweat was pouring down, as Liao gnashed his teeth. No, the crystal bomb must be still in your stomach. You are merely bluffing, Bai Xinghe sneered. He gradually straightened his back, which was somewhat hunched because of the pain a moment ago. Illuminated by the dim lights, he could not have looked more high, mighty, and terrifying. I have been roaming in the sea of stars for 100 years. Do you think I need bluffs to deal with such a junior like yourself? The solution to your mutual deterrence is very simple. You will find it not worth mentioning at all after I explain it to you. For space pirates like you and me, we often carry more than one cosmos ring with us. In order to keep them away from others' attention, we often hide them all over our body, sometimes even devouring them and storing them inside our body. I have a cosmos ring that is hidden in my stomach. I merely moved my stomach just now and triggered my cosmos ring to absorb your crystal bomb. Naturally, the independent space inside the cosmos ring is billions of light-years away from the flying star sector we are in. Therefore, the crystal bomb was detonated the moment it was absorbed into the cosmos ring. However, the best it could do was destroy the items inside my cosmos ring. Could never do any harm to myself. Do you see, my young friend Bloody Vulture? Your mutual deterrence had a terrible loophole from the beginning. Liao was dumbfounded. He thought carefully and realized that he had indeed ignored the possibility. No, he did not ignore it. Triggering a cosmos ring required summoning spiritual energy and a certain gesture in order to cooperate with the runes. It was also one of the reasons cosmos rings were built into the shape of rings and worn on fingers. In such a way, it would be easier to change the hand gesture. For example, raising the middle finger and the index finger of the right hand and touching the middle of his eyebrow slightly was Li Yao's special gesture to retrieve a crystal suit from his cosmos ring at the highest speed. But Bai Xinghe could complete the gesture to trigger the cosmos ring simply by moving his stomach? Was it even possible? Therefore, the mutual deterrence is now broken. The wounds you suffered are not half as heavy as they appear. Killing a cultivator in the peak of the building foundation stage is a piece of cake for you. Liao smiled miserably. It seems that I'm a victim of my own scheme now. Boss Bai, right now the only method that I can threaten you with has lost effect. But you didn't kill me instantly and tried to dawdle. I believe that you must be more or less injured and would like to fight when you are better recovered. Now you are trying to treat your injuries, and I don't want to die soon either. May I ask for one last thing from Boss Bai? There are many suspicions points about the whole event that baffled me. Would you care to explain the crucial parts so that I can die an insightful death? Liao's heart was pounding, because he was not sure whether or not Bai Xinghe would be trapped. Normally speaking, such a fierce person would definitely not chit-chat or give a long, dull speech before their schemes worked out like normal villains in a story. However, although it was clear that Bai Xinghe could absorb the crystal bomb into his cosmos ring and ambush Liao at any moment, he had not done so yet. Even after they arrived at his secret base, he was still trying to buy himself more time by telling tales of 10,000 years ago. Liao could only guess that Bai Xinghe was really wounded and in the middle of recovery. If they were to fight now, the man would have to pay a price he was not willing to. He wanted to get more time for himself, and Bai Xinghe wanted to get more time, too. While the two of them were procrastinating, it might be possible for him to elicit information that Bai Xinghe would not normally speak of. Spiritual energy, at least in the core formation stage, was released by Xinghe's body, while he pulled a piece of magical equipment that looked like a metal ball from hundreds of meters away and stuck it to his abdomen. The magical equipment hummed and emanated greenness that covered the wound on this abdomen. Strong vitality could immediately be felt in Xinghe's body. He was apparently healing himself. Xinghe exhaled with the utmost pleasure and smiled casually. Your plan of balance of threats are quite creative despite the fatal loopholes. I quite like it. You can ask a few questions, but I can't guarantee that I will answer all of them. All right. Liao did not want to give Xinghe much time for recovery. He immediately asked, "You knew that Wule would betray you? Is the whole thing part of your scheme?" Xinghe pondered for a moment and shook his head slowly. "I knew that somebody was going to betray me, but I didn't know who they were specifically. It's been 100 years since I rose to the pirate potentate and quite a few decades since the Abyss Pirate Gang became the largest pirate gang on Spider Den. Although the Temple of Immortals only formally introduced themselves last year, Black Spider Tower, one of their branches, has existed for 100 years. Therefore, it's been at least 100 years since people of the Temple of Immortals were active in the darkness. During the 100 years, my rise and the glory of the Abyss Pirate Gang were definitely not things that they could overlook or let go of. Therefore, as long as the Temple of Immortals is not made entirely of idiots, they wouldn't have started infiltrating the Abyss Pirate Gang only 1 year ago. Their real infiltration must have begun decades earlier. Spies of the Temple of Immortals must have been lurking in the Abyss Pirate Gang for a long time. It is even possible that many people were already immortal cultivators before they joined the Abyss Pirate Gang. Liao thought quickly and understood a lot of things. Therefore, the whole final battle between the old dominator of Spider Den and the new one was pointless. Your real purpose was not to eliminate Feng Yuzhong, but to dig out the immortal cultivators that had been lurking in the Abyss Pirate Gang for perhaps decades. Xinghe nodded. Yes, that was one of my purposes. Liao pondered for a moment and mumbled. Since the very beginning, including the splendid-looking meeting of heroes in space, everything has been your scheme. You were skeptical about everybody, even including your own true disciple Wule. However, if you really didn't trust anybody, why did you tell Wule where you hide the map of the underground fortress of Spider Den and the key to it? Wait! Liao bulged his eyes. You pretended to regard Wule as your heir and that you trusted him. You even handed over the actual daily operations of the Abyss Pirate Gang to him. You told him where you hid your map and your key. In the end, you broke your hand on purpose and sent the Cosmos Ring that stored the map and the key to him, following which Wule, Feng Yuzhong, the Black King, all the immortal cultivators and the space pirates who betrayed you will enter the underground fortress with your key according to your map. Then, perhaps after a boom, the entire underground fortress will explode, right? Xinghe was silent for a long time before he sighed. My young friend Bloody Vulture, it's a pity that you appeared at a bad time. Otherwise, I would have been tempted to recruit you as my disciple for your smartness. Liao laughed drily. That will be unnecessary. Boss Bai's disciples do not seem to end well. Xinghe ignored his sarcasm and remarked calmly, however, you were wrong about one thing. I didn't consider my first true disciple a chess piece. I really regarded him as my heir and hoped that he could inherit the Abyss Pirate Gang after I die. This was just a minor test. If Wule passed the last test, he would have been totally fine and would have been the real master of the Abyss Pirate Gang one day. It is a shame that he was too hasty. Liao rolled his eyes and frowned. No. If you had been suspicious about Wule and only faked your injuries, how were you hurt so badly, and why did you hesitate even to kill a minor building foundation stage cultivator like myself? Xinghe sensed that the wounds on his abdomen were recovering at a higher speed, and that his strength and cultivation were returning to himself. He smiled and said, It was within my expectations that Wule would ambush me. I calculated everything except for one. Liao raised an eyebrow. What is it? Xinghe said, Master Hidden Fog, the previous leader of Black Spider Tower, is not the Black King of the Temple of Immortals. What? Liao was dumbfounded again. Hellsword was not the Black King, and the leader of Black Spider Tower was not the Black King, either. Then who exactly was the Black King? Bai Xinghe explained in a tone that could almost be called appreciation. In the beginning, rumor had it that Hellsword, the lone wolf, was the Black King. I didn't buy it. I knew very clearly about Hellsword's capability. He was a fine warrior in 1-versus-1 fights. But managing an enormous organization? He didn't have such expertise. Therefore, I personally investigated in secret. All the evidence suggested that Master Hidden Fog, the previous leader of Black Spider Tower, was the real Black King. Black Spider Tower was the most important branch for the Temple of Immortals. Or rather, one of them worked in the darkness while the other on the surface. Since they were integral and indispensable, it was only natural that the leader of Black Spider Tower was one of the 4 kings of the Temple of Immortals, wasn't it? Therefore, when Master Hidden Fog, Feng Yuzhong, Bai Lei, and a few experts of 8 Blades of Black Spider attacked me together, I was not surprised and focused much of my attention on Feng Yuzhong and Master Hidden Fog, the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators on the spot. When Bai Wulei ambushed me, Feng Yuzhong and Master Hidden Fog launched their deadliest attacks, too. My original plan was to pretend to be wounded by the strikes and run away to the underground fortress where I could plan my final battle. But I didn't expect that Master Hidden Fog's attack was unimaginably weak. It was not befitting for the ultimate strike of a nascent soul stage cultivator at all. He was in the high level of the core formation stage at best. He only looked intimidating, but there was nothing concrete below his disguise. In the meantime, on my left side, among the 8 Blades of Black Spider, an assassin whose codename was Dark Empyrean suddenly displayed a combat ability that was even higher than that of Feng Yuzhong. In that moment, Dark Empyrean improved his cultivation to at least the middle level of the nascent soul stage. I gathered the files of the 8 Blades of Black Spider a long time ago and have watched the battle videos of every one of them thousands of times. I knew every detail about their posture, attack patterns, and habitual movements. Therefore, after we encountered, I made the judgment quickly that he must be Dark Empyrean, one of the 8 Blades of Black Spider. I thought that he was merely in the core formation stage and did not care too much about him at all. Therefore, his strike truly wounded me heavily. Liao was soaked in sweat. Are you saying that an unparalleled expert in the middle level of the nascent soul stage has been pretending that he is in the core formation stage and working as one of the 8 Blades of Black Spider all this time? Correct. Bai Xinghe nodded and said, Dark Empyrean joined the Battle of Heavenly Saints City as one of the 8 Blades of Black Spider. It is clear now that he did not just participate in the battle but also commanded the troops in the front line. Hellsword is not the Black King. Master Hidden Fog is not the Black King. The seemingly inconspicuous warrior of the 8 Blades of Black Spider is the real Black King and the master of Black Spider Tower. Liao was fascinated and had to admit that the attacks and counterattacks between the Temple of Immortals and Bai Xinghe were indeed marvelous. Pondering for a moment, he asked again, How did you know that I would catch up to you, and why did you wait for me? Bai Xinghe laughed. I was not sure that you would, but it was an odd move that you suddenly marched out trying to stop me. I believe that every odd move has a logical reason. After preliminary analysis, I inferred that you planted some sort of tracker on me during our encounter. My head is quite valuable. It is perfectly normal that somebody wants to swallow it alone. Although I found no trackers on my body, it was worth a try. After all, I had plenty of time. Feng Yuzhong wouldn't have found me for another 10 minutes. I planned to wait for you for 5 minutes in case you caught up to me. Even if you didn't, I wouldn't lose anything. As it turned out, it took you only half a minute to arrive. Liao smiled bitterly. He didn't know that his every move had been within Bai Xinghe's calculation. But there was one thing that confused him. He asked, Why did you wait for me? Was I of any use to you? You were, Bai Xinghe explained. My internal organs were heavily wounded because of the Black King strike, and I'm now merely in the core formation stage. It would be quite risky for me to pass through the sky of the Nether River, and it would be more than troublesome if I fell into the river after being attacked by the boas and the bats collectively. Liao finally understood everything. So, I shared the pressure by attracting half of the boas and bats, significantly increasing the odds of you passing through the Nether River safely. Bai Xinghe smiled. Exactly. There is a vast difference in the pressure that 50 boas bring compared to 100. If the situation got out of control, I could also have ambushed you along the way so that you would fall into the river and attract the boa's attention. That way, it would have been easy for me to run away. I would have been all on my own trying my luck. But since my young friend Bloody Vulture was so kind and friendly and volunteered to be my bodyguard, how could I refuse such kind-heartedness? Liao sighed. That explains a lot. Boss Bai is right. I was indeed asking for my own death. Nobody else is to blame. But there is one last question. I won't rest in peace after I die if I don't know the answer. No. Liao had no questions. While the two of them were talking, Bai Xinghe had been treating his wounds and recovering his cultivation wholeheartedly. But Liao had been doing something else. He pretended that he was attracted by Bai Xinghe's explanation and was drawn closer during the conversation. Right now, the distance between them was not 99 meters, but 67.2 meters. It was the perfect range of attack for the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Liao raised a series of questions not because he intended to know their answers, but because he wanted to ease Bai Xinghe's vigilance. As mysteries were solved one after another, Bai Xinghe's capability was gradually recovering, and his wariness was somewhat weakened while he was rambling on. At this moment, Liao could not wait any long. If the conversation continued, Bai Xinghe might realize what was going on at any second. Therefore, before Liao finished his last question, Liao attacked suddenly like a dazzling blast of lightning. In that instant, the crystal bombs previously floating in front of him darted at Bai Xinghe, only to explode on their way. Liao's purpose was not to attack, but to conceal his body with the burning fireballs as camouflage. Covered by the serial fireballs, Liao performed the fastest air change in his life. The Dark Crow battlesuit that had been modified specially suddenly collapsed and exploded. Dragged by his spiritual energy, the components condensed into an intact crystal suit in front of him again. Moreover, Liao transmitted a cluster of human-shaped spiritual energy into the crystal suit before making it lunge at Bai Xinghe. If Bai Xinghe perceived the situation with his spiritual threads, he might mistake the empty crystal suit for Liao, while in fact, the real Liao had put on the mystic skeleton battlesuit in that moment and hid behind the pretense quietly. Boom! Bai Xinghe was indeed tricked. A thunderous roar echoed behind the serial fireballs. A spiritual storm, at least in the peak of the core formation stage, broke through the wall of fire and blew the Dark Crow battlesuit into pieces. Liao took the opportunity to stomp on the ground, and he accelerated to his top speed through the Dark Crow battlesuit's pieces. Then he threw out all the terror bombs he had formerly condensed inside his brain and performed the Hellsword arts to the best of his ability with his left leg, which kicked forward like wind and whip. The daggers originally installed below the feet of Hellsword's personal Black Horn battlesuit had been dismantled and transplanted to the feet of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. With a telepathic thought, the daggers stuck out silently, drawing a black abyss in midair. After he performed the attack, however, Liao suddenly felt greatly alarmed. Something was not right. Bai Xinghe bursting into fury? It was impossible. Bai Xinghe would be dead before he burst into fury. Not good. The man was not tricked. He had seen through that nobody was inside the Dark Crow battlesuit and was merely pretending that he hadn't. Liao shrieked loudly. His left leg, which had been fully extended, was folded by force and changed from whipping into crashing with his knee. Then, all the power rune arrays on the mystic skeleton battlesuit gave out dazzling brilliance all of a suddenly. Black Wing, which was now the spine of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, triggered 6 wings of spiritual energy. 2. At the risk of the bones all over his body being fractured, Liao finally managed to twist his direction and moved leftwards 5 meters. Swoosh! The moment he left his original route, Liao sensed that a shooting star just brushed past him. Although he was wearing one of the strongest crystal suits in the flying star sector, the rampant, scorching spiritual energy still invaded his crystal suit and set the right side of his body on fire. Bai Xinghe lied to him after all. He had been answering all the questions in a seemingly honest way. Maybe his every sentence was true, except for the one where he stated that he was merely in the core formation stage because of Dark Empyrean's attack. He was lying. The attack that Bai Xinghe performed just now definitely belonged to the nascent soul stage. If Liao hadn't had a eureka moment, chances were that the strike would have killed him instantly. Although he had nearly been killed a moment ago, Liao had no intention to retreat at all. His fighting will soared, and he charged forward instead of running away. The feathered dragon saber, his ultimate weapon right now, rushed out, with the feathers on the edge crumbling and condensing into a tornado of sharp aura that swept toward Bai Xinghe. Bai Xinghe was heavily wounded. He must have paid a certain price by launching the previous attack. Now, this is perhaps my only chance. Bai Xinghe did not seem to be expecting that Liao could avoid his disguised fatal attack. Or maybe it was because his wounds were not fully recovered yet and the previous attack affected them. Either way, he suddenly stopped where he was for a moment. In the next second, Bai Xinghe's left hand, which had been half chopped off, let out astounding gold brilliance. Swoosh! A golden dragon suddenly exploded from his left hand. The golden dragon dashed into the center of the tornado of sharp aura and triggered an earth-shaking explosion. For a moment, everything was trembling violently. Even the 300 supercrystal processors from ancient times that were placed neatly in the center of the palace were disordered because of the blast. Liao and Bai Xinghe encountered and passed each other. They exchanged locations with 50 meters between each other. Liao was one of his knees. He raised his right arm high. The black feathers all returned to his right hand and formed a glamorous black saber again. Bai Xinghe floated in midair about half a meter from the ground. His left arm that was now more than 3 meters long gradually retreated. It turned out to be an artificial limb that could be extended and shortened freely at will in the shape of a golden dragon. It was the 9th dragon head of his crystal suit. Liao had always considered Bai Xinghe to be his most formidable enemy. After he arrived on Spider Den, he had put a lot of time into studying him, especially his special crystal suit, Dragon King. He was confident that he knew every detail of the crystal suit. The Dragon King battlesuit excelled on Spider Den with the 8 artificial limbs that looked like dragons. But nobody knew that there was a 9th dragon head. The golden dragon head was even thicker and more domineering than the other 8 dragon heads. The crystals and rune arrays carved on it were twice as numerous, too. As the mouth of the head opened and closed, it could be seen that 3 dragon balls of spiritual energy were hovering inside. No wonder Bai Xinghe abandoned half of his hand without any hesitation. The 9th dragon head, and the strongest one, could be attached to his left arm and manipulated by his spiritual energy. His hand was redundant in the first place. Walla! 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 More than 10 deep, interconnecting dents suddenly appeared on the Dragon King battlesuit. Boom! 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 3 clear fist indentations appeared on the breastplate of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, too. They overlapped on the left side of the breastplate and almost penetrated through it. Liao saw various colors in front of him, and he felt as if his heart was about to explode. Pooh! Liao vomited a mouthful of blood. However, his aura did not diminish but increase. The maximum combat ability that equaled to a core formation stage cultivator fully burst out, while his spiritual energy as vast as an ocean expanded to 100 meters away. The 100 square meters were his domain. Gripping the feathered dragon saber in his hands, Liao raised it high above his head. The invisible aura of his blade pierced out and slashed a narrow, long crack on the ground between the two of them, extending toward Bai Xinghe. Boom! Liao stepped forward heavily. Centered at his foot, the ground within 1 square meter collapsed. 1 step, yet another 1 step. As if he were possessed by a devil, Liao raised his saber high, and his killing intent soared as he drew closer to Bai Xinghe. Boss Bai! Liao shouted gravely. Right now you haven't recovered from your heavy wounds yet. Even though I cannot kill you, I can at least make you pay a good price before my death. Maybe I can even wound you heavily again and make you fall into the building foundation stage for real. I don't want to die. I believe you don't want to fight by Wulei, Feng Yuzhong, and the Black King when you are merely in the building foundation stage, do you? But right now, the mutual deterrence between us has been broken. We have no other options except to fight until the end. Unless we find a new way to establish mutual deterrence where we are held back by each other simultaneously. Boss Bai, I'll give you 10 seconds. Take off your Dragon King battlesuit, here and now. You are a nascent soul stage cultivator. With the enhancement of your crystal suit, I'm definitely no match for you. I can continue cooperating with you without fear only if you take off your crystal suit. If you would rather not, then let's fight. 10, 9, 8, 7. After each countdown, Liao would step closer to Bai Xinghe, and the aura circling around the feathered dragon saber would further increase. He was not bluffing at all. He was really ready for the last battle with Bai Xinghe. 3, 2, 1. Liao was only 10 meters away from Bai Xinghe. For two top experts, such a distance was too short even for a melee combat. They had practically stabbed a knife into each other's stomach. Liao's aura had been improved to the maximum. There was nothing but determination in his eyes. Before Liao's final step, Bai Xinghe suddenly took half a step back. His Dragon King battlesuit dissected and went back into his cosmos ring. Right now, Bai Xinghe was only wearing a mustard seed suit. He stared at Liao with appreciation and mixed thoughts. Liao was greatly relieved and found it barely possible to keep standing. It was indeed the most dangerous 10 seconds of his life. Without the enhancement of his crystal suit, Bai Xinghe's combat ability was basically on par with his. Even for an unparalleled bandit like Bai Xinghe, it would still take him tenths of a second to put on the whole crystal suit. Tenths of a second were more than enough for him to do many things and slash many times. Liao retrieved a rope from his cosmos ring and threw it to Bai Xinghe. He kept the feathered dragon saber raised in midair and demanded, "Boss Bai, you have two options right now. You can either stay in your current level and stop further healing your wounds. Or, if you want to recover your cultivation faster with magical equipment, you bind your hands up with the rope refined out of the veins of the rhinohide green fire beast. I believe you must know how tough the veins of the rhinohide green fire beast are. With the cultivation of a nascent soul stage cultivator, the veins cannot stop you. The best it can do is waste half a second. Therefore, although your cultivation is higher than mine, I will have one more second to react. We will be on par with each other and reach a new mutual deterrence." Bai Xinghe picked up the rope and smiled at Liao casually. For some reason, Liao suddenly felt that Bai Xinghe's attitude had changed. There was no hostility in him anymore. He was really eyeing Liao in the way a senior looked at his junior. Bai Xinghe answered calmly, "All right, I can tie up my hands. But I'd better make something clear for you. I took off my crystal suit and will tie up my hands voluntarily, not because I was scared to fight against you. Your crystal suit is indeed impressive. But even with your crystal suit and your capability in the superlative height of the building foundation stage, you cannot beat me into the building foundation stage. I am doing this only because I want to show some respect for Sand Scorpion, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, as well as Liao, the big hero who was the first to discover the plot of the Temple of Immortals." Liao was dazed and suddenly felt extremely cold. The way he unleashed his spiritual energy was different from usual, and when he summoned the strength in the superlative height of the building foundation stage, the difference would be very obvious. Therefore, it was not strange that Bai Xinghe guessed that he was Sand Scorpion. But how did Bai Xinghe know that he was Liao? Liao pretended to be calm, like a leopard ready to attack. He asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" Bai Xinghe smiled casually and replied, "The skillfulness of your utilization of spiritual energy in the liquidous form is one of the best of the flying star sector. You are only in the building foundation stage, and yet your combat ability is equal to someone in the core formation stage. As far as I know, Sand Scorpion, the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, is the only one who boasts such a technique. However, the universe is too vast a place. I can't say for sure that nobody else knows such a technique. The most decisive proof, on the other hand, is the kick of your left leg." Hellsword was a unique lone wolf in the nascent soul stage on Spider Denver. I analyzed his techniques carefully before. Therefore, I'm very positive that what you performed was Hellsword Arts, Hellsword's ultimate skill. It was said that Hellsword died together with Sand Scorpion in the Battle of Heavenly Saints City. Even his crystal suit had vaporized. Right now, a man likely to be Sand Scorpion performed Hellsword's ultimate skill. Isn't the man's identity obvious? Liao nodded his head and acknowledged, very marvelous deduction. Boss Bai, I am Sand Scorpion. No! Bai Xinghe suddenly raised his voice. Like a thunderclap, he yelled, you are not Bloody Vulture. You are not Sand Scorpion. You are Liao. Every word was like a crystal bomb whose noises echoed inside the room after explosions. Liao was as calm as before. Why did you say that? Firstly, the crystal suit you are in is glamorous, delicate and strong, Bai Xinghe replied. It is as good as the Dragon King battlesuit, which was made based on the technology of the Star Ocean Imperium. As for the employment of precious materials, it is even better than the Dragon King battlesuit. You can't find many such excellent crystal suits in the entire Flying Star sector. Liao fought Storm Prison and even Feng Yuzhong himself when he rescued the Great Horn Exo Society. A lot of battle videos were left. I watched some of them through secret channels. I found that although the appearance of your crystal suit is totally different from Liao's at that time, the styles, as well as the spirits in the bones, of the two crystal suits are very similar. Liao smiled. Maybe it is because Liao's crystal suit and mine were made by the same Armadominus? Bai Xinghe nodded. It is indeed a possibility. But if Sand Scorpion is not Liao, one thing will be inexplicable, which is your skills of using crystal suits. Although we only had one round of attack just now, the crystal suit skills you displayed in your move were definitely among the top of the world. Even I had to concentrate all my soul power and computational ability to deal with them. You are a super expert in crystal suits. According to the files, Sand Scorpion is an Iron Plateau native who had never touched crystal suits until a few months ago. However talented he is, it is impossible for him to have gained such an expertise in crystal suits after only a few months. Isn't it? Liao was rendered speechless. It was indeed inexplicable for him. Bai Xinghe continued slowly. Liao went missing on Iron Plateau, and Sand Scorpion distinguished himself miraculously after Liao disappeared. Before, many people had linked Liao to Sand Scorpion. But it was said that Sand Scorpion proved his identity on the so-called Truth Cabinet. Therefore, nobody talked about it anymore. However, I don't believe dead objects like the True Cabinet. I prefer to believe this. Bai Xinghe raised his hands, which had been tied up, and pointed at his head. Based on our communication so far, I believe that you were definitely able to fool a polygraph with your cunningness. Liao was silent for a long time and reflected on all the details. Still, he failed to come up with any rebuttals. Bai Xinghe would not buy it if he argued unreasonably anyway. Liao could only sigh and smiled bitterly. Boss Bai is indeed as smart as they say. You're right. I am Liao. Bai Xinghe's eyes suddenly turned extremely deep and dark, like two bottomless springs. He said softly, "Thank you, Liao." Liao was dumbfounded. He blurted out, "For what? For killing the only son of your old nemesis Feng Yuzhong? Or for the favor that I've done you by jumping out promptly to be your bodyguard?" Bai Xinghe took a long breath in relief. All the hostility on him seemed to have gone. He said earnestly, "Thank you for saving a certain someone without caring about your own life a long time ago. Believe it or not, since you are Liao, I am prepared to keep you alive unless I absolutely have no reason to." Bai Xinghe was not wearing his crystal suit, and his hands were tied up with the toughest rope. Yet, when he stood straight and made the declaration, he seemed to be a majestic tyrant who could have Liao killed any time he wanted. 10,000 questions were popping up in Liao's heart. He wanted to pursue further, but Bai Xinghe had already moved to a corner of the palace. He shook his hands. Like a blossoming lotus, a wall of runes appeared on the wall, which dispersed into a door of a small cabin abruptly. The door of the cabin was opened. Liao looked inside and noticed that there were crystals, magical equipment, and food inside. A med bay was also lying in a corner of the room. Bai Xinghe exposed his back to Liao without looking back. He walked into the cabin as he said, "We've passed through multiple traps and had a minor competition just now. A lot of spiritual energy has been wasted. Come in and refill yourself. The immortal cultivators will be here soon." Liao thought of something and asked, "Do you really plan to fish up all the immortal cultivators with the underground fortress? Isn't it too obvious? Was Bai Wulei not suspicious when you told the secrets to him on purpose?" "There's nothing to be suspicious about," Bai Xinghe replied. 2 months ago, I launched the first counterattack against the Temple of Immortals. At that time, Bai Wulei was still lurking and pretending to be loyal. I was moved and told him the map of the underground fortress, the location where the spider key was hidden, and the method to activate the Cosmos Ring. I told Bai Wulei that resisting the Temple of Immortals was perilous and life-threatening. Chances were that I would be killed by the Temple of Immortals. If I died abruptly, I hoped him to fulfill Bai Wish my fighting until the end with the resources in the underground fortress. You see, wasn't it very logical for me to confess the location where the map and the key were hidden? Liao thought carefully and shook his head. Even if Bai Wulei was fooled, Feng Yuzhong and the Black King are both tricky and cunning. They will not be trapped so easily. Bai Xinghe sneered. They have no options right now. They made promises to so many space pirates, and now I'm heavily wounded, presumably dead. Everybody saw that the map and the key fell into their hands. So will the space pirates agree to fight for him anymore if they do not explore the underground fortress and the secret treasures as soon as possible? Liao thought hard for a long time, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. He mumbled, "So, you claimed that you would reward your subordinates with the secret treasures in the underground fortress, and you convened the meeting of heroes in space, because you were trying to raise the expectations of the space pirates so that Feng Yuzhong could only buy them over with better offers. It's like two people bidding for the same treasure, with one of proposing absurd prices. It was not because he wanted the treasure per se, but because he was forcing his opponent to pay a higher price. Since you were tempting the space pirates with the secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium, the Temple of Immortals had to provide better offers for the greedy space pirates in order to recruit them. What could possibly be more valuable than the secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium? Of course, the chance to explore the entire underground fortress. Now that the Temple of Immortals has made such promises, there's nothing they can do even if they know that there might be traps underground. They are faced with tremendous pressure from the cultivators and require the loyalty of the space pirates. They cannot bear to lose their trust now. The ferocious space pirates are all selfish people who will risk their lives for one dime. Now that such a fat piece of meat is hanging right before their eyes, they will not possibly let it go. This is not a plot. This is an open trap. No matter what is coming for them, since you have suffered a crushing defeat, the Temple of Immortals must fulfill their promises. Liao was almost applauding for Bai Xinghe's delicate scheme, but he realized that something was wrong on second thought. However, what if the Temple of Immortals asks the space pirates to be cannon fodder in the vanguard and does not enter the underground fortress personally? How are you going to implement your plan if so? Bai Xinghe smiled. Everything is just your assumption. What if there are no traps? What if endless secrets, treasures, and techniques are waiting for the first visitor below the surface of Spider Den? By then, the space pirates will definitely loot all their findings. Do you think they will ever hand them over to the Temple of Immortals? Liao pondered carefully and discovered that Bai Xinghe had indeed figured out what everybody else was thinking about. Sending a batch of avaricious, fearless, brutal space pirates into the underground treasury was like sending a pack of wolves into a sheepfold. It would be a miracle if some bones were left half a day later. Therefore, the Temple of Immortals would certainly send someone important to supervise the situation. Moreover, there's a third possibility, Bai Xinghe continued, which is that I am not dead and ran into the center of the underground fortress where I destroy it or completely seal all the tunnels. Without the resources of the underground fortress, how is the Temple of Immortals going to fight against the entire world of cultivators? Therefore, they have no alternatives except to march into the underground fortress as quickly as they can. Liao took a deep relief and thought through the whole plan. There was nothing but admiration in his heart. He commented, "With the Abyss pirate gang as a bait, you established such a great scheme. You are indeed adventurous, boss Bai." Bai Xinghe said calmly, "The Abyss pirate gang was doomed. Spider Den was doomed. Even if I successfully took down Fengyu Zhong and cooperated with the Temple of Immortals with advantageous conditions, how long would I be able to show off? In several years, everything will be gone when the army of cultivators arrived. The Abyss pirate gang is destined to collapse. Spider Den is destined to be destroyed. Exploiting the last bit of their potential before their demolition is the most sensible choice. What's there to hesitate over?" Liao was silent. He recalled the pessimistic words Bai Xinghe had said to Luo Jinhu on his carrier. It seemed that the pirate potentate did not have high hopes for space pirates or the immortal cultivators. Then, "Boss Bai, what are you up to exactly?" Liao blurted out. Bai Xinghe tore off the metal membrane on a high-nutrition drugs bottle and chugged all of it. He licked his lips and burped in great satisfaction. Then he asked back, "What about you? What's your purpose? The style of your crystal suit is totally different from the few most advanced crystal suit centers of the cultivation world. The materials it is made of are extremely precious, too. My 3 full-strength punches did not even blow apart the breastplate of the crystal suit. The organization behind you that can produce such a suit and raise such an expert like yourself must be tremendously powerful. As a representative of this mysterious organization, Liao, what are you doing on Spider Den in such time of troubles? You did not come here to persuade me to do the right thing and cooperate with the cultivators against the immortal cultivators. Did you? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Liao was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head. "I did not. Boss Bai, in the circle of space pirates, you are among the more rational ones. During the decades as the pirate potentate, you barely went on hunting jobs yourself. All you needed to do was simply exploit other pirate gangs. Compared to rabid dogs such as Fengyu Zhong, you are almost a man of integrity. However, decades before your rise, you still committed endless, unpardonable crimes. Your hands are soaked in the blood of the innocent. It is true that you would not kill anybody if the victims did not resist. But why would they not resist when you were looting the goods that they purchased with their own money, sometimes even with loans? Boss Bai, I only respect you as Boss Bai because I admire your strategies and audaciousness. But after all, there is not much difference between Fengyu Zhong and you. You are both scumbags. If a scumbag like you can be washed clean and re-embraced by the community of cultivators, wouldn't it be terribly unfair to the innocent victims who were butchered by you miserably? I don't want to lie to you, and you won't be fooled anyway. The enemy of an enemy is not necessarily a friend. Although the immortal cultivators are the greatest threats right now, I will try my best to kill you when the time is appropriate for the revenge of the victims of your crimes." "Well said." Bai Xinghe laughed. "I'm growing more and more fond of you from the bottom of my heart." "Liao, do you feel that you are a man of honor and veracity?" Liao stood straight and replied coldly. "I'm indeed a man of honor and veracity compared with a lawless space pirate like you. More importantly, I'm willing to pay a price for the justice that I believe in at any time." "Very good." Bai Xinghe clapped his hands and observed, "Many people in the world who call themselves mature do not believe in justice. They think that justice is just a joke for little kids. But in fact, they are just scared of justice. They are weak deep down in their bones. They do not want to pay the price to realize their justice. Although what you believe in is just ignorant justice, your persistence is still very touching. Compared with such an ethical, justified, and persistent cultivator, we selfish, merciless, and lawless space pirates, as well as the inhuman immortal cultivators, are truly out-and-out scumbags." However, Bai Xinghe suddenly put on an extremely weird expression. He blinked and asked mysteriously, "Do you want to know where space pirates come from and how the immortal cultivators originated? Why did the cultivators who were supposed to protect humanity and sacrifice themselves degenerate into space pirates and even the immortal cultivators in the darkness of the universe? Let me tell you. Simple. Really simple. 1 second, 1 snap of the fingers, and a cultivator will be transformed into an immortal cultivator. and once they are transformed, there is absolutely no way that they can turn back. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Liao thought of something and asked earnestly, "Do you know the truth about the immortal cultivators?" Smiling, Bai Xinghe pointed at his feet. "Yes, I do. The truth is right here." Liao was amazed. "Here? You said just now that this place was an observatory." "Correct," Bai Xinghe replied. "We are indeed in an observatory. More specifically speaking, an observatory that studies the apocalypses." Liao was confused. How was an observatory that studied the apocalypses related to the immortal cultivators? Bai Xinghe smiled and continued. "Have you ever heard of a theory named dark forest?" Liao had heard the term before from Huangpu Xiaoya, who was the heir of a noble family of refining, on the carrier of the Temple of Immortals. At that time, Huangpu Xiaoya had declared that if the universe was truly nothing more than a bloody, shadowy dark forest. Later, when he was on Iron Plateau, he had also heard Xiong Wuji stating that, if the universe was truly a dark forest of dead ends, he would set a fire and make a road himself. Back then, Liao did not think too much of it. He had thought that it was a coincidence that the two of them made the same metaphor. As it turned out, it might not be a coincidence. Was dark forest a proper noun? The apocalypses have always been the greatest mysteries in the world of cultivators since 40,000 years ago to this day. Bai Xinghe explained. Countless cultivators have dedicated themselves to the studies of the apocalypses. They proposed many theories to explain the apocalypses. The dark forest theory was one of the most perfect, plausible theories. The dark forest theory was coined in this very palace by the great scholar Lu the prior 10,000 years ago. The apocalypses were the uncanniest phenomena in the universe. They were almost the most unpredictable field in the modern cultivation world. Some people even said that those who understood the apocalypses understood the whole universe. Liao found himself deeply attracted to Bai Xinghe's words. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Xinghe treated his wounds while he talked unhurriedly. 10,000 years ago, when Spider Den was just discovered, countless cultivators who were adept at prospecting came to this place to explore the mother lodes. According to the laws of the Star Ocean Imperium, when a new mother lode was discovered, part of the ownership of the mother lode would be given to the discoverer as a reward. The deeper the mother lode was and the more difficult it was to be located, the more ownership would be transferred to the discoverer. At that time, a cultivator whose surname was Lu was extremely gifted in utilizing the spiritual energy of the Earth class. He was also good at the earth-escaping technique, which allowed him to roam the underground of Spider Den freely. In the end, almost half of the mother lodes below Spider Den were discovered by him. Therefore, when the large-scale exploitation began, he became wealthy all of a sudden. He turned out to be one of the most famous magnates in the mining industry and controlled the biggest mining corporate on Spider Denver. In his prime years, his personal wealth almost equaled the money in the national treasury. Capital Nest above our head used to be headquarters of that cultivator's mining corporation. Half of the city was built by him. The cultivator had an only son, but his son was the very opposite of him. His son hated entering the underground and enjoyed exploring space. After studying in the few most famous cities of the Star Ocean Imperium, he became a specialist in apocalypses. At that time, the study of apocalypses was a well-respected subject. That time was the renaissance of mankind. The territory of the Star Ocean Imperium covered thousands of constellations. During its expansion, besides dealing with the demon race, our old nemesis, it also conquered countless alien species. It was the most magnificent era of humanity. Everyone was ambitious and craving to march forward into the deeper universe. Naturally, a lot of alien species were met during their march toward the universe. As a result, the studies on the other civilizations of the universe became a very popular field of research. How many civilizations are hidden in the vast universe? Compared with the civilization of human beings, are they strong or weak? Do those civilizations know each other? If they do, what is their attitude toward other civilizations? Those questions were exactly what mankind at that time was eager to find out. Many scholars believed that the apocalypses were related to the civilizations beyond. As long as the mysteries of the apocalypses were cracked, the truth of the universe would be found. On the other hand, the civilization of human beings suffered multiple apocalypses both in the era of the ancient cultivators and in the Star-Ocean Imperium. They had a profound understanding about the power of the apocalypses. Therefore, some other people also wondered whether or not they could turn the apocalypses into some sort of weapon since they were so powerful. Study the apocalypses, block the apocalypses, capture the apocalypses, and hack the apocalypses. In the end, the apocalypses would be weaponized and manufactured. They would be the indestructible, invincible ultimate weapon of mankind. Liao was dumbfounded. He was truly awed by the all-conquering ambitions of his predecessors of the Star-Ocean Imperium. Trying to turn the apocalypses into weapons was exactly what the strongest fighting species in the universe should do. Driven by the two motivations, the smartest brains of the Star-Ocean Imperium were all devoted to the studies of the apocalypses. However, the unpredictable, mysterious apocalypses were barely observable, and the difficulty in capturing and studying them goes without saying. It was an unbelievably costly project. Most of the scholars could only work for the Star-Ocean Imperium under the leadership of the 20 guilds of provenance and the military in order to conduct their research. But it was different for the only son of a magnate. The father was the wealthiest man alive. The studies of apocalypses were a noble research field. Since his son was talented and interested in that research, naturally, he gave his son his full support. If the mysteries of the apocalypses were successfully cracked, not only would they secure fame and fortune, their names would also be passed on in the history books of generations to come. Therefore, the father and son spent tremendous wealth purchasing the most valuable heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the crystal processors that boasted the highest computational ability in the flying star sector. Then, they established an enormous observatory or a center of apocalypse studies, if you will, under Spider Den's surface, based on their abundant experience in underground construction. Of course, it was not an easy task to build such a palace of stars with the efforts of a single family. The construction process took several decades. Quite a lot of changes happened during the time. Even the magnate of the mining industry died of old age. But his son remained unwavering. After he inherited his father's corporation, he devoted even more capital to the job as if he were possessed by a devil. Finally, the Star Prior's house was successfully built. Star Prior was exactly the ambition of the son. Therefore, all the following generations have called him Lu the Prior, because he meant to pry into the secrets of the stars. Liao was greatly touched. A great man whose name had been passed on for 10,000 years indeed deserved his fame. But he was still baffled by something. Why was an observatory that was meant to study the universe built more than 10,000 meters below the ground? Wouldn't it save a lot of money and effort if the site were built on the surface? Xianxia smiled and said, "It's simple. This is not a simple observatory that studies the three-dimensional universe, but one that can study the four-dimensional universe directly." Liao's widened in astonishment. "What? The universe is too vast," Xianxia explained. For normal observatories, however advanced their technology is, it is unlikely that their observation can surpass the speed of light. The celestial phenomena they observed might actually have taken place billions of years ago. However, our universe resulted from a big bang of spiritual energy. Every object in the universe is naturally endowed with spiritual energy and is constantly radiating it. The only difference is that some objects emit more spiritual energy while some emit less. When the cosmic radiation pierces through the thick shell of the planet deep into the core, most of the impurities are blocked. The only thing left are the most crucial particles, radiation and waves, or in other words, the essence of the universe. This center to study apocalypses was built 10,000 meters below the ground because it tried to eliminate all the impurities with the lithosphere as a filter, so that the essence of the universe could be studied. After multiple screenings, only the most crucial particles, radiation, and waves is left. When they are calculated by the most advanced supercrystal processors of the Star-Ocean Imperium, a real-time universe, one in the four-dimensional form that is not restricted by the speed of light, will be simulated in exactly this place 10,000 meters below the ground. Liao was stunned and found it impossible to calm himself down. Bai Xinghe's wounds had basically recovered. He suddenly jumped up and strode out. Seeing is believing. Let's just go and check. Liao followed him, hooked. Bai Xinghe went to the center of the 300 supercrystal processors. His spiritual energy stretched out and turned on the dozens of crystal processors in the central part of the array. Various modeled shadows was displayed, as if they were brain cells that had been woke up. You've seen the raging nether river just now, Bai Xinghe said. Endless spiritual energy is stored inside the water of the river. The Center of Apocalypse Studies uses the water of the Nether River as the power source. Together with the self-repairing magical equipment in this place, as long as the water of the river does not run dry, the Palace of Stars will continue functioning in a half-perpetual state. Although a super earthquake took place long ago, some basic functions of the center still remain. However, the supercrystal processors of the Star Ocean Imperium are too complicated. I spent my whole life studying them, and yet I only got a grip of it. Look! Hiu! 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 As Bai Xinghe operated, colorful pillars of light soared up from the supercrystal processors and darted at the transparent diamonds on the dome. For a moment, the entire dome of diamonds seemed to be revived. All the stars were 100 times more dazzling than a moment ago and illuminated the palace as if it were daylight. Billions of stars were burning splendidly and glamorously right above Liao's head. Liao was overwhelmed by the beauty of the brilliant sea of stars that was about to pour onto his head. Unable to say anything, Bai Xinghe narrowed his eyes and smiled. I was exactly like you when I saw the vast sea of stars for the first time. I was dazed for more than an hour. Look at them carefully. This is the exact universe we are in. It is identical to the universe above our heads. If you boast enough computational ability, you can find any sector or any star in the universe on the dome. A real-time, simulated universe. Liao suddenly shivered and almost jumped up to grab Bai Xinghe's neck. He was so excited that smoke was nearly popping up from his head as he shrieked. You said that any sector can be found in the Dome of Diamonds? Then, is it possible to get its coordinates? Coordinates. The coordinates of a sector. The biggest problem that the cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector, including Liao, were faced with was that they did not have the coordinates of their home. In the beginning, they jumped to the Flying Star sector randomly. They did not know the relative location between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector or the specific coordinates of the Heaven's Origin sector. The coordinates of a sector were its address in the universe. How could one go home if one did not know the address of one's home? But the ancient observatory from 10,000 years ago could very likely provide the coordinates of the Heaven's Origin sector. How could Liao not be thrilled and lose his calmness? Bai Xinghe was quite shocked at Liao's excitement. Glancing at him suspiciously, he still explained, theoretically speaking, yes. However, there are too many sectors in the universe. The known world for mankind is just a tiny corner of the universe. Unless the sector boasts distinctive features, you will not be able to recognize it when you see it. Besides, my own strength is not enough to activate all the supercrystal processors. The observatory must be repaired first with all the manpower and resources of the Flying Star sector. Otherwise, everything will be impractical. Liao took a deep breath and tried to calm his burning brain down. Features of the Heaven's Origin sector? So obvious. The Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector were rarely seen twin sectors in the universe. Besides, the two sectors were attracted to each other in the four-dimensional level and would crash and meld very soon. There would not be too many sectors with such characteristics in the entire universe, and even fewer around the Flying Star sector. Or rather, it was possible that there would only be one. As for the recovery of the underground observatory with all the resources of the Flying Star sector, Liao secretly swore that he would have it done no matter the cost. After drifting in the Flying Star sector for such a long time, he finally saw the hope to go home now. For a moment, Liao felt like raising his head and roaring. He was never more confident in his future road. No obstacles were going to stop him. Observing him with great interest, Xianxia suddenly asked, "You seem very excited, and you are desperate to find the specific coordinates of a certain sector. Why?" Liao was greatly alarmed. He had exposed too many personal feelings in front of the old fox. Taking a deep breath, Liao forced himself to calm down and focus on the endless sea of stars on the Dome of Diamonds. He tried locating the heaven's origin sector with his bare eyes. But he soon discovered that it was like looking for a special grit in a desert. The task was totally impossible. Under Xianxia's guidance, Liao soon learned how to observe and locate the glittering sectors in various forms, as well as the ferocious-looking mist of light that separated the sectors. Those mists of light were the cosmic storms in the four-dimensional time and space. When one was involved in such a cosmic storm during their space jump, their body and soul would both be destroyed with nothing left. Except for the sectors and the cosmic storms, Liao occasionally found many blinking light spots. In the four-dimensional universe, the light spots were moving very fast. They were not like normal sectors, but it was equally impossible for them to be shooting stars, which would not have been so large in size. No, not occasionally. When Liao stepped back and looked at the general picture, he found, to his surprise, that such light spots were everywhere in the sea of stars. Some of them were marching forward unstoppably and sweeping everything in their way. Some of them were zigzagging, leaving an irregular, unpredictable trace. Liao noticed that when the light spots touched the areas that represented the sectors, both the light spot and the sector would vanish after letting out dazzling halos. They would never show up again, leaving a black, ugly speckle on the dome. Liao pointed at the light spots and asked, "What are they?" Xianxia smiled, in an extremely weird and creepy way. He replied, "Those light spots are the apocalypses." Liao chewed on Xianxia's every word over 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, his body stiffened. If those light spots were the apocalypses, didn't it mean that billions of apocalypses were wandering in the universe right now and might fall upon their heads at any moment? Moreover, in that brief period, Liao already witnessed 2 sectors perishing after colliding with the apocalypses. Did it mean that the apocalypses had destroyed 2 sectors in the second just now? Were they the secrets of the stars? Horrifying. It was truly horrifying. Xianxia observed his facial expression and suddenly smiled. "Don't be worried. They are not as horrifying as you saw. In order to give you a better understanding, I've adjusted the flow of time to the highest speed. What you saw just now was the universe that the Center of Apocalypse Studies has observed over 10,000 years, but I compressed it into several seconds." Liao was dazed for a moment and could not help but curse silently. Xianxia seemed to have let go of his hostility, but he was still attacking his mental defenses in such a way, forcing him to reveal something he should not have in his utmost shock. "Don't be nervous. Aren't the apocalypses less terrifying now? Come on." Xianxia sat cross-legged and gestured for Liao to sit down, too. He said, "Let's meditate on the mysteries of the apocalypses, the stars, and the universe below the glamorous dome of diamonds like the great scholar Lu, the prior, did 10,000 years ago. Let me tell you what the apocalypses and the dark forest are." Liao pondered for a moment and sat down face to face with Xianxia. Shwa! The dome of diamonds above their heads suddenly turned into a cubic light beam. All the stars poured down around them, bathing the 2 of them in the splendid sea of stars. Liao calmed himself down and asked coldly, "Is the dark forest related to the immortal cultivators?" "It is," Xianxia replied. "The dark forest is very related to the immortal cultivators, the cultivators, and every other human being." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and sensed the vast sea of stars flowing past him slowly. Liao also saw that a light spot that represented an apocalypse just flashed by his cheek. Xianxia opened his eyes slowly and said in an old, coarse voice, "Imagine that you are Lu the Prior, the great scholar who studied the apocalypses 10,000 years ago. You've finally built the observatory successfully and managed to simulate the real-time universe with the 300 supercrystal processors. You see for the first time so many apocalypses flying here and there right above your head. Then what will you think? What is the truth about the apocalypses? Where are they from, and where will they go to? The universe is a vast place. It's perfectly normal that there are prosperous civilizations other than mankind. Now that even human beings are considering to weaponize the apocalypses, it is very likely that the apocalypses are the weapons launched by a strong civilization for the purpose of destroying or corrupting another civilization. Liao replied. It was the deduction that Liao and Xianxia had made together on Iron Plateau. Bai Xinghe was surprised, too. He stared at Liao in deep thought and remarked, "My young friend Liao, you are giving me more and more surprises. I didn't know that there were such excellent young men in the world of cultivators. It's perfectly normal that you would regard the apocalypses as weapons of a different civilization after witnessing the horror of an apocalypse's arrival. However, many sectors that experienced apocalypses are actually quite underdeveloped. They are of little threat to other civilizations like the Flying Star sector 5,000 years ago. Why are such harmless sectors attacked by the apocalypses? Why are there so many apocalypses cruising in the Sea of Stars? Are they part of a cosmic war where hundreds of civilizations are involved? For exactly what purpose did the civilizations launch the apocalypses?" Liao considered carefully for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know." After a long sigh, Bai Xinghe said, Lu the Prior was truly one of the most distinguished persons of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. If the civilization of mankind does exist in billions of years, maybe they will have forgotten the Supreme Emperor, but they will definitely remember Lu the Prior. 10,000 years ago, Lu the Prior sat alone in this very palace below the endless stars and meditated for several years. Finally, he came up with 2.5 rules that were of paramount importance. Liao raised his eyebrow. 2.5? Bai Xinghe ignored him and extended one of his fingers. He said, "Firstly, the resources of the universe are limited." Liao was dazed and almost laughed out aloud. What kind of rule was that? It was a simple fact that everybody knew. In the world of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, it was exactly because of the internal strife among the major sects, which even created a monster species named the demon race, under the pressure of quickly diminishing resources, that society finally collapsed. Although it was widely believed that the universe was boundless, it remained unknown whether or not the universe did have a boundary. Besides, even if the universe was truly boundless, the resources available for human beings were limited anyway. Therefore, such a rule was a correct and yet useless statement. Bai Xinghe seemed to have foreseen his reaction. He quickly extended his second finger and said, "Secondly, chains of suspicion exist in the entire universe and among all the civilizations." Liao frowned. What are the chains of suspicion? Just think about the multiple confrontations we had just now, Bai Xinghe explained. It is a perfect example for the chains of suspicion. Liao, since you killed Feng Yuzhong's only son and were under the threat of the immortal cultivators, theoretically speaking, your best choice was to cooperate with me. But why did you keep all kinds of traps and tricks ready to kill me at any moment? Of course, Liao said. Even if I did have the motivation to work with you, I didn't know whether or not you would stab me in the back. Bai Xinghe smiled and nodded. That's right. It was the same for me, too. I naturally knew that it would be best if we cooperated. But who could tell your real purpose? Who could say for sure that you would not suddenly change your attitude and stab me in the back for reasons I didn't know? Look, you didn't want to kill me, but you were scared that I wanted to kill you. So you had to prepare to kill me at any time. I didn't want to kill you either, but I was scared that you wanted to kill me, and I was more scared that you might kill me first because you thought that I was going to kill you. Therefore, I had to kill you in advance before you killed me. This is a perfect example for the chain of suspicion. Quite a tongue twister, isn't it? Now, let's break the chain of suspicion and trust each other. We will work together and fight against the immortal cultivators together. I can make a blood oath that I will not kill you no matter what. Will you believe it? Liao shook his head and immediately replied, "No." The moment he replied, he realized the terror of the chains of suspicion. Bai Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. That's right. You don't believe me, and I don't believe you. Even if you make 10 blood oaths, I will still not believe you. Our peace right now is exclusively maintained by the mutual deterrence. Remember this, though. We both belong to the same species. We can communicate with each other freely. We share the same way of thinking and the same emotions. We are under the threat of a common foe. In this place, we also have abundant resources. Crystals, magical equipment, drugs, you name it. Everything is sufficient. Despite all the favorable circumstances, there is an unbreakable chain of suspicion between us. What if we remove all the favorable circumstances? If we don't have the immortal cultivators to focus our attention on, if the resources around us are running dry with only one bottle of a high-nutrition drug left, if we belong to different species and cannot comprehend each other, like, Xianxia suddenly changed into a giant lizard that stood on its feet without giving any warning. The lumpy, thick skin of the lizard was packed with festering wounds, and stinky liquids were dripping off the wrinkles. The lizard was shrieking and waving its claws at Liao crazily. Although he knew that it was an illusion created by Xianxia, Liao could not help but jump up and unsheath his saber. After he drew out his weapon, however, he blinked and found that Xianxia was still sitting cross-legged, staring at him peacefully. Liao's heart was pounding, and his back was soaked in sweat. He did not know that Xianxia's mental attacks were so powerful until now. He gnashed his teeth. "What were you doing?" Xianxia smiled casually. "Just now, I turned myself into a very kind alien species and bid you the highest respect in a very friendly posture." Liao almost started cursing immediately. Was the wretched appearance of the creature anything close to kindness? But a moment later, he realized what Xianxia meant. Different civilizations originated from different planets and evolved into different appearances in different environments. It was inappropriate to judge the attitude of a different civilization against the aesthetics of human beings. Xianxia and I are both human beings. We have a common foe and almost unlimited resources. Yet we cannot trust each other and are deeply wary of each other. If anything goes wrong, we will attack each other immediately. If two different civilizations of entirely different life forms and with opposite ways of communication run into each other in the universe where the resources are limited, they will also have an unbreakable chain of suspicion between them, and they will constantly be wondering if the other party is trying to kill them. Liao found it too scary to go any further. Xianxia said gravely, "Now you see, the resources of the universe are limited. Chains of suspicion exist among different civilizations. Under the two rules, there will only be one outcome for the universe." Lu the Prior described his assumption with a very vivid metaphor. The universe is like a dark forest. Every civilization is a hunter lurking in the darkness. They have to tread lightly and never make any sound, because countless other covetous hunters are lurking in the deeper darkness, waiting for them to expose their tracks. Whatever alien species a civilization finds, they should launch a fatal attack as soon as possible. Because of the chains of suspicion, nobody will cooperate with a totally different civilization sincerely. Even though two civilizations work together occasionally through approaches such as mutual deterrence, the balance can be very feeble and will collapse easily. Liao was silent. The mutual deterrence between Xianxia and him had been broken in less than 1 second. No. Since the beginning, the mutual deterrence had been a trap that Xianxia set up. Right now, although a second mutual deterrence had been achieved, who could tell how long it would last? Liao pondered for a while and suddenly said, "There is a loophole about the dark forest theory. Civilizations do not necessarily need to fight each other brutally when they find each other. Consider such a possibility. A highly developed civilization finds a civilization so underdeveloped that it would never be any threat to them. Then, is it not possible that the highly developed civilization would consider the underdeveloped civilization slaves, pets, or cannon fodder?" "Maybe," Xianxia replied. "That is where the last half-rule that Lu the Prior proposed comes in, the Child of Destiny rule. Liao was amused. Child of Destiny rule? What is that? Why is it a half-rule? The dark forest theory can be used to explain the major apocalypses, Xianxia said, but it is not convincing enough to explain the minor apocalypses. Liao thought for a moment and realized that he was right. The apocalypses could be divided into two kinds. The apocalypses that could destroy a planet or an entire sector, such as those that happened to the Flying Star sector 5,000 years ago, were known as major apocalypses. In the history of mankind, the number of major apocalypses was very low. Only 2 or 3 such events had been recorded in the history books. Most of the other tales were mixed with myths and legends that could not be verified. What were much larger in number were the minor apocalypses that targeted individuals. There were too many of them to count. Many cultivators who tried to break into the divinity transformation stage from the nascent soul stage had experienced the minor apocalypses. In fact, in the world of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, most cultivators had no awareness of the major apocalypses at all. The only apocalypses they knew of were the minor apocalypses that targeted individuals. If the apocalypses that could destroy a planet were attacks launched by a different civilization, what were the minor apocalypses exactly? It was unlikely that a civilization was so bored as to send an apocalypse across the vast sea of stars just in order to kill a single person, wasn't it? In order to explain the minor apocalypses, Xianxia said, Lu the Prior found endless ancient books and notes and carefully studied the ancient cultivators' experiences. He realized that all the ancient cultivators who suffered apocalypses shared the same feature. What is the feature? Liao asked solemnly. They are all unparalleled experts. Xianxia answered. Liao was rendered speechless. Of course, it was the experts who were struck by the apocalypses. Normally speaking, only those who were at the peak of the nascent soul stage and about to enter the divinity transformation stage were likely to experience apocalypses. He had never heard of a cultivator in the refinement stage suddenly being hit by an apocalypse while walking on the street. That would be hilarious. Why would the ancient people name the level above the nascent soul stage the divinity transformation stage? Because they believed that the cultivators in the peak of the nascent soul stage would be tested by the apocalypses, and those past the test would become deities and gods. That was where divinity transformation came from. In the last years of the ancient cultivation world 40,000 years ago, all the sectors were engaged in a war, Xianxia said. The tyrants also rose up and attacked each other. It was truly an era of chaos. Therefore, Lu the Prior studied the sectors during the period as the entire universe. He considered every sector to be an independent civilization. Then, Lu the Prior discovered that, when 2 sectors were at war, the more developed sector was not necessarily a sure winner. On many occasions, a single super expert was enough to twist the situation of the war. The super experts might have been the humblest person of his sector, but they seemed to be blessed with unimaginable luck and simply skyrocketed miraculously. For such experts, they would run into anonymous experts who would teach them techniques when they were on the street, find ancient secret treasures when they fell off a cliff, and when they bought a random pet, they would find out in the end that it was the best beast of the best beasts. It was like that the wheel of fate had decreed that they should emerge and change the world. Therefore, Lu the Prior called such people children of destiny. In the research journal, Lu the Prior listed 3 examples. Long Fenchen, the second son of a minor family in the dark fire sector. His family went bankrupt, his father was crippled by his enemy, and his own fiancée broke up with him. There couldn't be a more miserable person in the entire sector. However, within a few years, the man rose to fame miraculously and became the best expert of the dark fire sector. He distinguished himself in the war between the dark fire world and the crescent moon sector by slaying the 7 top experts of the crescent moon sector by himself. In the end, he helped the dark fire sector defeat the crescent moon sector, whose overall capability was 10 times higher. Yi Xinglong was originally an unknown soldier in the coalition army of the cultivation sects of the Windy Sun sector. At that time, the Windy Sun sector was involved in a chaotic war among dozens of sectors. It was the weakest of all the participants of the war and could have perished at any moment. But this guy, Yi Xinglong, boasted unbelievable charm and made countless beauties of many other sectors bend for him. Not only did he sleep with the beauties of various sectors, he also accrued abundant resources and techniques through the girls. In the end, he rose from a private to the commander of the coalition army of dozens of sectors. Xiao Han used to be a servant of a small sect of the Furious Flame sector. It was said that he was a cripple whose veins were all broken, but he had an extremely rarely seen talent that allowed him to communicate with ghosts. Wherever he went, he could always meet countless ghosts and discover the techniques and the information about ancient treasures through the ghosts. He also quickly rose to fame in only several decades and helped the Furious Flames sector defeat almost 100 sectors. At the end of the First Civil War of Cultivators, the Furious Flames sector became the well-accepted ruler of the world. The Dark Fire sector, the Windy Sun sector, and the Furious Flames sector were all insignificant sectors before those people appeared. They were essentially underdeveloped civilizations. Yet, because of the miraculous rise of the Children of Destiny, they crushed the sectors that were far stronger and more developed than themselves. Based on that finding, Lu the Prior put forward the last half rule. During the competitions between high-level civilizations and low-level civilizations, the former is unassailable in general, but there are factors that can change the outcome, which are the Children of Destiny. If a child of destiny who boasts unbelievable luck emerges in an underdeveloped civilization, it is possible that the civilization will pose a certain threat to a highly developed civilization, if not completely defeating it. Therefore, even if a high-level civilization is faced with a harmless low-level civilization, since the former does not know if a child of destiny will suddenly appear someday, it will simply choose to destroy everything. But since the samples for observation are too few and restricted to the civilization of human beings, there is no telling whether or not the rule applies to the entire universe. Therefore, it is only a half-ruled. Liao found it hard to believe. Luck? I don't believe in such things. Neither do I, Bai Xinghe replied. You may just consider such a phenomenon as possibility. It's like the lottery whose winning odds are 1/billionth. But after billions of tickets are sold, somebody will win the lottery sooner or later. It is not because the guy is particularly lucky but because the mechanism of probability takes effect. Liao thought for a moment and found the explanation irrefutable. Pondering briefly, Liao finally thought everything through. He said, "So, the minor apocalypses are weapons to exterminate the Children of Destiny?" Bai Xinghe nodded and said, "Even if the Child of Destiny rule does not exist, it is undeniable that all the experts slain by minor apocalypses are the essence of mankind and the best of their generation, isn't it? So many unparalleled experts failed to pass through the test of the apocalypses. It was an unbelievably heavy loss for the human beings. If the apocalypses did not exist and they continued their training, they might have been able to invent more techniques and secret arts. The civilization of mankind might be hundreds of times stronger right now. If we consider it from that point of view, the minor apocalypses have indeed slowed down the development of our civilization. That is definitely categorically true." Liao felt goosebumps rising on his skin. "Do you mean that, for tens of thousands of years, countless strong civilizations have been watching over us silently and wiping out the experts among us in order to eliminate the possibility of our development?" Bai Xinghe shook his head and replied, "According to the notes of the ancient cultivators, the methods of attack of every apocalypse and their outcomes were different. They did not seem to be arranged by the same civilization. However, it is not very logical that hundreds of other civilizations have been monitoring the civilization of mankind all the time. After all, 100,000 years back, the civilization of mankind was still in the primitive phase. There was no reason for so many powerful civilizations to be coveting us. Therefore, Lu the Prior made the judgment that the minor apocalypses were not set to attack us on purpose but released by a civilization a long time ago with certain conditions as the trigger and spread all over the universe. When one of the conditions is met, the apocalypse will be activated and launch the attack automatically. It means that the minor apocalypses only attack randomly. Some of us are only unlucky enough to run into them." Liao found it confusing. "Why? The universe is too vast," Bai Xinghe explained. "Even if civilizations similar to mankind or even far more advanced than ours do exist, they must be very far away from us. It is possible that they are millions, if not billions, of light years away from us." Liao nodded. It was quite true. When the civilization of mankind was in its prime, it had crossed through a large area of the universe and conquered a lot of alien species. But most of the species did not have a systematical civilization. In the ancient classics, the alien species were sometimes referred to as elves, goblins, and gnomes. In fact, they were merely natives of foreign planets. In the vast territory that human beings had explored, there was not a single civilization as developed as that of mankind. Therefore, if such civilizations did exist, they must have been extremely far away from mankind. Let's say the two civilizations are 1,000,000 light-years away from each other, Xianxia said. When the hostile civilization sensed the civilization of mankind, it immediately launched a powerful apocalypse at the speed of light, which marched toward the civilization of mankind unstoppably. But it would still take 1,000,000 years for the apocalypse to arrive, wouldn't it? 1,000,000 years. Think about it. It took us only 100,000 years for us to evolve from creaking monkeys to what we are today. Imagine where we would have been in 1,000,000 years. Would we even be scared of the so-called apocalypse by then? Chances are that we would even have calculated the trajectory of the apocalypse and found a way to counterattack. For the civilization that launched the attack, was it trying to kill a civilization, or was it trying to get itself killed? Liao nodded his head. The points seemed pretty solid. Therefore, the more reasonable approach would be to release countless minor apocalypses after setting certain hibernation and wake-up conditions. They would float in the endless universe aimlessly and slowly. When some of the conditions were met, they would be triggered immediately and perform the attack. That way it would be faster, more reasonable, and less costly. Why did the apocalypse only visit the nascent soul stage cultivators who were breaking into the divinity transformation state in the world of ancient cultivators? I assumed that, when a cultivator summoned all the spiritual energy in the peak of the nascent soul stage to break the threshold of the divinity transformation state, the immense spiritual waves that they released might have been perceived by a minor apocalypse that happened to be drifting nearby. It would then be activated immediately. In the world of ancient cultivators, there was also a theory called integrity quotient. It was said that, if a cultivator did good things such as helping the weak and the poor, they would avoid the fate of the apocalypses. Some people even claimed that a certain great man of an honorable sect who had accumulated enough positive karma was safe and secure when he tried to break into the divinity transformation state without suffering from any apocalypses. The real reason is much simpler. The guy was lucky enough that there happened to be no minor apocalypses near the sector he was in when he was trying to break into the divinity transformation stage. Liao clapped his hands and said, "That is a very reasonable explanation. The major apocalypses are strategic weapons of a civilization. They are costly and difficult to be launched. After all, they are powerful enough to destroy a planet and even a sector. I believe that, even for the alien species that are far more developed than mankind, they cannot launch them randomly. The minor apocalypses, on the other hand, are tactical weapons. They are cheap, easy to utilize, and very inconspicuous. Therefore, they launched as many as possible without caring about anything, all in order to stall and even block the evolution of other civilizations." Xianxia stared at Liao in silence. The image of stars and apocalypses blinked on his face. Beneath the shadow of the universe, there was no telling whether he was crying or laughing. Liao's head was a mess. He had once discussed the origins of the apocalypses with Xianxia on Iron Plateau and listened to Yan Shibei, who was apparently possessed by the bloodstripe virus, explaining why the bloodstripe virus initiated the apocalypse on Iron Plateau. Right now, everything that Xianxia spoke was neatly aligning with their theories. Was it possible that everything was true? Was the universe really a dark forest? Liao gritted his teeth and shook his head. He felt that the dark forest theory had loopholes, very big ones, intuitively. However, he could not tell exactly what they were. Maybe it was because he did not like the dark forest theory from the bottom of his heart, or a universe that was so cold and cruel. Again, Liao remembered what Huangpu Xiaoya and Xiongwuji once said. Even if the universe is truly nothing more than a bloody, shadowy forest, we cultivators will burn all that we have to give out a single spark. If there are no roads in the dark forest, then just set a fire and make your own road. Only after Liao learned the truth did he realize the tremendous confidence between the lines. Taking a long breath, Liao held his head high and looked Xianxia in the eye. He said one word after another, "I don't like the dark forest theory." "Not at all." Xianxia laughed in amusement. The laws of nature have nothing to do with your personal feelings. Like it or not, the dark forest is right here around us. We seem to have gone off topic, Liao said coldly. How is the dark forest theory, whether it is true or not, related to the immortal cultivators? Bai Xinghe's voice turned even more ghostly as he continued his explanation. Like I said, the dark forest is right here around us. It is not just among different civilizations. A dark forest can appear anytime inside a civilization. 2. Have you ever heard of a bunch of people named fire stealers? Liao was suddenly alarmed. Of course, he had heard the name before. 5,000 years ago, when the Flying Star Sector encountered an apocalypse, the citizens of the Flying Star Sector were divided. One group of people constructed an enormous space fleet, hoping to shift their entire civilization into the starships and flee from the planet. They were known as spacers. The other group planned to concentrate all the resources of the Flying Star Sector on Iron Plateau, the capital planet, in order to build a planetary-level defense array to resist the apocalypse. They were known as homers. Although the spacers and the homers held completely different ideologies, they were compatriots after all. Therefore, ostensible peace was maintained until the end. After negotiations, all the techniques, cultivation arts, and the training facilities were divided into two halves, and the two groups were supposed to go their separate ways and develop on their own. But as it turned out, a bunch of radicals among the spacers believed that Iron Plateau could never resist the apocalypse. They held the belief that it was better to keep the cultivation arts and techniques to the spacers so that their future development would be smoother than to let those classics be buried together with the homers forever. The radicals made thorough plans carefully for decades and eventually stole the vast majority of the cultivation arts, techniques, and resources that were left on Iron Plateau. Those people believed that their endeavors were to make the torch of the civilization of the Flying Star Sector burn brighter. Therefore, they called themselves fire stealers. It appears that you do, Bai Xinghe said casually. That's understandable. You are the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. How could you not know those guys who made the Iron Plateau natives unable to train normally and have to turn into chi trainers? However, have you ever thought of one question? At that time, after the fire stealers took away abundant cultivation arts, techniques, and training facilities, they left Iron Plateau in advance and retreated to the edge of the Flying Star Sector. By logic, the fire stealers had a lot of crystal warships. They were made of the experts among the spacers. Besides, they were not struck by the apocalypse from the front because they were at the edge of the Flying Star Sector. But today, while the offspring of the Iron Plateau natives and the space fleet, who were struck by the apocalypse, managed to survive and thrive in every space zone of the Flying Star Sector, why did the fire stealers who hid themselves in the edge of the Flying Star Sector vanish into thin air? Liao was dazed for a moment. It was indeed an unanswered question. Of the 3 forces at that time, the homers and the spacers all endured destructive strikes, and the fleet of the fire stealers couldn't have suffered more damage even if they were affected by the blast of the apocalypse. 2. Considering that they were hiding at the edge of the Flying Star Sector. Where did they go in the 5,000 years that followed? After a long sigh, Bai Xinghe said, "Let me tell you what happened. After you hear the story, you may realize that apocalypses are not the most terrifying things in the universe." Liao listened attentively and somewhat nervously. The radicals among the spacers, when starting Plan Prometheus, were actually not evil or shameless guys. On the contrary, many of them were determined and of high integrity. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for the continuation of their civilization at any time. They implemented Plan Prometheus with the thought of one for all in mind. After stealing tremendous cultivation arts and techniques from Iron Plateau and fleeing to the edge of the Flying Star Sector, they had maintained contact with the main fleet of the spacers at all time, claiming that they would join the main fleet when the apocalypse passed and everything was settled, and that they should be punished according to their crimes. Many of them even made blood oaths that they would kill themselves immediately after they returned. All the sins will be shouldered by us, with the hope that the humans of the Flying Star Sector will live long and thrive forever. That was the slogan of the fire stealers at that time. It sounds selfless, ambitious, and decent, doesn't it? Wearing a weird smile, Xianxia continued coldly. Then the apocalypse arrived. However, instead of lunging at Iron Plateau, it divided into two halves and attacked Iron Plateau and the space fleet simultaneously. For a moment, the overwhelming apocalypse swept the two cores of the Flying Star sector. Iron Plateau and the space fleet were each mired in the swirl of destruction. The Flying Star sector was caught in chaos and did not recover until 1,000 years later. The fleet of the Fire Stealers, while hiding at the edge of the Flying Star sector, observed the arrival of the intimidating apocalypse and detected that the cores of the Flying Star sector were wreathed in destructive strikes. Naturally, their connection with the main fleet was cut off, too, because the main fleet was crumbling and struggling in the rampant cosmic storms. After a certain amount of time, maybe several years of observation and analysis, the fleet of the Fire Stealers made sure of something, which was that Iron Plateau and the space fleet had been both destroyed in the apocalypse. After ascertaining the fact, other than shock and grief, they were also overjoyed after the catastrophe, because they had survived. They still boasted a fleet of a reasonably large scale as well as many experts. More importantly, they boasted countless techniques, cultivation arts, and training facilities. The torch of the civilization of the Flying Star sector had not faded away yet. Right now, they were the only hope of mankind in the Flying Star sector. In a moment, the last bit of guilt in the Fire Stealers vanished. In retrospect, what they did had been right all the time. If they had not been as bold, the entire civilization of the Flying Star sector would have been demolished. Right now, they were the last Flying Star citizens. They had to revive the civilization and pass on their legacy no matter the cost. Liao was fascinated. Everything seemed very logical to this point, but Liao had sensed a hint of danger. Xianxia smiled and continued. When the ecstasy from the beginning gradually faded, the last Flying Star citizens found a fatal, unresolvable conundrum. They were short of food and fuel. What? Liao blurted out. It's quite understandable. Plan Prometheus was a top secret from the beginning. Naturally, they could not attract everyone's attention by moving a lot of starships. Xianxia explained. Therefore, the crystal warships under their control were not large in number, and they were not necessarily carriers that were most suitable for cargo. Cultivation arts and techniques did not take up much space, but the training facilities and the various kind of magical equipment would occupy a lot of room. They did not carry enough cosmos rings to store so much magical equipment and training facilities. As for food and water, it was difficult to store them for long in cosmos rings, too. In order to steal more magical equipment and training facilities, they could only modify the starships discreetly by expanding the warehouses and reducing the food and fuel they carried. After all, according to the plan, they would stay at the edge of the Flying Star sector for only 1 to 2 years, no longer than 5, before they turned themselves into the main fleet when the apocalypse passed. The point had been repetitively made in the conversation between them and the main fleet. They had stressed that they were not traders and that the resources they carried were not enough to support a journey across sectors. Therefore, they would have to turn themselves in the end. Otherwise, there was no way that they could survive. Naturally, the main fleet carried enough food and fuel, and there was enough room to build a self-circulating biological system in space to produce new food. Therefore, right now, the Fire Stealers, the last Flying Star citizens, were caught in an extremely awkward situation. They boasted the strongest techniques of the Flying Star sector, the most advanced magical equipment, and the most complicated training facilities, but they did not have the food and fuel that were mandatory for their survival. Without food, people would starve. Without fuel, the starships were not going anywhere. Even if the strongest magical equipment of the universe was stored in the vehicles, they were nothing more than iron coffins drifting in the boundless universe. What was more critical was that, before making sure that the main fleet had been destroyed, they had been drifting in the edge of the Flying Star sector for years. Even though the most rigorous rationing system had been implemented in the beginning, there was still not much food left. The word food made Liao shudder. He asked, they could have explored the space zones nearby, or search on the remains of the fleet after the apocalypse. Perhaps they could collect enough resources to build their own space towns and recycling system. You are right, Xianxia said. But the solutions were too far away to resolve the imminent problems. Both the exploration and the search required plenty time and resources, and they had neither of those. "Oh, I was wrong." Bai Xinghe put on the creepiest smile that Li Yao had ever seen. As he said, they had resources but not enough to sustain every one of them on board. If all the resources were concentrated, chances were then 1/10 of the fire stealers could survive. Li Yao thought of something and immediately pictured something scary in his mind. Bai Xinghe announced gravely, the fire stealers might have been people of integrity who were willing to sacrifice themselves. However, at that moment, it was not just their own lives that were at risk but the last hope of the Flying Star sector. If the impasse continued, everybody would die. But if some of them were sacrificed, the rest of them might survive and have enough resources to explore new space zones and collect more debris. There would be a chance, however slim, that the ash of the humanity of the Flying Star sector could be rekindled in the future. Do you see it now? The fleet of the fire stealers had turned into a small dark forest where the resources were limited, and everybody had a good reason to survive. Even though some of them were willing to sacrifice themselves, they were usually not alone but accompanied by their family on the starships. There being no other options, the fire stealers immediately started attacking each other. It is impossible to verify the details now, but in the end, about 9/10 of the fire stealers died in the internal strife for the competition of resources. Only 1/10 of them lived on, over their companions' dead bodies, with their companions' resources. They were like ghosts wandering in the sea of stars. With whatever resources they had, they struggled hard at the edge of the Flying Star sector for 100 years, until the influence of the apocalypse completely passed. At that time, they finally received messages from the central area of the Flying Star sector. They learned that the main fleet had not been completely destroyed by the apocalypse. Some of the starships survived and were rebuilding the civilization slowly. Bai Xinghe smiled very bitterly. Everything seemed to be an absurd, vicious, and ironic joke. The only reason that motivated the fire stealers to attack each other by resorting to all kinds of sordid methods was that they were the last Flying Star citizens and that everything they did was meant to sustain human civilization in the Flying Star sector. Therefore, although they were guilty, they were not wrong. They had no options. However, after they discovered other survivors, the belief that had gradually seeped into their blood over the 100 years collapsed. 100 years ago, when their fathers implemented Plan Prometheus, their fathers could have gone to the court of law confidently and justifiably, despite the unforgivable crimes they had committed. But now it was their turn. They had no courage to face any trials. Because they knew that they were wrong and that they had violated the ethics of the cultivators and even all human beings. Or rather, after struggling for 100 years in the dark forest, after mauling each other willingly or unwillingly, the ethics and code of conduct for the old human beings had been ripped apart. They had established a new set of rules and ethics, the rules and ethics of the dark forest. Although they had the facial organs, limbs, and appearance of mankind and spoke the human language, below their skin, they had mutated into a different species. They were alien humans. Finally, they encountered other survivors. Maybe the survivors asked of their background, and they were too ashamed to talk about it. Maybe they were running out of resources again, and they simply picked up their weapons habitually. The bottom line was, they did not cooperate with the survivors and did what they had become most familiar with over the past 100 years. Killing and looting. Li Yao took a deep breath and imagined the edge of the Flying Star sector thousands of years ago. Hundreds of crystal warships that looked like iron coffins packed with corpses were drifting in space. They collided and exploded, releasing fatal mystic rays non-stop. Colorful halos were appearing, like flowers that were blossoming on decayed bodies. Most of the coffins were shattered. Only few of them rushed out in the end. Were the cultivators inside them cultivators? Were the human beings inside of qualified to be called human beings? Li Yao swallowed and asked, "How do you know such secret events as if you'd seen them in person?" Bai Xinghe said casually, "The posterity of the fire stealers cruised in the edge of the Flying Star sector all the time. When the first job was done, there was no stopping it. When they met other survivors, they often hunted the victims down ruthlessly. After they gathered enough resources, they would explore new space zones. In the end, they truly found a new space zone, as well as resource planet that was left by the Star Ocean Imperium named Spider Denver. It was an unexpected and yet reasonable answer. Liao took a long breath in relief. So, space pirates are the offspring of the Fire Stealers. That explains why the space pirates who had no technological backgrounds could develop a planet and cause chaos in the entire flying star sector. Bai Xinghe bent down and stared at Liao without even blinking, before he asked creepily, "You think space pirates are merely the offspring of the Fire Stealers?" Liao shivered. "What do you mean?" Bai Xinghe's voice seemed to be coming from a deep, deep abyss. As he said, "Do you want to hear another story? You've heard a lot of events in the history. Now let's talk about something closer. I'll tell you my experience and how I came to Spider Denver." Liao was somewhat shocked. It was well known that when Bai Xinghe was young, the starship he boarded on was engaged in a cosmic storm. He was rescued by the space pirates that were passing by and sold to Spider Den as a slave. Was there more to the story? Emotionlessly, like a withered tree, Bai Xinghe started narrating before Liao replied. "My parents were both cultivators, but they were unaffiliated cultivators and did not belong to any sect. They each bought one carrier both to make a living and to travel in different space zones to expand their horizon. They believed that it was beneficial for their training. I had been living with them on their carriers since I was born. Other than being short of playmates, my life had been quite carefree, until we encountered a supercosmic storm that almost equaled to a space swirl during a voyage when I was 7. In order to avoid the supercosmic storm, we deviated from our sailing route. There was no telling where we ended up. The carrier was seriously damaged. A lot of food and fuel had been destroyed. Our communication equipment was damaged, too. We had lost in touch with the rest of the world. At that time, a starship larger than ours was involved in the same cosmic storm and blown to the same unknown space zone with us. It rescued us at the crucial moment. The cosmic storm was still raging, and we could only sail deeper into the unknown space zone together, looking for a peaceful port where we can hide. My parents appreciated their help very much. Our friendship after working together against the cosmic storm grew deeper, too. At that time, everybody thought that the cosmic storm would pass very soon, and we could at least repair the navigation and communication magical equipment on one of the starships so that we could reach out to the closest space town and ask for help. But as it turned out, the duration and scale of the cosmic storm far exceeded everyone's expectations. The hundreds of space towns near the main sailing route were all affected by the cosmic storm and could barely rescue themselves. They had no spare hands at all. To make matters worse, after being assaulted by the aftershock of the cosmic storm, our starships were so damaged that they were beyond repair. 1 month later, the cosmic storm gradually died down, but we had ended up in a godforsaken place in the depths of the universe. The remainder of our food and fuel was running dry, too. The navigation and communication magical equipment could not be repaired anytime soon, either. There was even a lot of new damage. The 2 starships were likely to collapse at any point. In the beginning, nobody had expected that the situation would be as bad. During the cooperation, we informed each other of the remaining resources on our starships and even exchanged a few items. Therefore, we both knew very clearly how many resources the other starship had left. In the next, Bai Xinghe suddenly fell silent when he got to that part of the story. He seemed to have put on a rusted mask. In an inhuman voice, he said, "We launched an attack. My father, an honorable cultivator who used to risk his life protecting ordinary people and who had almost 10 irrecoverable scars after multiple battles with space pirates, launched a fatal attack on our lifesavers with the excuse of another barter when they were not prepared. Everybody was killed by us. All the resources were taken away. Their starship was dismantled into the most fundamental components to strengthen our starship. However, everything proved to be in vain in the end. When my parents were about to complete everything, the aftershock of the cosmic storm arrived again and battered our starship, pushing it to an even remoter area of the universe. In the end, everybody died. I lay inside the debris of the starship alone and was discovered by a starship of space pirates that was passing the area in a hurry to avoid the hunting of the cultivators. When they searched the debris, the space pirates took me away as their trophies and sold me to Spider Denver. I became a slave in the darkness just like that. After you hear the story, do you feel that a karma happened to my parents? Liao did not know what to say. You may find it hard to believe, Xianxia said, but before the cosmic storm, everything my parents ever did deserved their title as cultivators. If there were only the two of them on the starship, I dare say that they would rather have killed themselves than attack the people who saved their lives. However, things were different if their most beloved son was on board. Xianxia's voice was lower and lower, until in the end it was so softly that he seemed to be speaking right inside Liao's ears. Although I was only 7 at that time, I remember clearly to this day what my father said to my mother when they sent me to the safe house in preparation for the battle. Out of 2, 1 will live. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. The 2 sentences stabbed into Liao's heart like sharp, icy daggers. Liao felt that his head was dizzy while his mind drifted to an unknown corner in the universe where 2 broken, rusted starships had floated 100 years ago, along with Xianxia's narration. Glancing at him coldly, Xianxia said, "The flying star sector is a large place. Natural disasters such like cosmic storms happen on a daily basis in space. There are too many people that are lacking resources because of natural disasters every day. I believe that my parents couldn't have been the only victims of such tragedies. There are bound to be more people that are trapped in the dark forest, like the fire stealers years ago or my parents. When a cultivator abandons their belief because there are no options, it is unlikely that they can return to the normal society. Even if they hide everything in their daily life, they would be scared and living in fear until they die. No matter how magnificent the throne you sit on is, how big the organization under your control is, and how strong you are, as soon as anybody discovers traces of your crimes, the only outcome for you is that you will be demeaned and will fall from the clouds into an abyss. No sects, no towns, and no normal societies will ever tolerate such things. The only place that embraces them in the entire flying star sector is Spider Den. Now, do you see why the space pirates could never really be uprooted in the past hundreds of years, as if they were wild grasses?" Liao took a long breath and said, "That explains a lot. What about the immortal cultivators?" "It's simple," Xianxia replied. "The thing about human beings is that they will always try to find excuses for themselves no matter how unforgivable or inhuman the crimes they've committed were. Asking those high and mighty cultivators, who consider themselves the living embodiment of honor and integrity, to acknowledge that they are timid, sordid, lawless bandits, that would be even more miserable than killing them directly." Lu the Prior lived in the last years of the Star Ocean Imperium. With the heated, prolonged civil war, his research did not receive much attention. Although the flying star sector was home to Lu the Prior, nobody had a deep understanding about his research. Most of the space pirates had only heard the tales about him and his studies, but no more. That was so until 500 years ago, when Xianxia, the supreme space pirate, arrived in Spider Den. In order to deal with the coalition fleet of cultivators, he excavated the underground fortress on a large scale and found Lu the Prior's belongings by accident. From then on, the dark forest theory gradually spread out among the leadership of the space pirates. Those space pirates felt that they'd got the ultimate treasure. If the universe was truly a dark forest where the strong preyed on the weak and where the fittest survived, everything they had been doing would be perfectly justified. It is not me but everybody else that is wrong. The universe is exactly like that. Everything we are doing follows the rules of the universe. We boast enormous strength. We represent the direction of evolution. Of course, we are more qualified to survive and to utilize tremendous resources than the ordinary people are. It is purely a waste when the precious resources in the sea of stars are consumed by ordinary people. They should only be controlled by us so that we can strive to break the limits of evolution with the resources and make the civilization of mankind strong enough to survive in the dark forest. Therefore, robbing the ordinary people of their resources is justified, reasonable, and necessary. We are the new human beings that originate from old human beings but have surpassed them. The new human beings, who are stronger, fiercer, and crueler, are the only direction that the civilization of mankind should strive toward. That was exactly the ideology of the immortal cultivators. Liao took a long breath in relief. After Bai Xinghe's explanation, most of the questions that had been haunting him had been answered. He thought the whole thing through from the beginning to the end and found that there was still a minor problem that he did not understand. He asked, "Is it a coincidence that the underground fortress of Spider Den overlaps with Lu the Prior's Center of Apocalypse Studies?" Bai Xinghe smiled. "Of course it's not." Soon after Lu the Prior came up with the Dark Forest theory, the Armageddon Rebellion took place. Bewildered by the extraterrestrial devils, the Blood God, commander-in-chief of the expedition army of the Star Ocean Imperium, turned into the Mad Armageddon. The civil war of the Star Ocean Imperium broke out, and the Flying Star Sector was soon involved. Despite the vastness of the Flying Star Sector, there was not a place peaceful enough to keep a research center. At that time, the situation was quite chaotic. Many sectors lost contact with the Empyrean Terminus Space Zone, where the Supreme Emperor was located. The military stationed in the Flying Star Sector had prepared for the worst. They built quite a few permanent fortresses that were deeply buried in the ground. Spider Den was among them. The Star Prior's house was commandeered. The reasons were simple. Firstly, the Star Prior's house had 300 supercrystal processors with high computational abilities. After inheriting his father's tremendous wealth, Lu the Prior had established the Star Prior's house with all his assets because of his addiction to academics. The 300 crystal processors he purchased were all civil models. But after they employed the special algorithms, their computational ability was even higher than many crystal processors in the military. The 300 super crystal processors were extremely valuable. How could the military ignore them? They were utilized to control part of the defense rune arrays and the magical equipment. Secondly, although the Star Prior's house was built to study the apocalypses, it was essentially an observatory that could monitor the situation in space in all directions. After slight modifications on the space monitoring array of the Star Prior's house, it could be added to the air defense network and monitor the situation throughout the Spider Den space zone. Should the rebels march close, they would be locked onto earlier. Therefore, the Star Prior's house became the pivot of the underground fortress. It was a shame that the air defense network never played an important role during the Civil War, even after the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon heavily wounded each other. However, Yan Xinjian, the supreme space pirate 500 years ago, discovered the Star Prior's house and activated part of the defense arrays that remained on the surface of Spider Den via the crystal processors. In the Battle of Spider Den, the invading fleet of cultivators were greatly frustrated by the defense arrays. Liao nodded quickly. Every word that Bai Xinghe said matched flawlessly with the information that he knew. The man could not have been lying. But if so, everything seemed to make less sense. Liao's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he stared at Bai Xinghe's forehead. He said, "Boss Bai, thank you for your generosity. A lot of my questions have been solved. It appears that you are hoping to cooperate with me sincerely. However, there is one thing that is still bothering me. Boss Bai, you believe in the Dark Forest theory, don't you?" Bai Xinghe nodded. "Yes, I have no doubts about the Dark Forest theory whatsoever." Liao continued, "And you admit that you are a merciless and lawless space pirate?" Bai Xinghe replied casually, "You don't need to be so polite. I will admit it even if you say that I'm repugnant, shameless, inhuman, and that I will die a miserable death. Then it is quite odd." Scratching the metal chin of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, Liao mumbled, "You are a lawless bandit, and you are an avid believer of the Dark Forest theory. Then, why are you not an immortal cultivator? Isn't it very weird when you think about it carefully? With Boss Bai's birth, life experience, and social position, you should have been a real and hardcore immortal cultivator. It is the greatest shame for the immortal cultivators that you are not one of them. Not only did you refuse to be an immortal cultivator, you are also challenging the Temple of Immortals, the organization of the immortal cultivators. Why? Some say that you were not willing to work under other people. That was why you ended with the Temple of Immortals on bad terms. I thought about it carefully and realized that it did not make any sense. During Boss Bai's rise, you worked as the muscle and a lackey for other people countless times, and you even called quite a few people your foster fathers. But in the end, you killed all of them when the time was right. With Boss Bai's personality, if you were not satisfied that you were merely one of the 4 kings of the Temple of Immortals, the most reasonable choice would have been to join the Temple of Immortals first and then to kick out all the dissidents so that you could have gathered all the power and become the sole ruler of it. Isn't it so? Besides, the 4 kings of the Temple of Immortals are not in a chain of command. Yen Shibei, the Mountain King, was in charge of the affairs on Iron Plateau. Dark Empyrean, the Black King, is the supervisor of Black Spider Tower. The other 2 kings must have their special duties, too. Even though you joined the Temple of Immortals, your independence wouldn't have been affected at all. Then, what was your purpose for turning against the Temple of Immortals completely at the cost of the entire Abyss pirate gang? Liao remembered his first encounter with Bai Xinghe on the carrier of the Tiger Teeth pirate gang. The conversation between Bai Xinghe and Luo Jinhu was still echoing beside his ears to this day. The contempt in between Bai Xinghe's words did not seem to be faked. Now that he thought of it carefully, there vaguely seemed to be sorrow behind the contempt. Bai Xinghe was silent for a long time, as if Liao had asked something he would rather not talk about. Liao said, "So, my guess is correct. Even though you are not lying, you have kept something to yourself, something that is very important, which is your real purpose to attract the immortal cultivators into the underground fortress by making such a sophisticated plan." Bai Xinghe smiled bitterly. "My young friend Liao, I've underestimated you again. It's been decades since I last ran into such a formidable opponent like you. You're right. By logic, I should have been an immortal cultivator. My fate was arranged in such a way that it appeared implausible that I would refuse to be an immortal cultivator. However, just like most choices in the world, you know a certain road is right, but you have a perfect reason not to walk on it. My reason, on the other hand, has nothing to do with you personally. Now, everything I need to say has been said. I only ask you one thing. Would you like to give me a hand to make the Temple of Immortals pay a miserable price in the depths of the underground fortress?" Liao beamed with joy, and he rose up suddenly. "Boss Bai, you truly have other arrangements. There must be something wrong with the map and the key that you intentionally gave to Bai Wulei. You must know some of the traps set up by the military of the Star Ocean Imperium." Bai Xinghe shook his head. "Like I said just now, there are no such things. Bai Wulei, Feng Yuzhong, Dark Empyrean, and the rest of the immortal cultivators of the Temple of Immortals are all cunning to their bones. They are definitely no fools. There are many coincidences in my plan. One will find it weird when they think about it for a moment. If I gave them the false map and key, how could the cunning, brutal bandits have been tricked? Besides, the space pirates have been exploring the underground fortress since 1,000 years ago. Although they never entered the central area, they had accumulated abundant experience in underground exploration. Since the Temple of Immortals has been lurking on Spider Den for 100 years, they must have recruited a lot of prodigies in this field, too. The experts are surely adept at the studies of architecture, structures, traps, and rune arrays. They will have a profound understanding of the underground fortress design and the mechanisms of functioning behind the traps and the secret tunnels. After they receive the map and the key, those people will definitely have studied them repetitively until every detail was made clear, before the explorers marched into the ground. How could I alone compete with the wisdom of so many experts? Besides, Bai Xinghe smiled bitterly and said, "The Star Ocean Imperium did not leave any traps that could destroy the underground fortress completely 10,000 years ago." Liao blinked. "They did not. There might have been some," Bai Xinghe said. "But the more precise a piece of magical equipment is, the more likely it is prone to damage. After 10,000 years, with countless serious earthquakes in the period, the previously destructive magical equipment must have been corrupted a long time ago, if there ever was any." Liao realized that it made sense. As a refiner, he knew the importance of maintenance very well. Even in the world of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, a primitive flying sword would have to be cleansed by various heavenly materials and earthly treasures and even blood, or it would become lackluster and rusted later. As for the modern magical equipment that was precise in structure and involved complicated mechanisms, it was all the more important that such devices were maintained on a regular basis. The cost of such maintenance was usually very high. When the magical equipment was not used for a long time, the price for a major maintenance might even be higher than the price at which it was purchased in the beginning. What was even more terrifying was that many radiative or corrosive crystals must be kept steady by changing new rune arrays every once in a while. Otherwise, when the shell of the magical equipment eroded, a great explosion would be triggered. Such accidents were not unusual at all. Liao had once discovered a crystal warship from the Star Ocean Imperium named Sparkle on Boneyard. It was purely a coincidence. The crystal warship had only managed to survive until its discovery because it was soaked in the silver liquid that was full of spiritual energy deep below the ground. Even so, the crystal warship never regained its combat ability until after multiple maintenance and strengthening sessions. The underground fortress of Spider Den was too large in scale. Even if a certain trap that could destroy the fortress did exist, it must have been extremely precise. How could it remain intact for 10,000 years? Liao frowned and asked curiously, "Boss Bai, you've known the way to enter the core area of the underground fortress since long ago. Have you never thought of building some traps of your own? It seems to be more of your style." Bai Xinghe replied, "Although I am in the nascent soul stage, I am not omnipotent. How can I build large traps deep below the ground all by myself? If I wanted to build traps on a large scale, I would have had to mobilize a lot of manpower and resources. But I have always considered the underground fortress my secret base. How can I allow other people to enter it easily? Those who are capable of building such traps must be seasoned refiners and mechanics. They have a lot of friends and they are quite influential. Even if I was the de facto ruler of Spider Den, it's not like I could kill them all after the job was done." Liao thought for a moment and realized it made sense. Such complicated traps could definitely not be built by any random guy. The refiners who were capable of building such traps must have had strong support. It was unlikely that Bai Xinghe could kill all of them in order to shut their mouths. Bai Xinghe sighed and said, somewhat helplessly, "When I became aware of the existence of the Temple of Immortals, it became even less likely that I would establish any traps, because I did not have any idea who in the Abyss pirate gang were the spies of the immortal cultivators. Under such circumstances, wouldn't I be killing myself if I asked my subordinates to build the traps?" Liao realized that it was true. Even Bai Xinghe's first true disciple had betrayed him. It was very prudent of him not to ask any of his subordinates to handle such affairs. No wonder he had concocted such a scheme that seemed to be very plain and obvious. It was because the Temple of Immortals had no worries at all. They knew for a fact that he could not have set up any traps deep below the ground. The bottom line is, the map I gave Bai Wulei was real. It was drafted based on multiple military maps of the Star Ocean Imperium. Some of the places were hidden, including the Star Prior's house that we are currently in. But the main control center of the underground fortress, as well as the warehouses where abundant weapons, magical equipment, and crystals are stored, are all marked clearly on the map. The key that I surrendered was real, too. It was not really a key but a series of identification rune arrays and dynamic passwords. With the identification rune arrays and the passwords, they will be able to reach the control center without any hindrance. I did not leave behind any tricks because every trick and trap on the map and the key would have been seen through. However, I did not come to the underground fortress waiting to be killed, either. My tricks are somewhere else that I cannot tell you about right now. While talking, Bai Xinghe raised his hand and threw over a cluster of greenness. Liao did not catch it with his hands. Instead, he covered the object with his spiritual energy carefully, only to discover that it was a cosmos ring with a vivid head of an infuriated dragon on the surface of it. Bai Xinghe smiled casually. "The Dragon King battlesuit is inside. I have cancelled the barriers on the Cosmos Ring. You are free to retrieve it now. If you are willing to give me a hand and prefer to deal with the immortal cultivators rather than the grudge between us first, Help me repair the Dragon King battlesuit. Because of my misjudgment, the strike of Dark Empyrean, the real Black King, dealt severe damage to the Dragon King battlesuit, although it did not kill me instantly. The damage will be a nuisance when my real plan is activated. However, both Li Yao and Sand Scorpion are the best refiners of the Flying Star sector. I believe that people of the Temple of Immortals will never have guessed that you are with me right now. Bai Xinghe had offered the strongest crystal suit on Spider Den to him. Holding back his excitement, Li Yao shook as he said, "What benefits can I get by helping you repair your crystal suit?" Bai Xinghe smiled. "Let's be honest here. The maintenance manual, structural design, and the spiritual energy flowcharts are all inside the Cosmos Ring. The crystal suit employs a lot of technologies of the Star Ocean Imperium. Its 9 dragon heads were even directly refined out of the components of the Star Ocean Imperium. They are very sophisticated. For such a skilled refiner like yourself, isn't it the greatest benefit that you get to browse through the maintenance manuals and the structural design? Honestly speaking, I can do the simple maintenance myself. Unless it is absolutely necessary to, I never would have given the Dragon King battlesuit to you." Li Yao chuckled. He finally understood why Bai Xinghe, an unparalleled brutal bandit, had been talking so sincerely with him and even telling him his childhood stories. It seemed that the man was trying to win his trust. Bai Xinghe must have made secret arrangements in the underground fortress. But he calculated everything except for the identity of the real Black King. As a result, the heavy strike from the real Black King not only wounded himself but also seriously damaged the Dragon King battlesuit. As an expert in the nascent soul stage, he could treat his wounds and recover slowly, and he could even suppress the wounds temporarily with secret arts. However, Bai Xinghe was not a professional refiner after all. If his crystal suit was too seriously damaged, there was no way that he could repair it himself. As it happened, Bai Xinghe discovered Li Yao's real identity and that he was an excellent refiner in the Flying Star sector. Then, Li Yao's personal value for him increased significantly. Handing the crystal suit over to an unfamiliar refiner was a risky decision because the refiner could set up countless backdoors during the maintenance without anybody knowing. Li Yao was definitely no match for Bai Xinghe in terms of combat ability, but when it came to refining, Li Yao was confident that it would be a miracle if Bai Xinghe could find one of the backdoors when he set up 10. Bai Xinghe had no alternatives right now and could only believe in his expertise. That was why he rambled on about his secrets as a gesture of friendliness. Li Yao was deeply moved by Bai Xinghe's sincerity. Then he decided that he should plant at least 20 backdoors in the Dragon King battlesuit. Of course, Bai Xinghe knew of the refiner's doings, and that his crystal suit would not end well now that it had fallen into the hands of such a sly man. But he did not have a second option. After throwing the crystal suit over, Bai Xinghe said gloomily, "It will take the immortal cultivators 3 to 5 days for them to analyze the map and gather all of the contributors in preparation for the exploration of the underground fortress. You can take your time to repair the crystal suit in the next couple of days. There is sufficient food and crystals here. Take whatever you want. No need to ask me." Bai Xinghe stood up again and went into the metal cabin to treat his wounds. His 2 hands were still bound by the rope, and his Dragon King battlesuit was now in Li Yao's hands. Li Yao thought for a long time and found no loopholes in Bai Xinghe's request or reasons to stop him from healing his wounds. Until the problem of the immortal cultivators was resolved, the conflict between the 2 of them was not likely to escalate. Forget it. Whether he meant it or not, the Dragon King battlesuit is now in my hands anyway. After I set up 20 backdoors in it, I will not be scared at all even if we are forced to fight again. Li Yao swallowed somewhat greedily. The Dragon King battlesuit, known as the strongest crystal suit on Spider Den, was now right in his hands. He was yearning to know how formidable the crystal suit was exactly. Star Basher, Divine Anvil. Li Yao raised his hands and retrieved 2 pieces of magical equipment for refining. In the next few days, Li Yao and Bai Xinghe each occupied half of the palace. Li Yao focused his attention on the research and maintenance of the Dragon King battlesuit, while Bai Xinghe spent most of his time working on the 300 supercrystal processors when he was not treating his wounds. After 10,000 years, Those crystal processors were mostly broken despite the protective rune arrays in the Star Prior's house. Xianxia could only combine the components of multiple crystal processors into a brand new one. As a result, the number of the normally functioning crystal processors had been greatly reduced. Less than 50 of them were successfully turned on by Xianxia in the end. Liao did not bother to check what Xianxia was doing because all his attention was focused on the Dragon King battlesuit. The crystal suit was refined in an unmistakable style of the Star Ocean Imperium. The 9 dragon heads were built with components from the Star Ocean Imperium and could not integrate with the modern crystal suits perfectly. Therefore, they could only be attached to the back of the crystal suit in the form of dragon heads. The Dragon King battlesuit was a collection of the wisdom of the evil geniuses on Spider Denver. The complicated structural designs and spiritual energy flowcharts fascinated Liao. One of the structural designs was enough for him to study wholeheartedly in the labyrinth of thought for hours. Repairing such a high-end crystal suit was a great challenge even for Liao. It was an even more thrilling game to set up backdoors without alarming its owner or affecting the performance of the Dragon King battlesuit. Liao greatly enjoyed himself in those 5 days. 2 of the dragon heads of the crystal suit had been completely destroyed. There was nothing Liao could do about them without large maintenance magical equipment. However, his amazing manual forging skills basically recovered their structure. Besides, Liao even devoted some of the precious materials he had retrieved on Iron Plateau to the upgrade of the Dragon King battlesuit in order to make up for the parts that were beyond repair. In the end, every part of the Dragon King battlesuit, from the crystal processor to the power rune arrays, and from the crystal reactor to the defense system, was full of backdoors. Liao could easily influence the Dragon King battlesuit with his telepathic thoughts now. After putting on the Dragon King battlesuit maintained by him whatever ill intentions Xianxia had, he would have to behave and cooperate with him obediently. The whole maintenance job only took 3 days, but Liao did not intend to return the Dragon King battlesuit to Xianxia so fast. Before the immortal cultivators stepped underground, he would, of course, seize every second to study and grasp every detail of the Dragon King battlesuit. The Dragon King battlesuit employed a lot of technologies from the Star Ocean Imperium. As for the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, no matter how many times it had been modified and how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been applied to it, its framework was based on a model of crystal suits in the Star Ocean Imperium, too. Therefore, the 2 crystal suits shared unbelievable similarities in many regards. The more Liao studied, the more he drooled and the less he was willing to return the Dragon King battlesuit to Xianxia. He had fantasized, more than once, about tearing apart the Dragon King battlesuit and applying most of the components, especially the 7 remaining dragon heads, to the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. His own crystal suit would definitely become much more magnificent. During their 4th day in the Star Prior's house, Xianxia finally finished debugging the super crystal processors and triggered immense telepathic thoughts. More than 1,000 light beams were immediately projected by the super crystal processors, which displayed the footage of the thousands of crucial areas of the underground fortress. There was also a complicated map of the underground fortress that looked both like a honeycomb and an ant's nest. It was floating between the 2 of them, with bright golden brilliance blinking slowly. It was the overall picture of the underground fortress. Right now, they had thousands of eyes in the fortress. The immortal cultivators were even more cautious than they expected and did not come until the 7th day. The surveillance crystal cameras deployed in the secret corners sent the pictures back to the Star Prior's house. Just like 2 assassins lurking in darkness, Liao and Xianxia looked at the prey in silence as they gradually walked into the trap. To their credit, the intruders could not have been more prudent. The first echelon to show up in the core area of the underground fortress was not made of human beings but scouting crystal cameras that were engraved with anti-gravity rune arrays and could float in midair. Through the observation of the crystal cameras, and after making sure that their map was accurate, the immortal cultivators then sent out a large batch of beast puppets. Most of the beast puppets were only the size of mice, which allowed them to appear in every gap and every corner of the fortress. The reconnaissance of the vanguard lasted a whole day. The intruders waiting at the entrance were wearing crystal suits in various colors and models. The battle emblems on their breastplates differed, too. They were obviously from different pirate gangs. There was no telling what approaches the Temple of Immortals had resorted to, but the space pirates were all obedient and able to contain their greed during an entire day of patient waiting, as if they were a well-trained army. One day later, the immortal cultivators and the space pirates treaded lightly into the underground fortress. On the bright golden map, the red spots that represented the intruders gradually spread out, as if a bag of red beans had been sprayed on the ground. The immortal cultivators and the space pirates gradually gained control over every pathway, corridor, lift, and chamber, as well as the warehouses of magical equipment and the arsenals on every floor. However, through the surveillance crystal cameras, Liao saw that the space pirates were cursing in anger because they found nothing. "Idiots," Xianxia said coldly. "They never think with their heads. How much of the magical equipment and weapons from 10,000 years ago is still working today? The items that I brought to the ground to entice them were almost all of the usable goods here. How could a large batch of magical equipment be waiting for them to excavate?" Different from the shrimps, the Black King by Wulei, Feng Yuzhong, and the other important persons of the Temple of Immortals did not stop by the warehouses near the entrance of the underground fortress. They cracked one trap after another according to the guidance of the map and went straightly to the depths of the underground fortress. At the bottom of the bright golden map, which represented the deepest level of the fortress, was the largest warehouse of magical equipment here. Xianxia had once told Bai Wulei that the most important secret treasures were hidden there. When Bai Wulei, Feng Yuzhong, and the Black King marched into the deepest level of the underground fortress together with abundant soldiers of the Immortal Army and Black Spider Tower, Xianxia stretched his arms and warmed up his body. He extended his hands to Liao and said, "All right, we've been resting for quite a few days. It's time for us to make our move. You've studied the Dragon King battlesuit for a long time. Shouldn't you give it back to me now? Also, my hands have been tied up in the rope over the last couple of days. We are about to fight the immortal cultivators soon. Can I tear apart the rope and warm up my hands?" Liao stuffed the cosmos ring that stored the Dragon King battlesuit into the breastplate of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, before he shook his head and said, "Wait a moment. Tell me your plan first. I have to hear your whole plan and our roles in it to make sure that everything is reasonable before I give your Dragon King battlesuit back to you." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and stared at Liao for a long time. He smiled, revealing his white teeth, as he said, one word after another. "My young friend Liao, did you know that there were many times when I was tempted to rip apart the piece and perish together with you?" Before Liao replied, he sighed and said, somewhat frustratedly, "Forget it. None of that crap makes any sense now with everything coming to this point. All right. In fact, my plan is very simple. All the traps of the Star Ocean Imperium have been wasted, and I indeed don't have the ability to reestablish the wraps. But it doesn't mean that nobody before me made arrangements in the underground fortress." Liao rolled his eyes and asked subconsciously, "Who?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Who do you think?" Halfway through his sentence, Xianxia attacked all of a sudden. At such a moment, both of his hands were tied up in a rope. His Dragon King battlesuit had been hidden by Liao. The immortal cultivators had barged in and infiltrated every corner of the fortress. This was the least likely moment for Xianxia to attack, but he had chosen this exact moment to launch an attack on Liao. In that moment, the dominating aura of a nascent soul stage cultivator reached every corner of the Star Prior's house. It swallowed Liao like an exasperated ocean. The rope on Xianxia's hands was easily torn apart. Every hair on the back of Liao's head was standing up. He did not see it coming at all and was literally caught unprepared. He did not have the vaguest clue why Xianxia would attack resolutely at a moment that was most inappropriate for an attack. Liao was not slow to respond. The moment Xianxia attacked, he made the dodging movements in time. But lightning suddenly struck inside his brain. No, that was not a real attack but a mental one. He was fooling me into dodging so that he would have more time. Too late. Liao realized what was going on too late. When his feathered dragon saber swept over, Xianxia's fierce attack was suddenly gone, and he vanished into unpredictable smoke and dispersed. When the smoke was condensed again 10 meters away, Bai Xinghe had put on a new crystal suit, one that was silver but full of crimson strips that looked like flowing blood. Huchi, Huchi. Li Yao was breathing heavily. The daunting aura of a nascent soul stage cultivator made him sweat non-stop, as if he was experiencing the most intense attack. Li Yao's heart continued to fall. The crystal suit Bai Xinghe was wearing right now was named Blood River. It was also one of the most classical, high-end crystal suits of the Flying Star sector. Although it was not as invincible as the Dragon King battlesuit, the gap in performance between it and the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was not much. Li Yao finally understood something. From the moment Bai Xinghe tossed the Cosmos Ring that stored the Dragon King battlesuit over, the man had never intended to put on the crystal suit that was destined to be riddled with backdoors again. The Dragon King battlesuit was just a disguise, one that could ease Li Yao's wariness. Before, Li Yao had one more second than Bai Xinghe. The valuable 1 second placed them in a balance due to the mutual deterrence. But now, Li Yao had been fooled by him and did not launch a fatal attack during the 1 second while he tore apart the rope and put on the new crystal suit. The mutual deterrence had been broken yet again. Why? Li Yao's head was in an utter mess. He could not understand the situation at all. It was not because he did not foresee that Bai Xinghe might be hiding a second crystal suit, but Bai Xinghe had no reason to attack him right now at all. Right now, the immortal cultivators had invaded the underground fortress. Although Bai Xinghe had treated his wounds, the heavy injuries resulting from another nascent soul stage cultivator could not be mended so easily. Besides, the Dragon King battlesuit had been planted with almost 20 backdoors. Bai Xinghe must have guessed that, too. After he put on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, he definitely had the strength to fight against a nascent soul stage cultivator. Bai Xinghe could certainly infer that by sensing the aura around him. What could Bai Xinghe possibly get by slaying him right now? The man's second crystal suit would certainly be damaged or even destroyed during the fierce fight. His unrecovered wounds would be even heavier. Even though he had the Dragon King battlesuit, the magical equipment would still be riddled with backdoors. Without Li Yao, he would not be able to crack any of them. The conclusion was that he would gain nothing at all. Li Yao had considered every detail over the past few days. He had thought that Bai Xinghe really did not have a second option in the scenario and could only cooperate with him. That was why he had maintained Bai Xinghe's crystal suit without concern. But now, Bai Xinghe did not launch attack immediately after he put on the Blood River battlesuit. However, the horrifying aura of the pirate potentate was gradually spreading out along with the stripes on the crystal suit that were as red as blood. When the pirate potentate was angry, the river of blood would flood. Bai Xinghe said coldly, "You set up traps on the Dragon King battlesuit." It was not a question but a declaration. Li Yao thought quickly and replied, "Of course I did. Besides, many of the backdoors do not need remote control and can be triggered automatically. If I'm dead, the Dragon King battlesuit will be totally wasted." Bai Xinghe smiled. "Are you threatening me? Magical equipment is dead. Humans are alive. With or without the Dragon King battlesuit, I am boss by all the same. If you are not lying, just let the Dragon King battlesuit be buried with you, Li Yao. You deserve it." Li Yao was rendered speechless. He could not understand why after thinking hard for a long time. In the end, he asked honestly, "Why did you choose to end the peace between us now? What benefits can you get?" In that moment, Bai Xinghe was like a tyrannosaur that had completely got rid of its camouflage and revealed its intimidating aura. A voice tougher than steel came over from his silver-white facial cover. "You have set more than 10 traps in the Dragon King battlesuit. As soon as I put on it, I will be completely at your mercy and become your puppet, will I not?" Li Yao was silent for 1 second, before he replied, "Yes, I have indeed hidden a lot of tricks, but they are all for self-protection. The Temple of Immortals is an enormous organization. Even if Bai Wulei, Feng Yuzhong, and the Black King are all taken down, it is unlikely that we can uproot the entire the Temple of Immortals all at once. Before the Temple of Immortals is demolished, you are still of value. I guarantee that I will do no harm to you." Bai Xinghe laughed in the most scornful way. "Value? Guarantee? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Liao, you are still too young. Maybe you have calculated everything, but there is no way that you can calculate what is on the mind of an old man such as myself. When I just began my career, it's true that I was very ambitious. I respected a lot of people as my fathers and lowered my head before them. I was driven, enslaved, and manipulated countless times. But every time, I chose to suppress my fury and slowly gather my strength, before I got even with them in the last moment. Maybe, if it were 7 decades ago, I would have behaved nicely and put on the Dragon King battlesuit, and I would have tried to think of other ways to con you and beat you in the end. But right now, I'm too old. When one grows old, his bones become hard and vulnerable. My back cannot be bent, and my head cannot be lowered. Who do you really think the pirate potentate is? Ha! Bai Xinghe's aura burst out again like a flood. Even the sea of stars swirling on the dome of diamonds was eclipsed by his proud declaration. I, Bai Xinghe, have roamed the sea of stars for 100 years. What situations have I not been in? What experts have I not killed? What dangers have I not experienced? Even the leaders and elders of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City would shudder in fear if they heard that the pirate potentate is coming to visit them. And you, a junior who has barely got out of your cradle, have manipulated me, insulted me, and threatened me time and time again. And you dared to play mutual deterrence with me? Fuck you. Right now, you are planning to further control me and take advantage of me with my crystal suit, and you want me to be your puppet with the string in your hands? How can I be expected to accept such humiliation? Let me tell you, brat, from the moment I became boss Bai, nobody has ever controlled me. Not the immortal cultivators. Not you. Now. Bai Xinghe raised his hands and threw out a bottle, which rolled on the ground in the middle of them. It was a weird, translucent medication container in the shape of a calabash with weird crimson ripples inside. A strange aroma was gradually leaking out of the container and formed dozens of narrow, long red lines in midair that were twisting weirdly. Bai Xinghe raised his right thumb and pointed it at his feet slowly, before he shouted, "You have 2 options right now. Firstly, you will drink all the drugs in the container and kneel before me obediently, and you will call me Boss Bai in the most respectful way. Then you will listen to my command and do whatever you are asked to. I guarantee that the bastards of the Temple of Immortals will be destroyed soon, and I will bring you out of this place safe and sound. After we are out, I will tell you how to resolve the barriers imposed by the drugs, and I will offer you tremendous techniques and magical equipment. To tell you the truth, you have done a favor for me before. So, as long as you behave nicely, I guarantee that I will not kill you, and I will give you great benefits. I will also strike the Temple of Immortals and the Immortal Cultivators together with you in the future. Believe it or not, this is my first offer. Secondly, if you don't make a choice in 10 seconds, we will fight. Maybe you have more trump cards. Maybe I will have to pay a high price if I want to kill you, and I might be killed by the Immortal Cultivators in the end because of that. But so what? Even the thieves who just got started declare bold bullshit like, the loss of my head is just a scar on my neck. Do you think I'm scared of death when I've been working as a bandit for more than 100 years? 10, 9, 8. Bai Xinghe's aura dominated the entire palace. The situation had been reversed. 7 days ago, it was Liao who declared the countdown to Bai Xinghe confidently and domineeringly, browbeating him into a second balance of mutual deterrence. But right now, it was Bai Xinghe who was shouting the countdown unstoppably. However, when Bai Xinghe got to 8, Liao shook his head in a bitter smile and said, "There's no need to count, Boss Bai. I choose the second option." Oh, Bai Xinghe was not surprised at all. "Are you not willing to kneel before me? Or do you not believe my words?" Liao raised his saber slowly. The unstoppable sharpness of his blade cut a gap in Bai Xinghe's aura, as if it were paving a bloody path in a forest of swords and spears. "It's not because of that. It's just that, like Boss Bai, I will not entrust my own fate to somebody else." A smile appeared on Bai Xinghe's face. "Excellent. Really excellent. Liao, you are truly a worthy opponent deserving of me fully burning my life and soul and summoning all my capability. Bring it on." Bai Xinghe stepped forward. He only moved forward less than half a meter, but in Liao's perception, a fleet of hundreds of crystal warships seemed to be crashing at him overwhelmingly. Liao gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, especially his left eye, which was so red that magma seemed like it would flow out at any moment. He could almost hear the sounds of his exploding brain cells. Liao only had the last half-trump card left, which was an unparalleled extension that had not been successfully refined yet. This particular unparalleled extension that had been designed for the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was extremely difficult to build. Liao had only just completed the prototype and could only actualize 1/3 of the possible enhancement. Besides, it would take a few seconds for him to retrieve the unparalleled extension from his Cosmos ring and install it on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Would Bai Xinghe, who had gotten serious now, give him several seconds? Liao suddenly asked, "Boss Bai, can you tell me the truth of everything before we fight our last battle? What plans do you have in mind? Who is the someone important to you that I saved? I can't die in peace if I don't know the answers to these questions." Bai Xinghe stepped forward again and replied casually, "No, 7 days ago. You were so elaborative and friendly," Liao remarked gloomily. Bai Xinghe took a third step. "It was all meant to ease your alert 7 days ago, which is not necessary right now. I will bury the secrets deep down in my heart. Whether you die or I die, there is no way that I am going to reveal the secrets. No way." Liao smiled bitterly. All his methods were running to a dead end. Bai Xinghe, who was serious, did not leave any loopholes for him at all. It appeared that a fight was the only solution now. There was no way that Liao would drink the drug that Bai Xinghe had offered him and become a puppet no matter what. Even if Bai Xinghe abided by his promise and let go of Liao in the end, Liao would still not do that because he and Bai Xinghe were the same. They would never surrender their fate to somebody else. Let's fight. There was only the last 7 meters between the two of them. The air around them was so intense that it was bubbling as if it were boiling, placing the two of them in an ocean of slaughter. Thousands of light beams were still swirling around them, displaying the situation of the space pirates and the immortal cultivators who were infiltrating the underground fortress like a tide. Feng Yuzhong, Bai Wulei, and the Black King had already opened the gate to the main warehouse at the bottom level of the fortress. The killing intent of the two of them had already engaged with each other like the vanguards of 2 great armies, as if thousands of grimacing vipers on both sides were charging at the other party in hissing sounds. Liao eliminated all the irrelevant thoughts in his mind and triggered his fighting will to the maximum. However, the moment before he made his move, his eyes accidentally passed Bai Xinghe and stopped at the picture on a light beam right behind Bai Xinghe. Liao was suddenly dumbfounded. Every light beam was monitoring a certain area, pathway, warehouse, or chamber. Most of the places were now full of the immortal cultivators and space pirates. On this particular light beam, 2 space pirates were captured, too. However, different from their companions, who were plundering the trophies merrily, they crawled into an inconspicuous tunnel after quite a few stealthy maneuvers, one in front and the other behind. Then, the two of them took off their crystal suits so that they would be off the grid for the other space pirates. What dumbfounded Liao were the faces of the 2 space pirates. Liao knew who they were. They were the last people in the world that should and could have shown up. They were Lei Dalu, captain of the Great Horn Exo Society, and Bai Kaisen, the advisor of the Great Horn Exo Society. Are you kidding me? What exactly is going on here? Why have Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen appeared in this place, pretending to be space pirates? From the picture, Bai Kaisen seemed to be surprised that Lei Dalu should appear out of nowhere, too. The two of them stared at each with extremely weird expressions. However, there was only picture but no sound on the light beam. Since they would turn their backs to the camera now and then, Liao had no idea what they were talking about. He could only see that Bai Kaisen sat down slowly leaning against the wall of the tunnel. An even weirder thing then happened. As Bai Xinghe was in the nascent soul stage, his senses were hundreds of times keener than ordinary people. Even when his killing intent had been raised to maximum, he was still paying close attention to the hundreds of light beams. Therefore, Bai Xinghe discovered Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen no later than Liao did. Then, after being tense for more than half a minute, Bai Xinghe suddenly lost all his spirits like a balloon that had been pierced with a hole. The overwhelming aura around him was completely gone, and he was a dry, old man again. Liao was even worried that, if Bai Xinghe took off his crystal suit, he would collapse to the ground immediately. What kind of schemes and traps is this? Liao blinked his eyes, utterly confused. Walla! 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 The Blood River battlesuit on Bai Xinghe suddenly exploded and sprayed all over the ground. Before the fight began, he abandoned the advantages that he had secured through all the trouble and took off his crystal suit. Without the protection of his crystal suit, the muscles all over Bai Xinghe's body went sloppy. They were dangling down from his bones. The intimidation and sharpness of the pirate potentate had disappeared, replaced by confusion and even anxiety, which Liao could not understand. Bring out the Dragon King battlesuit, Bai Xinghe said exhaustedly. I'll put on it. Ha! Liao was baffled. He vaguely realized that Bai Xinghe's uncanny behavior must have something to do with the abrupt appearance of Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen. Couldn't be a trap. Their arrival was not within Bai Xinghe's expectations and had completely disrupted Bai Xinghe's neatly made scheme. Liao suddenly thought of something. He asked, "You said that I did you a favor by saving somebody else at the risk of my own life. I did indeed risk myself by saving the Great Horn Exo-Society at the periphery of the Iron Plateau Space Zone. Is either Lei Dalu or Bai Kaisen related to you?" Bai Xinghe was silent. The hands of the pirate potentate, an expert in the nascent soul stage, were shaking. Liao raised his voice. "Boss Bai, what is going on exactly? You should tell me the whole truth now. If you really wish for a sincere cooperation between us, you should at least tell me your reasons and your plans." Bai Xinghe's eyes suddenly turned dirty. There was resignation to the old proverb, "Man proposes but heaven disposes one," all over his face. He replied in an extremely coarse voice, "All right, there's not much time left for us. I'll tell you everything. However, promise me that you will help me rescue them when you know everything. I'm begging you, Liao." In an inconspicuous tunnel deep below the underground fortress, the captain and the advisor of the Great Horn Exo-Society were confronting each other in silence and in darkness. Bai Kaisen was already living in depression every day in the first place. Right now, his face was so gloomy that it was as if it would rain at any moment. He said coldly, "You shouldn't have come here." Lei Dalu picked his ears and flicked his earwax to the tunnel casually. Then he said, "Should or shouldn't, I'm already here." Bai Kaisen gnashed his teeth. "What are you doing here?" Lei Dalu opened his hands and said, "A month ago, Mr. Advisor of the Great Horn Exo-Society, my best bro, left me an odd letter casually, claiming that he would like to quit the Great Horn Exo-Society. Then he went missing mysteriously, never to be seen again. Of course, I tried my best to track him down and see if I could persuade him to come back. But I did not know that I would find a great secret. As it turned out, he was dissatisfied about the life in the Great Horn Exo-Society because it was too boring and unrewarding, and he decided to start a new career that had quite promising prospects named Space Pirate. TSK. 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 There are indeed a lot of treasures in the underground fortress. I was told that the main warehouse on the bottom level has mountains of gold and silver. I felt so tempted that I was thinking of joining the enemy side when I had the opportunity. The phrase "space pirate" seemed to stimulate Bai Kaisen's nerves. He suddenly burst into fury and blurted out, "I am not a space pirate." His words echoed inside the tunnel. Lei Dalu grinned and stared at him in silence. Bai Kaisen seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down slowly, leaning against the corner while he said sadly, "You shouldn't have come. It's dangerous here. Very dangerous. You might get killed at any moment." "Okay." Lei Dalu scratched his nose and said, "Then, at least tell me what I'm going to be killed for." Bai Kaisen was silent for a long time. His eyes suddenly turned hollow, and his voice seemed to be coming from a deep cave. He finally resolved himself to tell the whole story. A long time ago, there was a young man whose parents were both cultivators. As far as he could remember, he had been living with his mother. His mother was a gentle and smart woman. Although she was busy at work, she never forgot to teach him the strictest principles of the cultivators. He had heard a lot of stories where cultivators helped the weak, punished the evil, and protected the ordinary people from his mother since he was a little kid. He secretly swore that he would become a cultivator in his mother's story someday. His father was always out and rarely went back home. Even when he was at home, he was always serious and seldom asked about him. But his parents loved each other very much. In the rare days when his father was at home, they would spend a lot of time together talking and laughing. It was quite warm. Many families were like this one. The young man did not think too much of it in the beginning. However, as the young man grew older, he discovered that his living environment was kind of weird. The young man and his mother lived in an underground chamber. Although there were all kinds of facilities, including the virtualization magical equipment that could simulate sunlight and natural environment, the young man hardly ever got in touch with other people. Other than his mother, his only playmates were the silly beast puppets. When he was old enough to surf the Nexus, his mother allowed him to. But it was clear that all the information had been filtered multiple times, as if she was scared that the young man might find out something. I forgot to mention that the young man's mother was a very awesome expert in crystal processors. What she had been busy doing was attempting to crack a batch of ancient crystal processors. The young man grew older and more suspicious every day. He felt that he had been living in a carefully constructed greenhouse. Finally, one day, when his mother was busy, the young man ran away from home and saw the real world that he was living in for the first time. What a scary world it was. Dead bodies were everywhere in the stinky gutters. All the people on the street were like animals in human skin. Crazy devils were dancing in the soul-stirring neon lights. The young man was even fooled and almost sold as a slave. Thankfully, his father's subordinates came in time. His father's subordinates started a merciless slaughter immediately. Not only did they kill those who tricked the young man, they also slew many irrelevant, innocent people in the cruelest methods. The scene awed the young man profoundly. The young man finally learned that the world he had been living on was Spider Den, the most terrifying place in the entire Flying Star sector. His father was not one of the cultivators from his mother's stories at all, but a ruthless space pirate. What was even more horrifying was that the love between his father and his mother was perhaps faked. It was possible that his mother did not live with his father at her will at all. His mother had been captured during a hunting job of the space pirates. Because of her fierce resistance, his father could have executed her without any hesitation. However, his father earlier found a batch of ancient crystal processors that he could not crack himself. Therefore, after learning that his mother was an expert in crystal processors, his father spared his mother's life. Moreover, even his own birth was likely based on an extremely cruel reason. His father wanted his mother to stay in the underground willingly to help him crack the crystal processors. His father also feared that she might do tricks to the crystal processors in secret. Therefore, his father raped her in the most sordid ways, until he was born in the end. He was born to be a tool that his father could use to threaten his mother. The young man finally discovered that everything in his life was a lie. He finally understood the origin of his name. The young man was named by Wuxia too. His father had been a tearless, heartless, and lawless bastard the whole time. The young man found everything completely unacceptable and had a mental breakdown. After several years of life in confusion and denial, the last accident that put him in the utmost desperation happened. Soon after the super crystal processors were successfully cracked, Bai Wuxian's mother died. All the evidence suggested that it was his father who killed her. That was quite reasonable. The super crystal processors had been cracked. His mother was no longer of any value, but she was a threat who could potentially leak the secrets of the underground world. Therefore, it was only natural that his father shut his mother's mouth once and for all. After all, his father was a man without feelings. What kind of things could he not do? His mother's death was the straw that broke the camel's back. He went mad and planned to kill his father no matter what. Obviously, his assassination failed. Also, His father was inhuman enough as to beat him to death brutally, and even threw his body into the random stinky gutters of Capital Nest. However, it was not Bai Wuxin's doom yet. 3 days later, he woke up in the gutter and survived stubbornly. In the years that followed, Bai Wuxin lived in the darkness of the bottom level of Capital Nest and was constantly polished by the cruel rules of Spider Den. While his capability soared, his talents were awakened, and his brain developed an extremely high computational ability, and he could keep clam at any time. By accident, he joined a pirate gang. Bai Wuxin did not mean to become a space pirate. Never for one moment had he forgotten his mother's teachings. Also, he hated all the space pirates and was desperate to seek revenge from his father. He was merely taking the opportunity to leave Spider Denver. He made it. The pirate gang he joined was engaged with an enemy in space and battered before they started their hunting job. Bai Wuxin found a chance to steal an escape capsule and left the pirate gang. He was saved by a fleet of carriers in the end. From then on, Bai Wuxin used a different name and buried his past deeply. He traveled in the universe and worked in multiple organizations and exo-societies, until he met the Great Horn Exo-Society and a wounded, sloppy man one day. The two of them both loathed the space pirates. So, they became best friends and teamed up to slay the space pirates. Bai Kaisen was silent for a long time when he got to this part. In the end, he took a long breath and bit his pale lips hard, before he gnashed his teeth, his voice shivering. However, no matter how many space pirates he killed, Bai Wuxin never had enough capability to challenge his father, because his father was Bai Xinghe, the pirate potentate. Bai Kaisen finished his story and looked at Lei Dalu, his eyes red. Lei Dalu scratched his hair hard, his dandruff flying crazily like snowflakes. Pondering for a long time, Lei Dalu rubbed his cheek as if he had a toothache, before he said, "Old Bai, think on the bright side. Nobody gets to choose their parents. Besides, it might not be as bad as you think." "Not as bad as I think." Bai Kaisen finally burst into fury. Tears all over his face, he roared. "Bai Xinghe is my father. Tell me, how can it be any worse?" Lei Dalu blinked slowly and then replied delightedly. "For example, Bai Xinghe being your father is better than Feng Yuzhong being your father, isn't it?" Bai Kaisen was dumbfounded. His facial expression suggested that he was going to either spit right in his best friend's face or lunge forward and bite him hard. Lei Dalu chuckled and said, "If so, why did you sneak into Spider Den? Right now, Bai Xinghe is at total war with the Temple of Immortals. He is definitely no match for the immortal cultivators. Since you hate his guts, isn't his death what you desire most?" Bai Kaisen's countenance suddenly changed. Intense confusion appeared on his face as he mumbled. Because when Bai Wuxin grew older and even cracked one of the jade chips left by his mother, he found that there were a lot of suspicious points about the whole event. Everything he believed in was probably false. Lei Dalu frowned. A jade chip. It was a jade chip in the shape of a pendant, the only belonging that his mother left him, Bai Kaisen said. Before, Bai Wuxin always regarded it as a normal charm. But when he grew up and advanced into the building foundation stage, he sensed the telepathic thought stored deep inside the jade chip. It was not until 10 years later that he cracked the barrier on the pendant and found out the information inside the jade chip. Inside the jade chip was his mother's diary, from the day when she was captured by the space pirates to a few days before her death. The diary smashed the facts that Bai Wuxin had firmly believed in into smithereens. In the diary, Bai Xinghe only forced his mother to crack and repair the ancient crystal processors in the underground chamber and did not rape her. Everything that happened later, including the birth of Bai Wuxin, was at his mother's own will. In the beginning of the diary, his mother mentioned that she felt that Bai Xinghe was different from other space pirates, and a great secret that kept him living in suffering seemed to be concealed in the bottom of his heart. Maybe there was still conscience in him, and he was not as cruel and merciless as he appeared to be. Her purpose in the beginning was simple, too. She knew that there was no way that she could get out of the place. If by any chance she could approach Bai Xinghe, get to know him, influence him, and even change his mindset, maybe the man would commit fewer murders in the future. If Bai Xinghe killed one less person because of her, that would be her last contribution to the cultivators. However, when the two of them really started communicating with each other, nobody could say for sure where their feelings and emotions were heading. It is safe to say that even they had forgotten what was on their mind in the beginning and what their purposes were. Anyways, in the diary 10 years later, Bai Wuxin's mother left a conclusion for her son. She told her son that, when her son grew up, learned the whole thing, and viewed the relationship between his parents in retrospect, he might find it unacceptable, appalling, or even ugly and disgusting. But no matter what he thought, she did not regret it. For all those years, she had never regretted staying with Bai Xinghe. Bai Kaisen had tears all over his face again. He sobbed for a long time before he continued his story. His mother's diary raised a tsunami in Bai Wuxin's head. His mother was an expert in crystal processors, possessing immense computational ability. Although women tend to be silly when they are in love, Bai Wuxin did not believe that his mother hadn't calmed herself down after so many years. Since his mother stated that she never regretted it, there must have been true love between Bai Xinghe and her. Then, regarding his mother's abrupt death, at this moment Bai Wuxin, as a grown-up now, reviewed everything that happened years ago and found a lot of uncanny points. Firstly, Bai Wuxin was only a teenager when his mother was killed. With Bai Xinghe's cunningness, if he were the real murderer, how could he have left so much evidence that even his son could discover? Secondly, with Bai Xinghe's cultivation, it was impossible that he beat his son to death accidentally. If he wanted his son dead, how could he have let him survive in the end? Thirdly, Bai Wuxin had been living in an underground greenhouse before the accident and barely experienced any difficulties in daily life. He was not a battle-type cultivator either. Yet, he lived safe and sound for years in Capital Nest, where the death rate was astonishingly high. Whatever dangers he was in, he could always resolve them in ways that he could not even tell himself. In the end, not only was he alive, he also learned a lot of new stuff and his capabilities soared. He even possessed basic combat skills. Fourthly, it was quite uncanny that the pirate gang was defeated by its enemy when he left Spider Den, and he managed to steal an escape capsule in the chaos to run away. If all these things were lucky coincidences, then Bai Wuxin must have saved the world in his previous life. Lei Dalu listened attentively and suddenly commented, "Therefore, you suspected that there was the other side of the story. For example, Bai Xinghe captured an expert in crystal processors during a hunting job. He happened to have a batch of ancient crystal processors that he was desperate to decrypt. Therefore, he spared the expert's life. Maybe in the beginning, he was merely exploiting the expert's value. But a secret chamber, a lonely man, a lonely woman, who can say for sure what chemical reactions happened between them? In the end, the two of them formed a small family deep underground. It was perhaps the only safe house for a great bandit such as Bai Xinghe, who lived in storms of blood all the time. More than 10 years later, their child gradually grew up. But his wife, the expert in crystal processors, was killed. Bai Xinghe rose to the top abruptly in only 100 years. Naturally, he had a lot of enemies. And in places such as Spider Den, his enemies wouldn't care about morality at all. In the end, his wife was killed by one of his enemies. Besides his grief, Bai Xinghe was shocked to another terrifying reality. His son would never be safe if his son was kept on Spider Den. Since his enemies could kill his wife, they could of course kill his son. Therefore, he had to find a way to send his son away from Spider Den. In a trance, Bai Kaisen mumbled, "There are many space pirates on Spider Den who send their family to the outside world. Why did he resort to such an extreme approach?" Lei Dalu's light-heartedness was entirely gone. His eyes were as cold and clean as the water in a brook while he said, "There's no reason you could not think of something that even I could think of. It's just that you don't want to admit it." Bai Xinghe was the pirate potentate, the man in the spotlight all the time. Even if he sent his son to the outside world, it was likely that his enemies could find his son again. Therefore, he simply took the opportunity and made a scheme. He pretended that he had lost his mind and beat his son to death. It was even possible that the evidence, that associated him with his wife's death was likely to be handed over to his son in a certain way by him intentionally for the purpose of infuriating his son. In such a way, his son would definitely cross the line without caring about anything else. He would have a perfect reason to eliminate his son. After that, all the space pirates would know that he killed his own son. His enemies naturally wouldn't consider his son a target any longer. However, it was only the secondary purpose. More importantly, he hoped that the relationships between his son and Spider Den, the space pirates, and himself, the most infamous bandit alive, could be severed once and for all. All the connections should be wiped out. Maybe his wife's death taught him a good lesson. He did not wish for his son to embark on the road of space pirates like him. He hoped that his son could be a man who walked in daylight, a good man who had nothing to do with space pirates and even loathed them, and a cultivator, a real cultivator from his wife's stories. Baikaisen finally collapsed. He covered his face and shook his head hard, before he murmured, "I don't know, I don't know, I don't know." Lei Dalu sighed and said, "You've come to Spider Den for an answer, haven't you?" Covering his face, Baikaisen said through the gaps between his fingers, "In fact, I should have come earlier. I noticed several suspicious points a long time ago and vaguely guessed the answers. But I didn't dare. I did not have the courage. I was scared that my guess was wrong, and that Bai Xinghe was really an inhuman animal who killed his own wife and son. I was even scared that everything had been faked by him. He did not kill his own wife. Everything was meant to send his son away from Spider Den to a place where his son could live a good, peaceful life. If so, how was I supposed to face him? He was an unpardonable space pirate with blood all over his hands. There was no reason why I should let him go. But in the meantime, he was my father. If he had really never done anything wrong to me and my mother, could I kill him personally? Therefore, I've been hesitating and debating with myself all these years. Couldn't make up my mind. So, I simply buried the whole thing deep down in my heart. I pretended that I knew nothing of it. I was too timid, and even shameless, was I not? Lei Dalu plucked his beard hard but gave no reply. So Baikaisen continued. When the Temple of Immortals rose and the immortal cultivators showed up, I stopped thinking about confronting him, because everybody thought that the space pirates and the immortal cultivators were the same thing. I thought that Bai Xinghe was an immortal cultivator, too. In the debut of the immortal cultivators, the Great Horn Exo Society was their target. They meant to destroy all of us. If Bai Xinghe did send me out of Spider Den intentionally years ago, he must have known that the advisor of the Great Horn Exo Society was his son, Bai Wuxin. But the immortal cultivators started the battle anyway. It was evident enough that, whether I knew the answer or not, he did not care about me. My life and death did not mean a damn thing to him. After I figured it out, I was no longer in a dilemma. I felt less sad when I did not have any expectation. It was not until the news that Bai Xinghe and the Temple of Immortals were on bad terms and would go to war came over that I realized that the space pirates and the immortal cultivators might not necessarily be the same thing. Old Lei, you were right. The odds of Bai Xinghe's success in the war against the Temple of Immortals are slim. If he is killed, I won't know the answer for the rest of my life. That was why I decided to sneak into Spider Den without thinking about anything else. I want to ask him face to face whether or not my mother was killed by him, and I was delivered out of Spider Den on purpose. Lei Dalu uprooted a gray hair suddenly. His eyes were clearer than ever before as he grinned. Old Bai, you are not telling the whole truth. In fact, the answer has already been obvious since the moment Bai Xinghe started a total war against the Temple of Immortals. There is no need to ask. You left the Great Horn Exo Society and snuck into Spider Den because you want to save your father, don't you? Baikaisen was speechless. He was dazed for a long time, before he lowered his head deeply and said, with the crimes that Bai Xinghe committed, he should be punished, after a trial of justice by the cultivators and the victims, instead of being killed by the immortal cultivators. Lei Dalu patted his good friend's shoulder and said, all right, I totally got you, buddy. But why are you so sure that Bai Xinghe fled to the underground fortress after he was heavily wounded? And where can we find him? I lived in the depths of the underground fortress from the day I was born, Bai Kaisen said. This is my home. Of course, I knew a lot of secret tunnels. In the diary that my mother left, some of the information about the underground fortress was recorded too, including the locations of Bai Xinghe's secret bases. He will definitely come to this place when he is too heavily wounded and has nowhere else to run because... After pausing for a moment, Bai Kaisen's voice became clear and tough again. Because this place is his home. In the meantime, inside the Palace of Stars, Liao listened to Bai Xinghe's story quietly and concluded. Therefore, in order to keep the secrets of the Star Prior's house to yourself, you killed your wife to shut her mouth, and in your fury, you killed your own son too. But your son was lucky enough to survive and escaped from Spider Den after a series of coincidences, only to become Bai Kaisen, the advisor of the Great Horn Exo Society in the end. Now you are too old, and your attitude has changed. You feel sorry for your son and you want to save him? Boss Bai, do you believe such a flawed story yourself? Bai Xinghe was rendered speechless. When you mentioned that you killed your wife, you looked to the top right corner, and your pupils expanded slightly. These are both signs of lying, Li Yao said. It is not strange that you were lying. In fact, I wonder if you have ever spoken truth. But when you were lying before, even the tiniest muscle on your face wouldn't twitch. I was never able to notice anything abnormal. Based on that, I think it's safe to say that even killing your wife in your imagination was insufferable for you. Your wife must not have been killed by you. Your enemies or somebody else did it, right? Now, I finally understand why you waged a war at the immortal cultivators without caring about the cost. 2 years ago, in the first battle of the cultivators, they targeted the Great Horn Exo Society and meant to kill your son. If I hadn't shown up in time, there was a good chance that Bai Kaisen would have become dust in the universe. You paid such a high price to help your son out of Spider Den far away from space pirates so that he could live a good, peaceful life, even at the cost of your son hating you for the rest of his life. It was clear that you loved your son profoundly. The immortal cultivators, on the other hand, chose your son as their target and almost killed him. Naturally, you burst into fury and were determined to destroy the Temple of the Immortals without caring about the consequences even at the cost of your own life. Ruthlessness beamed out of Bai Xinghe's eyes as he said coarsely, "You talk too much. I have confessed everything now. Will you help me or not?" When not came out of his mouth, the floor 10 square meters around Bai Xinghe's feet turned into ruins completely. It was pressed down more than half a meter by his spiritual energy. For a moment, dust filled the palace. "I will. Of course I will," Liao replied unhesitatingly. Both Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen were his friends. When he was trapped on Iron Plateau, the Great Horn Exo Society, knowing that the planet was a forbidden area for cultivators, had still marched to Iron Plateau at great risk in order to save him. Right now, their life was endangered. How could Li Yao stand by and watch? However, Li Yao found something confusing. He asked, "Boss Bai, I've been in touch with Bai Kaisen for a while. His strategies and computational ability are as good as yours. Although he is not a battle-type cultivator, he certainly has the capability to protect himself after all these years of struggle. Besides, right now, he is with Lei Dalu, who is a cultivator in the core formation stage. Over the past year, the Great Horn Exo Society has been a close partner of the Glorious Sunlight Group. We have produced a batch of powerful crystal suits for their use. They should be both carrying the crystal suits and other magical equipment with them. Their identity hasn't been seen through by the immortal cultivators yet. They shouldn't be in too much danger right now. Why are you in such a rush?" Bai Xinghe smiled bitterly. "It is not the immortal cultivators that I'm scared of, but the traps in the fortress, which are already activated." "What?" Liao was bewildered. "Is it possible? Like you said, the traps from 10,000 years ago should have been damaged already. You couldn't have installed new traps. What's there to be activated?" Bai Xinghe hesitated for a moment. Glancing at his son on the light beam, he made up his mind and said, "The traps deployed by Yan Xinjian." Liao was dazed. The supreme space pirate, Yan Xinjian, who defeated the coalition fleet of the cultivators and established 10 sword rules 500 years ago? Liao suddenly thought through many things. It was said that Xianxia was the first space pirate to enter the core area of the underground fortress. Also, according to Bai Xinghe, Xianxia was the first to discover the Star Prior's house. He had activated the defense rune array on Spider Den with the supercrystal processors, which caused a major problem for the incoming coalition fleet of cultivators and eventually forced them to retreat. Rumor on Spider Den had it that Bai Xinghe was the successor of Xianxia's knowledge. If it was Xianxia, it was quite possible that large-scale traps could have been established underground. The title of Supreme Space Pirate did not come from nothing. When the coalition fleet of the cultivators had just been defeated, Xianxia's power reached the peak on Spider Den. He took the opportunity to perform purges on Spider Den by eliminating the dissidents and driving away the disobedient. All the while, he collected tremendous resources and wealth. At that time, Xianxia's prestige on Spider Den was 10 times higher than Bai Xinghe's today. It was also told in some tales that Xianxia reached the peak of the nascent soul stage only several decades after defeating the coalition fleet of the cultivators. He was the well-deserved best expert of the Flying Star sector at that time. Xianxia had enough manpower and resources to fully modify the underground fortress and deploy multiple traps, before executing all the workers and sealing the news when all the jobs were done. However, Liao frowned. Why was Xianxia setting up traps down here? Because he established a secret training room in the deepest part of the underground fortress, Bai Xinghe explained. Liao was baffled. A secret training room 10,000 meters below the ground? Why? Because he was planning to break into the divinity transformation state, something nobody had ever done in the 5,000 years after the apocalypse. A divinity transformation cultivator. Liao gasped. He quickly thought through the whole thing and shouted excitedly, "I got it!" Since Xianxia was the first to discover the Star Prior's house, naturally, he learned the truth of the apocalypses through the legacy of Lu the Prior. It was clear to him that he might be struck by an apocalypse when he broke into the divinity transformation stage from the nascent soul stage. But the apocalypses all required a process of perception and activation. That was why he built a secret training room 10,000 meters below the surface. He was going to hide here while he attempted to break through to the divinity transformation stage. Such a plan had two merits. Firstly, blocked by the rock stratums as thick as 10,000 meters, the spiritual energy he released when he was breaking the threshold of the divinity transformation state might have escaped the attention of the minor apocalypses that were floating in the universe. In such a way, the minor apocalypses that were meant to exterminate the experts would not be activated. Secondly, even if a minor apocalypse was truly activated, it might not be able to pierce through ground and exterminate him. Bai Xinghe nodded and quickly replied, "Correct. In order to break into the divinity transformation stage, Xianxia levied and looted on Spider Denver. He annihilated a lot of pirate gangs with the excuse that they violated the 10 sword rules before collecting all their resources. Naturally, he made a lot of enemies. There were even more who behaved nicely and obediently but were in fact merely scared of the tremendous soldiers under his control. It was not a small task to break into the divinity transformation stage from the nascent soul stage. 3 to 5 years were already rarely seen. During the breakthrough, the cultivator needs to be totally focused. They have absolutely no time or energy to care about other affairs. If Xianxia did not show up on the ground for several years, his power would definitely be assumed, and the reign of iron and blood built by him would collapse. When other space pirates learned that he was hiding below the ground doing his training, they would definitely do anything they could to sabotage his endeavor to enter the divinity transformation stage. During the period when a nascent soul stage cultivator broke into the divinity transformation stage, it was like a caterpillar in a cocoon waiting to become a butterfly. It was the most vulnerable time of their life. They had to pass through all kinds of difficulties and were prone to heavy wounds or mental derangement at any time. If his enemies suddenly marched into his training room when Xianxia was mentally deranged, it was not hard to guess what would happen next. Therefore, in order to advance into the divinity transformation stage successfully, Xianxia made full preparations. Not only did he establish a secret training room 10,000 meters below the surface, he also set up multiple lethal traps based on the original fortress. Xianxia created 10 sword rules when he governed Spider Denver. He was quite merciful to his prey in space, but to the space pirates on his side, he was cruel and ruthless and would butcher them easily. Many space pirates at that time complained about his petty kindness. Hundreds of years later, many people in the world of cultivators still hold him in high regard, insisting that he at least had a certain mortal standard. But they did not know that Xianxia was so tough on the space pirates and performed purges every once in a while, partly in order to accumulate wealth and resources quickly, which were necessary for his breakthrough into the divinity transformation stage, and partly, as well as more importantly, to execute all the insiders with the purges as the disguise. After everybody who knew the secret training room and the underground traps was wiped out, Xianxia died abruptly, but in reality, he secluded himself underground for the breakthrough into the divinity transformation stage. Liao was hooked and couldn't help but ask, if so, the anecdote should be a top secret. How do you know it? Bai Xinghe smiled and said, I found some of Xianxia's notes from the super crystal processors of the Star Prior's house. He set the notes to be automatically unlocked and readable 300 years after he entered the secret training room. If somebody entered the Star Prior's house and activated the supercrystal processors within 300 years, not only would they have no access to the notes, all the traps in the underground fortress would be triggered immediately and destroy everything. Liao thought through the whole thing very quickly. Whether the breakthrough to the divinity transformation stage succeeded or failed, the answer would be revealed within 100 years. If Xianxia successfully advanced into the divinity transformation stage, he should have ended his seclusion in several decades. By then, he could always modify or delete his notes, and he could have governed Spider Den again as the best expert of the flying star sector. If he did not turn on the supercrystal processors 300 years later, there was only one possibility, which was that he was dead. The breakthrough from the nascent soul stage to the divinity transformation stage was a risky process. Even without the influence of the apocalypses, the success rate was no higher than 10%. Xianxia probably left those notes in order to leave his legacy for the latecomers. Many high-level cultivators would do similar things for total strangers when they were striving to enter a higher level. The notes that I received marked the secret training room and the locations of the traps in great detail, Bai Xinghe said. It also recorded part of Xianxia's secret arts and techniques. However, according to the notes, most of Xianxia's magical equipment and techniques were stored in his secret training room. He hoped that those who were fortunate enough to read the notes could open his secret training room and become his real successor. Liao suddenly beamed with joy. So, you are indeed Xianxia's successor. Bai Xinghe sneered and shook his head. No, I am not. I did not open Xianxia's secret training room. Liao was dumbfounded. The secret training room of a cultivator in the peak of the nascent soul stage equaled to his treasury. There must have been immeasurable benefits hidden inside. Yet, Bai Xinghe, the space pirate who made his living from others' fortunes, chose not to open it? Why? Bai Xinghe replied coldly, because I didn't believe in Xianxia. When I was young, I once considered the supreme space pirate as my role model and went through a lot of trouble to collect information about him. After cross-checking the files and the notes he left, I felt more and more alarmed as I studied deeper. On the surface, all the files stated that Xianxia ran away from Heavenly Saint City and ended up on Spider Den because his wife cheated on him. The man burst into a fury and slew countless people. However, as I studied the files carefully, I found anomalies and came to a different conclusion. Xianxia's wife might have cheated on him or she might not have. It doesn't matter. What mattered was that Xianxia was likely to have received a map, or at least the scraps of a map, of the underground fortress of Spider Den earlier. Otherwise, how could Xianxia, as an outsider, find the entrance to the core area of the underground fortress in only 1.5 years, when the local space pirates on Spider failed to find it for hundreds of years? Therefore, his wife cheating on him was probably only his excuse. In such a way, he could escape to Spider Den without raising the suspicion of the space pirates. It was even possible that the Battle of Spider Den was manipulated by him in person, too. Think about it. Xianxia ran to Spider Den alone. However capable he was, would the ferocious, disobedient space pirates really listen to his command? Only when the coalition fleet of the Cultivators approached could the value of him, the man who was most familiar with the starships of the Cultivators, be maximized. That was why he was granted with the temporary right to command many pirate gangs on Spider Den. Xianxia gradually rose to power during the protracted war. All the space pirates who objected to him or doubted him got killed in the bloody battles. After years of war, the Cultivators were finally defeated and retreated without a victory. But the space pirates suffered equally heavy losses. Many pirate gangs were wasted or crippled. The best experts among space pirates were mostly killed. The one who got the most benefits was Xianxia. He turned from a desperate deserter into the supreme ruler of Spider Den. The world of Cultivators and Spider Den were both tricked by him while knowing nothing of it. The man was indeed cunning and strategical. Would such a terrifying man really pass on his legacy to latecomers? Naturally, normal people may think that, since Xianxia was likely to be killed, his last words might not be harmful. It was not a strange idea that the deceased left some benefits for the latecomers so that they could pass on their will. But was Xianxia normal people? I did not dare take the risk. In my life, I was never scared of anybody, even when I was surrounded by cultivators, outnumbered 10 to 1. But after learning of Xianxia's doings, I felt goosebumps all over my body. My intuition told me to keep as far away from anything related to Xianxia as possible. Therefore, although I discovered Xianxia's secret training room, and I knew that his legacy and secret treasures were probably hidden inside, I gritted my teeth and made up my mind that I would not open it for the rest of my life. Cold sweat appeared on Liao's forehead as he heard the story. It was definitely true that none of the people who left their names in history and whose influence lasted to this day were easy to deal with. If Xianxia were really behind the curtain of everything, the resolution and schemes of the supreme space pirate were indeed appalling. Liao couldn't help but recall the residence of Skeleton Dragon on Boneyard. At that time, Skeleton Dragon was also luring the new generations with secret treasures for the purpose of breaking the barriers and returning to the world. Although Xianxia was probably long dead, who could say for sure what was on the mind of the old monsters in the peak of the nascent soul stage? It was possible that the notes he had left in the supercrystal processors were really bait to fool the latecomers into opening the secret training room. However, Xianxia must never have foreseen that, after hundreds of years of waiting, it was another man who was as resolute as himself named by Xinghe who discovered the notes, and that he could refrain from succumbing to such huge temptations. Maybe this was a 500-year battle between the supreme space pirate and the pirate potentate. So, you did not open Xianxia's secret training room but merely took control over the traps he made? That explains a lot. You have indeed never deployed any traps below the ground. The immortal cultivators would never even think that they will be faced with the most terrifying traps designed by the supreme space pirate himself. Liao said. Bai Xinghe smiled bitterly. Not the immortal cultivators, but us. The traps have been activated. Nobody is going to run away. Liao was dumbfounded. When did you activate the traps? I didn't have to, Bai Xinghe replied. The trigger system of the traps is very complicated. By taking the total weight of everybody in the underground fortress, the heat and spiritual waves they emit, the waste gas they breath out as well as other factors into account, after a series of precise calculations, as long as the trigger system determines that a lot of intruders have entered the core area, especially the main warehouse at the bottom level, all the traps will be activated immediately. Therefore, the traps have been activated now. Nobody is going to stop them. Liao blinked fast. Why can't I feel anything? Bai Xinghe sighed and said, Do you remember the Nether River that we leapt across 7 days ago? The Star Prior's house uses the water of the river as its source of energy. Xianxia's traps are based on the Nether River too. Once the traps are activated, the critical parts around the Nether River will be blown up immediately. The route of the Nether River will change, and the water will pour into the underground fortress and devour it, Hardly had Bai Xinghe concluded his explanation when the entire Star Prior's house started shaking slightly. Liao stuck his hands to the ground. Spiritual energy surged out of his palms as he sensed the surroundings carefully. He did detect that spiritual energy of the water class was roaring in various directions. Even the steam in the air was more irked than usual. The color of Bai Xinghe's face changed, and he said in a hurry, "There's no time. I'll explain to you later while we are on our way." Liao hesitated for a moment and tossed the Cosmos ring that stored the Dragon King battlesuit to Bai Xinghe. After changing into the Dragon King battlesuit, Bai Xinghe threw a Cosmos ring to Liao, too, saying that it would be needed soon. Bai Xinghe set the super crystal processors to run automatically. The two of them exited the Star Prior's house from the way they had entered, except that they bypassed the lustful rock spider's hunting range and zigzagged down a brand new branch. Bai Xinghe was carrying a mini crystal processor that was connected to the super cultivators remotely. It could display the real-time picture that the thousands of crystal cameras captured. However, the transmission of telepathic thoughts was intermittent because of the complicated terrain in the underground fortress. They could only stay close with Bai Kaisen and Lei Dalu. As for Bai Wulei, Feng Yuzhong, the Black King, and the other immortal cultivators, they were not able to monitor them constantly. While they were on their way, the shaking became more and more violent. In the beginning, a slight shiver would only occur every 20 seconds or so. But now, a great earthquake would take place every other second. Bai Xinghe ran forward fast as he explained. Xianxia spent decades resetting the parameters of the crystal processors in the main control room of the underground fortress. There was nothing strange upon first inspection, but an extremely sordid backdoor actually had been concealed. When the traps are activated, the entrance and the exit of the underground fortress will be immediately detonated. But other than them, all the other channels, including the gates, tunnels, ventilation tubes, and maintenance tubes, will be fully opened and cannot not be closed off with the crystal processors so that the flood can pour in without any obstacles. The flood is not terrifying per se. Many crystal suits can fight underwater. For the experts who have cultivated to a certain level, they can live a long time by holding their breath and resorting to their inner cycles. However, there are countless horrifying beasts inside the river. Those we met when we leapt across the Nether River are just one kind of them. The hundreds and even thousands of other beasts did not have the ability to soar hundreds of meters into the sky. That was all. The beasts have lived in the Nether River for thousands of years. By absorbing the mother lodes below the ground, they continue mutating and strengthening themselves. They have strong senses about spiritual energy, just like the lustful rock spider, and feast almost exclusively upon spiritual energy. When the intruders in the underground fortress encounter such a drastic change, they will certainly put on their crystal suits and trigger their spiritual energy. If so, they will be perfect prey for the beasts in the water. Moreover, Bai Xinghe narrowed his eyes and said, "A lot of high-purity crystals, such as thunderstones and sunlight stones, are stored inside the warehouse of the underground fortress. Those crystals are as stable as rocks in dry air. However, once they meet water, intense chain reactions will be triggered. A huge amount of spiritual energy and heat will be emanated instantly as they turn into powerful bombs." Hehe. It was indeed an excellent move for Xianxia. Since this is a fortress, important war assets such as the thunderstones and the sunlight stones are not weird at all when they are piled up in this place. The intruders would never have dreamt that the thunderstones and the sunlight stones, which are stored in the driest, special warehouses and blocked by drying rune arrays, will be submerged by a flood. The flood and the explosion of the thunderstones and the sunlight stones will block the upper half part of the underground fortress immediately. The important persons of the immortal cultivators are all concentrated in the bottom half of the fortress. They will have absolutely nowhere to run to when they realize what is going on. Sweat covered Li Yao's forehead. Xianxia's schemes were indeed sordid. It was impossible to destroy the entire underground fortress. However, drowning half of the fortress by pouring the river into it, together with the explosion of the crystals and the underwater predators, was going to be a major headache for the intruders. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao asked, such traps might be sufficient for those in the refinement stage and in the building foundation stage, but I wonder whether or not they are effective for those in the core formation stage and in the nascent soul stage. That is exactly why I am hiding here, Xianxia explained. After I discovered Yan Xinjian's traps, I thought of building the traps into my last trump card. Therefore, I performed major modifications on the Star Prior's house and sealed it again. Moreover, I deployed water-driving rune arrays around the house and stored tremendous food, compressed air, and water-driving magical equipment inside. In the meantime, I spent 10 years digging a secret tunnel leading to the outside of the underground fortress from the Star Prior's house. The front end of the tunnel exceeded the block range of the fortress. I built a one-way teleportation array there that could transport people out. My plan was simple. When the river poured into the underground fortress, I would stay in the Star Prior's house and have a good rest while I observed the fight between the immortal cultivators and the underwater beasts. When the immortal cultivators had soaked in water for 1 day or 2 and were exhausted in the battles against the beasts, I would sneak out with the water-driving magical equipment and assassinate my targets. The underground fortress has a complicated terrain, and I am familiar with the environment here. Having had several days of good rest and knowing the location of every one of them, I could avoid the strongest experts and attack the lone, weak ones. With my capability in the nascent soul stage and the chaos of the situation, it should not be a problem to slay a few people in the core formation stage. By any luck, I could assassinate Feng Yuzhong or the Black King if I had the opportunity. Whether I could successfully assassinate the important persons of the immortal cultivators or not, I would return to the Star Prior's house without any hesitation and then leave the underground fortress through the secret tunnel. Liao thought for a moment and suddenly blurted out, "When a tiger leaves a mountain, the monkey calls itself the king." Xianxia chuckled and sneered. "Do you think Boss Bai is a monkey? But you are not wrong. Compared with the powerful Temple of Immortals, I am indeed a monkey. However, when I reappear on the surface, the tigers of the Temple of Immortals will still be struggling to survive in the underground fortress. The traps might not be enough to kill the Black King, Feng Yuzhong, and Bai Wulei, but the space pirates and the immortal cultivators in the refinement stage and building foundation stage will definitely suffer heavy losses. Then, just think about it. All the space pirates who distinguished themselves in the final battle between me and Feng Yuzhong and proved themselves loyal to the Temple of Immortals were permitted to enter the underground fortress. Then what kind of person would be left on the surface? Liao took a long breath and replied, "All the space pirates loyal to the Temple of Immortals have come deep below the ground. Those left on the surface will either be the pirate gangs that were defeated and battered because they are loyal to you or those who were not really willing to contribute to the Temple of Immortals cause during the last battle. The final battle between Feng Yuzhong and you was like a filter that directed all the hardcore lackeys of the Temple of Immortals underground. Those who were left on the surface are definitely not the most loyal ones, even though they were lackeys, too." "Exactly," Xianxia said. "That is the key of my entire plan. As the saying goes, a cake is sour when it is not divided evenly. I publicized the news that a lot of secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium are buried inside the underground fortress since a long time ago. Even a pig on Spider Den should be familiar with the rumors and fantasizing the wealth, not to mention the space pirates. The space pirates left on the ground are destined to not be trusted by the Temple of Immortals in the future. They can only wait and watch other pirate gangs looting trophies underground and probably swallowing them one day when those pirate gangs are strong enough. Tell me, what would those space pirates think? It is needless to say that the pirate gangs defeated and loyal to me are probably waiting for their death now. As long as there is a slim chance of survival, they will definitely try their best." All right, that would have been the basic situation when Boss Bai, the pirate potentate, returned to the surface. The Temple of Immortals would have no leaders, and their core persons would not be able to break out of the underground fortress in a fortnight. Besides, with the flood and the explosions, and because of the blockage of the thick rock stratums, no news would be leaked out. I would be the only one who could tell them what happened below the ground. Just like that, when I showed up in front of everything and claimed that I had killed all the key persons of the Temple of Immortals in the underground fortress, preferably with the Black King's or Feng Yuzhong's head, do you think there would be anybody on Spider Den who would not obey me? Liao thought for a moment and cursed. He mumbled, "The king has returned." Bai Xinghe smiled and said, "Half a month would be more than enough for me to carry out a brutal counterattack. By then, even if the Black King or Feng Yuzhong could break out of the underground fortress, so what? Everything would already have changed. Hehe. What I was going to lose was the Abyss pirate gang, whose loyalty was questionable, but what I was going to get was the whole of Spider Den. Isn't that a fair deal? It's a pity that you never calculated that your son would appear out of nowhere," Liao said. Bai Xinghe smiled bitterly. "Indeed, I didn't. What a fool. I haven't seen him for decades. Right now, I seem to be doomed for sure. Why did he come here? Is it possible that he grew suspicious about his past and wanted to know the truth before I was killed?" Liao recalled Bai Kaisen's eyes that were forever filled with vague sorrow and yet were as sharp as a frosted blade. He shook his head and said, "Boss Bai, you can't see the big picture because you are in the game. Bai Kaisen is such a smart guy. Do you think he does not know the truth to this day? In my opinion, he figured everything out a long time ago. He did not come for an answer. He came to save you." Bai Xinghe suddenly stopped running and blurted out, "I am a battle-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage, and he is an admin-type cultivator in the building foundation stage. Do I need him to save me? What makes him think that he can save me?" "The fact that he is your son," Liao said. Bai Xinghe was dazed for almost 10 seconds. He suddenly burst into laughter. The aura of a nascent soul stage cultivator fully burst out and nearly knocked Liao over. "Yes, I should have realized it earlier. He is here to save me. My son is here to save me. But right now, let your old man save you first." Inside the main warehouse at the bottom level of the underground fortress, Bai Wulei looked at debris, remains, and the rusted scraps of magical equipment that had been piled up like a hill, dumbfounded. Powerful crystal suits of the Star Ocean Imperium appeared to be hanging on the 60 shelves that were dozens of meters high. However, with the slightest touch, all the crystal suits crumbled into crazily flying iron dust as if they were made of sand. Bai Wulei coughed heavily because of the stimulation of the iron dust. He coughed while he bellowed, "It's impossible! How could there be only such a pile of garbage?" The old man said that magical equipment that could equip tens of thousands of cultivators was hidden in his place. He rushed crazily inside the warehouse madly and explored the weapons and magical equipment one area after another. It was a pity that his finger seemed to be blessed with a destructive ability all of a suddenly. All the weapons and magical equipment he touched were shattered and collapsed into debris. How can this be? Bai Wulei was about to cry. He gnashed his teeth and said, "It's unreasonable." The old man already presented countless techniques and magical equipment he took from the underground fortress in order to boost morale. At that time, I asked him what about ourselves when we were offering so many secret treasures to other people. In the end, the old man burst into laughter and declared that what he had taken out was only 1/10 of all the treasures. The real good items were still below the ground. How is it possible? There must be something wrong. There must be another warehouse. There must be. Bai Wulei waved a seemingly glamorous flying sword, but after one slash it broken into more than 10 pieces, suggesting that it was more fragile than glass. Feng Yuzhong, Master Hidden Fog, who was the previous leader of Black Spider Tower, and Dark Empyrean, who was the real Black King, all frowned and stared at the wall, deep in thought. The spacious warehouse was wreathed in a vague black mist, as if streams of demonic aura were leaking in through the wall. Feng Yuzhong asked respectfully, "Black King, what do you think?" Since Dark Imperial had launched an attack in the nascent soul stage toward Bai Xinghe in front of everybody, there was little point in him concealing his identity any longer. Getting rid of the low profile as one of the 8 blades of Black Spider, he stood confidently, surrounded by a daunting, decisive aura. He replied calmly, "It appears that we have all been fooled by Xinghe. The old, cunning pirate potentate was merely bluffing. There are not as many secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium as he claimed. Even if there were, most of the magical equipment and the weapons would already be rusted and damaged. Those he brought to the surface were just about everything. That old fox. However, Dark Empyrean, the Black King, narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "It suddenly occurs to me that, although most of the weapons and magical equipment on our way here are seriously damaged, there are a great number of war assets, especially high-purity crystals such as the Thunderstones and the Sunlight Stones. Their volume seems to far exceed the need of a regular war." Hardly had he concluded his sentence when the color of his face changed abruptly. He drew a rune quickly and held it in his palm while he murmured a spell. Then he opened his hands suddenly. A black bug immediately flew out of his hands and flew far away in a streak of blackness. A moment later, Feng Yuzhong's nose flapped as he sniffed the air. He observed with a solemn face, "Something is indeed not right. The moisture of the air has increased all of a sudden. The spiritual energy of the water class is very active right now. Not good." Dark Empyrean seemed to have sensed something. His face turned extremely pale as he shouted loudly, "Hurry and leave!" The middle level and the upper level of the underground fortress had changed entirely. Over the past 10,000 years, the multiple earthquakes, especially the super earthquake affected by the apocalypse 5,000 years ago, had already riddled the fortress with holes everywhere. The traps that Xianxia had devised neatly, through a few insignificant explosions, altered the route of the Nether River precisely, turning the Nether River into a raging dragon that invaded the fortress. The hair, claws, and teeth of the dragon were running into the fortress through the countless fractures on the top half of the fortress. In a moment, the underground fortress turned into a swamp. The unstoppable flood was roaring in every pathway like ferocious beasts, smashing everything in its way. Countless space pirates were consumed by the flood before they realized what was going on. They were bashed into the wall hard by the rushing torrent. Despite the protection of their crystal suits, they were vomiting blood with their internal organs torn apart. The flood alone was not terrifying, but most of the warehouses inside the underground fortress were packed with high-purity crystals, such as the Thunderstone and the Sunlight Stone. Those extremely unstable crystals did not even need to meet water directly to explode. As long as the moisture of the air increased to a certain level and the spiritual energy of the water class in the air was active enough, they would detonate instantly. As a result, explosions were taking place everywhere inside the underground fortress. Countless warehouses and pathways collapsed before they were swallowed by the flood. The space pirates and the immortal cultivators inside were buried and suppressed by the fireballs and billions of rocks that were cascading down on their heads without even having the opportunity to scream. For the areas that were not affected by the explosions of the Thunderstones and the Sunlight Stones, when they were drowned by the flood, the eccentric beasts living inside the Nether River crawled into the fortress along with the currents. Those eccentric beasts had been living in absolute darkness for thousands of years. They could only perceive their prey through spiritual energy. In order to keep away from their enemies, most of them had evolved with the ability of converging their spiritual energy, too. Right now, the space pirates and the immortal cultivators who had triggered their spiritual energy instead of concealing it in the emergency were like butterflies in a dark night. They became the most appealing prey for the eccentric beasts. There were floating eccentric beasts that were emitting dim lights like jellyfish, fish-type beasts that had sharp tusks and could bite through the toughest superalloys, and insect-type beasts that both looked like water snakes and giant centipedes with flagella and tentacles wriggling all over their bodies, to name a few. Hundreds of eccentric beasts were swimming, sneaking, and searching in the water, exchanging greedy and cruel information with each other. Even the mortal enemies gave up the idea of hunting each other for now because more delicious prey was right in front of them. Swoosh! A floating eccentric beast that looked like a transparent jellyfish lunged at a space pirate who was struggling inside the flood. The boneless body of the beast opened like a bag and covered the space pirate's head as fast as lightning. The soft tentacles groped for the gaps in the victim's crystal suit and injected the fatal venom into it. Hew! Hundreds of goldfish that had the sharpest teeth congregated into a cluster of deadly gold as they charged at an immortal cultivator who had suffered internal injuries during the strike of the flood. Their teeth bit his crystal suit hard. After being ripped for a moment, the crystal suit was creaking and about to crumble at any moment. Who? The insect-type beasts that looked like enormous centipedes spurted corrosive body liquids as they swam forward. The dark green body liquids quickly spread out in the water and enshrouded two immortal cultivators, who did not know what was going on silently, like faint mist. Ah! 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 What is this? What is this damn thing? Screams were echoing non-stop inside the communication channel of the space pirates and the immortal cultivators. Countless people were killed before they sensed where their enemy was. Inside a secret tunnel, Bai Kaisen and Lei Dalu were moving forward prudently. Suddenly, Lei Dalu's nostrils widened, and his ears twitched. He leaned against the wall and listened carefully for a while, before he mumbled, "Something's wrong." Bai Kaisen turned nervous. "What is it? This road is very inconspicuous. The immortal cultivators shouldn't be able to discover it." "It doesn't sound like the immortal cultivators," Lei Dalu murmured. Then he suddenly shouted, "Not good. Run quickly." "What's going?" Before Bai Kaisen finished his sentence, he had already heard a boom far away from them, as if something had exploded, which was followed by the ear-splitting noise of a flood that was pushing close to the two of them unstoppably. Bai Kaisen was lost too. "What's happening? Walla! Walla! Walla!" As if the horn of the god of water had been blown, a tide rounded the corner and was rushing close. "What are you waiting for? Run now!" Lei Dalu snatched Bai Kaisen's elbow and ran as fast as he could. Liao and Bai Xinghe had snuck into the river. Everything they saw raised the deepest fear deep down their heart. It was a pathway that had just been savaged by the flood and the eccentric underwater beasts. Endless debris was floating in the dirty water. There was no telling whether it was originally crystal suits or the magical equipment inside the underground fortress. Occasionally, there were empty crystal suits stuck in a strange position, as if waving at the bottom of the pathway. When Liao drew close and observed, he often discovered that there were only skeletons inside the crystal suits, if there was anything at all. They were the space pirates and the immortal cultivators who had been attacked by the eccentric beasts. Not even their bodies remained. Liao and Bai Xinghe were both aware of the toughness of the underwater beasts. They both switched their crystal suits to stealth mode and tried to reduce the spiritual energy being emitted as much as possible, while they continued forward in the water purely with the strength of their muscles and bones. Right now, a huge bunch of space pirates and immortal cultivators had triggered their spiritual energy to the maximum due to anxiety. They were more eye-catching prey than the two of them. Therefore, it did not matter very much even if some of their spiritual energy leaked out. They had been engaged with a lot of eccentric beasts on their way, too. If the shoal was not large enough, they would eliminate the beasts as quickly as possible. When it was too large, they would simply turn off the last bit of their spiritual energy output and pretend to be two cold iron shells. Since the eccentric beasts had been living below the dark underground for generations, most of their optical organs had retrograde, and they could only perceive their surroundings with spiritual energy. Liao and Bai Xinghe did not run into any trouble when they passed the blind predators. However, the ugly appearance of the beasts caused goosebumps all over Liao's body. The two of them are running toward the core area of the underground fortress. While there were no eccentric beasts nearby, Bai Xinghe triggered the light beam again and watched. There was worry in his voice as he said, "Not good. According to their current route, it is likely that they will run into the main force of the immortal cultivators. We have to save them before they meet the main force of the immortal cultivators and bring them back to the Star Prior's house before we all run away from here together." Right now, the lethal flood was gradually invading the middle level and the bottom level of the underground fortress from the top level of it. Many space pirates and immortal cultivators had noticed the incoming flood and sealed the entrances and exits of the rooms by force, but the blockage was not waterproof. It was not long before they were crushed by the pressure of the flood. However, the underground fortress was enormous in scale and complicated in terrain. It was not entirely drowned by the flood so quickly. Bai Kaisen had grown up in the underground fortress. Naturally, he knew that countless brutal beasts lived within the Nether River. Therefore, Lei Dalu and him did not head upwards against the flood but downwards to avoid the flood and search for a possible shelter. The main force of the immortal cultivators led by the Black King, on the other hand, was marching upward, trying to flee as quickly as possible. Not good. At a turn of a pathway, Lei Dalu suddenly stopped and released his telepathic thoughts. He sensed for a moment and said coarsely, "I've sensed that quite a few experts are releasing their aura blatantly and unstoppably as they are making their way upwards. There are at least 2 experts in the nascent soul stage, 2 at the peak of the core formation stage, and another 10 or so in the lower levels of the core formation stage." Bai Kaisen pondered for a moment and replied, "They must be the main force of the immortal cultivators. Feng Yuzhong by Wu Lei, the Black King, and their lot." They looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they had disguised themselves and snuck into the pirate gangs amid the chaos, they were not real space pirates after all. It was quite possible that the experts in the nascent soul stage would see through them quickly. Besides, with the chaos below the ground, it would not be unusual if those selfish immortal cultivators captured them to use as cannon fodder. "Let's go back and find another way." The 2 of them made up their mind quickly and turned around, having no desire to meddle with the immortal cultivators at all. Not far away from them, inside the main corridor of the underground fortress, the Black King suddenly stopped and said coldly, "Wait, something is not right. I just sensed that somebody scanned me with their telepathic thoughts not far away. It was not odd that somebody scanned me. It is odd, however, that the man turned and ran away in a different direction after he saw me. Judging from the speed of his escape, the man is probably in the core formation stage. We are all allies here. Why is he running away from us? There must be something wrong with them." Feng Yuzhong frowned and said, "Black King, I think it's more important that we get out of here as quickly as possible. Isn't it?" The Black King sniffed and glared at him. "Why do you think a flood is savaging the underground fortress and there are explosions everywhere? Chase and catch those people." Feng Yuzhong was dazed for a moment and immediately realized what was going on. Endless brutality beamed out of his eyes as he went after where Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen had disappeared together with Master Hidden Fog, Bai Wulei, and the elites of the immortal cultivators that were with him. They have encountered the immortal cultivators. 8 floors above them, Bai Xinghe cursed and stopped converging his spiritual energy. Together with Liao, he activated the power rune erased to the maximum, as he accelerated his speed to the highest. The 2 of them darted to the lower floors along with the flood like 2 undercurrents. Shua! Countless eccentric beasts were ignorant enough to attack them while they were on their way, only to be blown into clusters of blood by Xinghe's spiritual energy. After descending 4 floors, they were even met with almost 20 dizzy space pirates. Having no time to disguise their identities, they simply put on the most brutal appearance and slashed their way forward. Hiu! Liao's feathered dragon saber turned into hundreds of inconspicuous fish in the dirty, black water. They were 10 times more dangerous than they were in the air. They snuck into the gaps of the crystal suits of almost 10 space pirates, cut open their main artery, reached their heart and blew it up. They then broke out of the space pirates' bodies again and returned to Liao. The feathered dragon saber turned from black to crimson immediately. Bai Xinghe was even more insane. Eager to rescue his son, he fully exerted the unbelievable capability of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Dragon balls of tremendous size were appearing and disappearing on the 7 dragon heads of the Dragon King battlesuit. The space pirates who were caught by them were not left with an intact body. Explosions were echoing 2 floors below, but the shaking was not violent. It did not seem to be the result of the thunderstones and the sunlight stones exploding but a fight. Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen must have engaged with the immortal cultivators. The color of Bai Xinghe's face changed, and he was about to dash downward, only to be stopped by Liao. "Boss Bai!" Liao pointed at the space pirates killed by him. The crystal suits of those space pirates were basically intact, except for the tiny holes on the wrists, thighs, or the necks. Nobody would notice anything wrong when the crystal suits were disguised without looking at them carefully. Bai Xinghe immediately realized what he meant. He selected 2 corpses approximately their size together with Liao and replaced the Dragon King battlesuit and the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit with the dead bodies' crystal suits, before the 2 of them continued rushing downwards. The 2 floors were a fairly large warehouse area. They had not been drowned by the flood yet, and the water only reached everyone's waist. When Liao and Bai Xinghe arrived, they discovered that almost 20 immortal cultivators were attacking Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen together. Among the immortal cultivators, Feng Yuzhong and Bai Wulei, as well as a few experts of the 8 blades of Black Spider, were present. With Lei Dalu's and Bai Kaisen's capability, they could not resist the enemy at all. The immortal cultivators meant to capture them alive and feared that they might detonate themselves. That was why they had managed to hold out for a few minutes. Liao and Bai Xinghe looked at each other before approaching the enemy quietly, one from the left and the other from the right. They were both wearing the crystal suits of space pirates, with the battle emblem of the pirate gang they were in on their chest. Right now, the immortal cultivators were in a hurry to capture the Bai Kaisen and Lei Dalu alive and did not pay much attention to them. They thought that Bai Xinghe and Liao were merely other space pirates who considered the place a shelter. Bai Wulei, Liao suggested the target of their attack inside the communication channel. Feng Yuzhong, Bai Xinghe was truly the pirate potentate. He planned to take down an expert in the nascent soul stage at first try. Okay. Liao replied without any hesitation. Bai Xinghe's strength was slightly higher than Feng Yuzhong's, and when he was in an outburst, he could boast the combat ability of the nascent soul stage briefly. If the two of them joined their hands and ambushed the enemy without alarming him, it was very likely that Feng Yuzhong would be heavily wounded. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The two of them pretended that they were here to help and drew closer and closer to Feng Yuzhong. Right then, Bai Kaisen suddenly screamed. One of the 8 blades of Black Spider had stabbed a flying sword that was almost transparent deeply into the left side of his chest. The flying sword seemed to be a piece of extremely vicious magical equipment. When the edge of the sword entered Bai Kaisen's body, it started pumping his blood and spurting it out from the hollow grip of the sword. Seeing that his only son was heavily wounded, Bai Xinghe shivered and gasped uncontrollably. The aura beyond the core formation stage spread out of his body all of a sudden. Feng Yuzhong was also a cunning and vigilant man. He sensed that anomaly immediately and was greatly alarmed. Leaving the two prey that were about to fall into his hands aside, he retreated 100 meters and hid behind the countless immortal cultivators. He shrieked, "There's something wrong with the two newcomers." Liao cursed within his heart. At this point, there were no other options. He threw dozens of crystal bombs out. With the brilliant fireworks for cover, he and Bai Xinghe completed air changes instantly. Kill them! Liao lunged at the immortal cultivators like a tiger attacking lambs. After a few zigzags, a few immortal cultivators who were relatively weaker were chopped in half instantly. "It is you!" Feng Yuzhong was both shocked and scared. Although the mystic skeleton battlesuit looked completely different from when it had been at the periphery of the Iron Plateau space zone after multiple upgrades, Feng Yuzhong still grasped the unique aura of the crystal suit keenly. "It is more important to save them. Don't fight for too long. Their reinforcements will arrive at any moment." Bai Xinghe shouted in a hurry inside the communication channel. His capability was slightly higher than Feng Yuzhong's, and Liao's capability was slightly higher than Bai Wulei's. However, other than Feng Yuzhong and Bai Wulei, their enemies also included Master Hidden Fog, the previous leader of the Black Spider Tower, and the multiple experts of the 8 blades of Black Spider, who were adept at stealth and assassinations and boasted a higher combat ability than that of normal cultivators in the same level. It would not be easy to kill them all. Besides, Bai Xinghe had vaguely sensed that Dark Empyrean, the real Black King, was running close at a high speed. When the Black King arrived and they were surrounded by a large batch of immortal cultivators, there was no way that they could survive. When the attempted ambush failed, it was smart to run away quickly. Before Lei Dalu realized what was going on, Bai Xinghe had already placed Bai Kaisen on his shoulder and shouted at him, "Follow me!" Lei Dalu was dazed. Naturally, he had recognized the famous Dragon King battlesuit. The fact that the pirate potentate was standing right before him made the captain who earned his living by hunting down space pirates quite uncomfortable. Liao slashed another immortal cultivator in half and detonated almost 100 crystal bombs in a row, turning more than half of the warehouse into a forest of flames, before he went back to Lei Dalu like a rabbit and patted his shoulder firmly. "Captain, I'll explain to you later. Just run quickly." Lei Dalu gasped when he realized who was talking and said, Liao! Discovering that this little brother of his seemed to appear in the most unbelievable places under the most unbelievable identities every time, Lei Dalu was dumbfounded. Last time, it was Sand Scorpion, the best warrior of Iron Plateau. This time, he got even crazier and became a lackey of the pirate potentate. Liao said in a hurry, Advisor Bai was hit by back-teeth heart-tangling sword. If it is removed by force, the entire heart will be dragged out. We have to find a safe place and destroy the traps inside the sword first. All right, Lei Dalu thought quickly and realized that, no matter why Liao had shown up in this place, Bai Xinghe would not mean any harm to Bai Kaisen. Before the flames of the explosions died down, the three of them, carrying Bai Kaisen, escaped the way where they had come and ran out of the siege of the immortal cultivators. Half a minute after they fled, the Black King charged into the warehouse with a large batch of immortal cultivators. Seeing the mess and the wounded who were screaming in the water, the Black King was gloomy. After hearing Feng Yuzhong's report, the Black King's face remained unchanged as he said seriously, It was indeed Bai Xinghe's scheme, but I wonder why he showed up without any reason. They can't run far away carrying a heavily wounded ally. Run after them. Stop Bai Xinghe whatever the cost. Right now, the upper level of the fortress is completely blocked. There is no way that anybody can get out within the next 10 days. We have to capture Bai Xinghe and elicit everything from him. My methods are not easy to shake off. He cannot be in his peak state right now. Go after him. The name Xianxia was like an eruption of thunder that broke out inside Liao's brain. It was also like a bolt of lightning that connected all the pieces together. When Liao and Professor Emotian had discussed whether or not there could be something wrong with the Grand Illusionary Soldier project, they had met an unanswered question, which was Xianxia's motive. Logically, as the crownless king of the Flying Star Sector and the leader of all cultivators, Xianxia did not seem to have any motivation to overturn the Flying Star Sector. The theory that he was trying to change from the crownless king into the crowned king did not seem very satisfactory. However, if Xianxia had been baptized by the Dark Forest more than 100 years ago and killed countless innocent fellow cultivators and ordinary people for his own survival, then Liao was instantly soaked in cold sweat. Everything was explainable now. Bai Xinghe took his long silence for suspicion and smiled bitterly. You don't believe it, do you? That's right. Nobody is going to believe it. Although Xianxia hadn't advanced into the nascent soul stage 100 years ago, he was an expert in the core formation stage, the elder of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood, a man worthy of respect in the world of cultivators. He punished the outlaws and helped the weak, like any noble man would do. When he first rescued our starship, he might not have been vicious at all. He thought that reinforcements were coming very soon. He even offered the resources on his starship to us for free. Several of the wounded crew members on our starships were treated on his starship. Some of them were even treated by him in person at the cost of his own spiritual energy. At that time, my parents couldn't stop complimenting him. Cultivators from the 6 major sects of Heavenly Saint City were truly different. That was exactly what an elder of a great sect looked like. Maybe that was partly why my parents hesitated later. It never occurred to them that, however great the sect a person hails from is and however chivalrous they are, they do not have a second option when they are trapped in the dark forest. Out of 2, 1 will live. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. The logic is very simple. Since my parents could think of it, Xianxia definitely could, too. Liao took a long breath and asked, Are you sure it was Xianxia? Bai Xinghe laughed bitterly. I was already 7 at that time, and I admired the celebrities in the world of cultivators. When my parents told me that he was an expert from the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, naturally, I bore his name in mind. How could I be mistaken? When I was sold to Spider Den, inside the dark fortress that was full of traps, there was not one moment when I stopped reciting the name Xianxia in my mind. Revenge. Revenge for my parents. Seeking revenge from Xianxia was the only motivation to keep me alive in the darkness underground. It was a pity that I chose a wrong path. If I wanted revenge, I had to be stronger. However, there was only one way if I wanted to be stronger, which was to be a space pirate. The strongest, the cruelest, and the most brutal space pirate. When I became a space pirate, I had to kill people, a lot of innocent people. I had to pour the blood of the innocent on my unpardonable, inhuman soul. After repetitive plundering, slaughtering, and betraying, I became stronger and stronger, but I also became more and more desperate. You see, I found that the gap between me and Xianxia was too huge. It was impossible for me to become stronger than him no matter how hard I tried. When I became a well-known brutal bandit on Spider Den, Xianxia became the leader of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. When I established the Abyss Pirate Gang and rose to power on Spider Den, Xianxia became the CEO of the Grand Illusionary Group and controlled most of the spiritual nexus. When the Abyss Pirate Gang became the most powerful organization on Spider Den and I became the pirate potentate, Xianxia became the crownless king of the entire Flying Star sector and the leader of all cultivators. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The pirate potentate. Sounds cool and awesome, doesn't it? But it is just insignificant crap in front of Xianxia. When I leave Spider Den, I am a rat that everyone spits and stomps on. How am I qualified to fight against Xianxia? Why didn't you state the truth? Who would believe it? Bai Xinghe responded. When I sorted through the truth and my voice was loud enough, I had already become an infamous space pirate. Who would believe my story when I didn't have the slightest proof? Nobody would believe the truth that I told. But Xianxia would certainly notice it and realize that I was the only survivor of the disaster decades ago. He would certainly try everything he could to deal with me. As the CEO of the Grand Illusionary Group, he had more than half of the spiritual nexus under his control. It would be more than easy for him to delete, add, or forge information. Liao was silent. It was also why he had never proposed his assumptions on the spiritual nexus. He was afraid that, wherever he posted a thread of the truth, it would be deleted instantly, and Xianxia would trace it back to him without any trouble. Now, do you understand why I would rather die before I become an immortal cultivator? Bai Xinghe sighed. Yes, I firmly believe in the dark forest theory, but my parents died because of the dark forest theory. I cannot regard the dark forest theory as the ultimate Tao for me. However, although I'm against the immortal cultivators, it is impossible for me to embrace the world of cultivators. Hehe. Even Xianxia, the leader of all cultivators, could easily cross the line of the cultivators and butcher the innocent when he was trapped in the dark forest. After everything he did, he could still keep it as a secret and rise to power in the world of cultivators until he became the leader of it. Then, what is the difference between the immortal cultivators and the cultivators? Maybe righteous and evil cultivators and immortal cultivators are just the same thing in the dark forest. The same thing. Bai Xinghe's voice was intermittent, becoming weaker and weaker. Because of the savaging flood and the serial explosions, the communication between the two parties was gradually cut off. No. Cultivators and immortal cultivators are absolutely different. Liao clenched his fists hard, declaring in such a high voice that it even shocked himself. The fury that he had been suppressing in his mind after he heard the dark forest theory from Bai Xinghe 7 days ago fully burst out. The so-called dark forest theory is just Lu the Prior's own invention after all. I don't believe that such a simple theory can depict the truth of the entire universe. The universe cannot be so dark. Even if it is, are there really no opportunities to change it at all? Let me tell you, Boss Bai, even if the odds are just 1/1000th, I, as well as all the real cultivators, will set the dark forest into eternal flames. There was nothing but white noise in the communication channel. Bai Xinghe's voice was gone for such a long time that Liao thought that the communication had been cut off. But the pirate potentate last words came over in the end. I wish you luck. I truly do. In the depths of the underground fortress, inside an empty warehouse, wearing the Blood River battlesuit, Bai Xinghe released the immense spiritual energy of the nascent soul stage without any disguise. Stimulated by the surging spiritual energy, the bloody stripes on the surface of the crystal suit seemed to come to life and emitted a boiling aura of blood in various directions. In front of Bai Xinghe, Bai Wulei, Feng Yuzhong, Master Hidden Fog, the Black King, 8 Blades of Black Spider, hundreds of experts among the space pirates and the immortal cultivators all focused their attention on the great enemy. It was like a tiger being surrounded by a pack of wolves. The wolves knew that the tiger was dead for sure, but none of them had the courage to lunge at the tiger first. Bai Xinghe glanced over the immortal cultivators on the spot and stopped at Bai Wulei, his true disciple. A deep voice came from his cold helmet, as he said, "Bai Wulei, things have gone too far between you and me. I only want to ask you one question. Was Meng Yu killed by you?" Bai Wulei was silent for a moment. Then he laughed and sneered. "Yes, your wife was killed by me." His tone absolutely unchanged. Bai Xinghe asked, "Why?" "I never wronged you after I recruited you as my disciple. Not only did I teach you countless techniques and secret arts, you were also promoted to a high position in the Abyss Pirate Gang despite your young age. I was treating you like my own son. Right now, the Temple of Immortals has showed its muscles, and you have your own supporters. It is not strange that you betray me. But decades ago, the Abyss Pirate Gang was like the unstoppable rising sun. Why did you kill my wife at that time? Treated me like your own son? Do you really think I was a fool?" Bai Wulei replied coldly. "Look at your real own son Bai Wuxin. How did you treat him? You built a greenhouse below the surface when he was born and kept him insulated from the ugliness of the world of space pirates. I don't think he had even killed a hen when he was 15, had he? What about me? It's true that you taught me your techniques and secret arts, but you were merely treating me as a tool. You taught me how to kill people when I was 6. You taught me how to disguise, how to plot, and how to betray when I was 11. Hehe. Why didn't you teach your own son any of that? Why didn't you ask your own son to butcher one starship of people after another together with you? Why? Why did I kill your wife, you ask? The simple. I was jealous. I was jealous of everything that Bai Wuxin had. I envied that he could grow up innocently and carefreely in the garbage heap called Spider Den, as if he had been born in a fucking noble family of cultivators. Such a life was something I had never relished and would never have the opportunity to. What I could not get, Bai Wuxin could never get. I must destroy his everything. Simple as that. Bai Xinghe nodded. Understood. For decades, I've always thought that my enemies killed Meng Yu because they were coveting the secrets inside the underground fortress. I was investigating the wrong line of thought all along. It never occurred to me that you were involved. But it is still not late to have learned the truth now. Bai Xinghe stepped forward in midair as if there were invisible stairs before him, approaching the hundreds of immortal cultivators. The color of Bai Wulei's face changed greatly as he shouted loudly, "Bai Xinghe, with everything reaching this point, just give up. You don't stand a chance." Bai Xinghe smiled, before he suddenly vanished into thin air. Then, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed in the void. "Call me Boss Bai." The ears of all the immortal cultivators were humming, as if 2 sharp blades had pierced into their brains through their ears. Their heads were dizzy, and they were seeing all kinds of illusions. All of a sudden, Bai Xinghe seemed to have thousands of clones that were charging right to their face and even into their crystal suits. "Ah!" Many immortal cultivator who were weaker screamed in abject fear, even though they were not wounded, and launched their strongest attacks toward the illusions. Thousands of streams of golden brilliance burst out of the void, as if 100 small suns had risen up slowly. Even if they shut their eyes tightly, they could not stop Bai Xinghe's sharp sword aura from breaching their defenses and sweeping into their brains. Feng Yuzhong shrieked. Every bronze ghost face on the 100 Faces battle suit opened its eyes, which were shedding blood, and screamed miserably. The screams spread out in midair like ripples, outlining a fuzzy shadow of blood. "There he is. Stop him." The Black King's black crystal suit turned into a cluster of black fog, which turned into hundreds of weird bats. The black bats crowded toward where Bai Xinghe was at. Boom! Boom! The 100 black bats were engaged with Bai Xinghe's bloody shadow. The head-on clash between 2 experts in the nascent soul stage made the entire warehouse shake violently. Countless cracks were growing on the walls and the dome, Flooding water spurted in along the cracks, stabbing and stirring everything like billions of swords of water. The 100 black bats suddenly dispersed. Feng Yuzhong took the opportunity to activate Devil's Cry, his long spear. Hundreds of ghost faces interweaved into a sharp aura and pierced forward. Bai Xinghe grunted, and the bloody shadow twisted and disappeared all of a sudden, before the Black King and Feng Yuzhong had the chance to catch their breath. Bai Wulei suddenly cried miserably behind dozens of immortal cultivators who were protecting him. Everybody was greatly shocked. Their attention had been focused on the battle between the 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. They had never thought that Bai Xinghe would attack Bai Wulei while he was fighting hard against 2 experts in the nascent soul stage. It's a decoy. A bloody incarnation. The Black King was gloomy. He did not find out until this moment that the Bai Xinghe, who exchanged 3 moves with him just now, was merely a puppet condensed by blood. In the face of his full-strength strike, the puppet had been scattered into broken pearls of blood. The real Bai Xinghe, on the other hand, had snuck behind the immortal cultivators and grabbed Bai Wulei's head. Crack, crack, crack. The helmet made of super alloys was as vulnerable as rotten wood in Bai Xinghe's hands. After a slight press, it was already shrinking in size. Bai Wulei felt that a surging river was flooding into his body from the top of his head. He had no strength to counterattack at all. His 2 eyeballs were about to be squeezed out of their sockets. His screams were even more miserable than those of the hundreds of ghost faces on Feng Yuzhong's crystal suit combined. Bai Xinghe grinned hideously. Even your betrayal is a fiasco. Why bother living? While talking, he exerted his strength. Dozens of thunderbolts seemed to be echoing inside his palms. After a pa sound, Bai Wulei's head together with his helmet was crushed into the size of an apple. Bone and metal was mixed together, and blood was spluttering everywhere. The scene could not have looked gorier. The headless corpse twitched briefly in midair for a moment, before it fell into the flood helplessly. The water current was quite rapid. There was no telling where the dead body had ended up to after a short moment. Within a breath, Bai Xinghe had killed a cultivator in the peak of the core formation stage with such cruel methods right in front of 2 experts in the nascent soul stage. Everybody was so shocked at Bai Xinghe's approach that they did not know what to say. Deep laughter that resembled that of a wounded lion echoed inside the Blood River battlesuit. Crimson balls of blood were leaking out of Bai Xinghe's crystal suit as if it were his skin. Heated by his spiritual energy, the bloody was vaporized into a mist, and the mist dissolved into red aura that extended to every corner of the warehouse. Lum-dum, lum-dum, lum-dum. Hundreds of bloody auras were fluctuating in the air along with the rhythm of Bai Xinghe's heartbeat. Everybody's soul was shivering together with Bai Xinghe's heart. Very soon, the bloody auras formed various bloody flying swords, which span around Bai Xinghe slowly. He is burning his life and soul without caring about anything. The Black King and Feng Yuzhong both felt their heads going dizzy. It did not feel like a cultivator no taller than 2 meters was appearing above their head, but an overwhelming giant of blood hundreds of meters tall. Both the Black King and Feng Yuzhong regretted believing in Bai Wulei easily and being fooled underground. Unless there were absolutely no choices, they would definitely rather not have a head-on battle with a nascent soul stage cultivator who had gone mad in such a narrow space. "Stall him," the Black King said coldly to Feng Yuzhong in the communication channel. In the meantime, his telepathic thoughts surged out as he gave commands to his subordinates around to form a battle array. "Boss Bai!" Feng Yuzhong immediately understood what he was being asked to do. He shouted, not very confident of his declaration. "What are you struggling for with everything coming this far? Just give up already. We are all lawless bandits here. Are you pretending that you are a hero now that you are going to be killed? You and I are the same. We don't have any choice other than joining the Temple of Immortals. Faced with the great Tao of immortality, I guarantee that the grudge between us will be cleaned once and for all." Bai Xinghe smiled. He extended his right hand and opened it. The bloody stripes on the Blood River battlesuit seemed to be a living thing. They flowed along his arm and gathered in his hand, forming a bloody saber. As more and more blood flowed out of his veins, the saber became ever longer, and the ripples on the surface of the saber were echoing with his heartbeat. Gazing at the tip of his saber, Bai Xinghe said casually, "You and I are different." Feng Yuzhong burst into laughter. "What's the difference? Did you kill fewer people than I did? Cut the crap. You are destined to be a hateful space pirate, and you think you can correct your wrongdoings before your own death." The tip of the bloody saber drew a curve on the battle array of the immortal cultivator that was about to take shape. Bai Xinghe glanced at Feng Yuzhong and curled his lips up. He said, "I am a ruthless, unforgivable bandit. And you are just a dog." The pathway was almost dug through. Li Yao's spiritual energy was running out. The size of the drill was a third smaller than in the beginning. He felt that his ribs were aching. While catching his breath, he suddenly sensed the intense spiritual waves below him that felt like a volcano eruption. It was the most brilliant moment that a nascent soul stage cultivator could present when they burnt their life and soul and released everything they had. Boss Bai. Li Yao did not know how he should comment on the pirate potentate at all. Of course, he was an unpardonable bad man, but the guy had also offered the Dragon King battlesuit to him. Moreover, suddenly, Li Yao's body was stiffened. He cursed silently. "I was fooled again." Bai Xinghe gave the Dragon King battlesuit as well as the map of the underground fortress to me, including the location of Yan Xinjian's training room, and volunteered to cover our retreat. He also told me the past of Xianxia and him. Everything he did was meant to persuade me to fight against Xianxia and avenge him. Bai Xinghe knew that, as the pirate potentate, even if his plan worked out and he successfully escaped from the underground fortress, he would not be able to compete with Xianxia even if he had all the resources and manpower of Spider Den under his control. If anything, he would only be seen as a greater villain and end up being another medal on Xianxia's chest. Therefore, he handed over the mission to me. He knew that Sand Scorpion, the owner of the Glorious Sunlight Group, is my other identity. And I have a lot to do with Iron Plateau, which means that I can summon tremendous resources and manpower. He also inferred from the style of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit that another mysterious organization is backing me. Therefore, it is possible that I can achieve the purpose that he could not. The cunning bandit was afraid that I would not take the bait. He lured me with the Dragon King battlesuit and Yan Xinjian's training room first and made me feel that I owe him. Then he told me the story between Xianxia and him and revealed Xianxia's real face to trigger my sense of justice. Then he sacrificed himself to buy us more time, which is another favor that I owe him. Damn. Everything he did was in order to make to go against Xianxia. So soon as I had the idea of telling Xianxia's secret to public, and Xianxia discovered even a hint of the plot, he would certainly try to kill me to shut my mouth. By then, I and the forces behind me would have to start a total war against Xianxia. Li Yao was amused. Boss Bai was indeed Boss Bai. At the last moment of his life, he established his final scheme. However, Li Yao decided to take the bait willingly. Xianxia, you might have had no choice in the desperate situation after the cosmic storm 100 years ago. But right now, the great explosion in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, the countless victims on Iron Plateau, the arrival of extraterrestrial devils in Heavenly Saints City, everything you did has crossed the line. If you were really behind everything, I will most certainly unveil your real face. Even though you are in the high level of the nascent soul stage, I will execute you whatever the cost. Voila! The pressure was suddenly gone. The drill of mystic rays dug through the last bit of the debris. An empty hallway appeared again. Captain, hurry and stabilize the last section. Let's not get sloppy at the crucial moment. While Lei Dalu was strengthening the last section of the pathway, Li Yao turned back and picked up Bai Kaisen, who was still unconscious. At that moment, Li Yao finally figured out why Bai Xinghe had given the precious crystal suit and the map to him instead of his own son. He loved his son and did not wish his son to be involved in the dangerous swirl related to Xianxia. Voila! Voila! The flood was still striking. The pathway that had just been stabilized was showing signs of collapse again. Rocks and rebars began falling again. Li Yao tried to cover Bai Kaisen with his body, but rocks weighing hundreds of tons buried his feet when he was about to crawl out of the pathway. Captain, get him! Liao threw Bai Kaisin to Lei Dalu. Then he unsheathed the feathered dragon saber and removed the rocks on his legs bit by bit. He did not dare to detonate the rocks with his spiritual energy, because he was worried that the gap resulting from the explosion might make even more rocks fall from the ceiling. Right then, crack! An ominous crack echoed above Liao's head. The flood suddenly turned dirty. Not good! Liao's pupils shrank violently. Before he had the chance to shout a warning, he sensed that an immense strength had pressed down. A great mountain seemed to have collapsed and smashed at his head. Liao had no choice but to bellow. His spiritual energy burst out in the mud and flood like a bomb. It was like quenching one's thirst with poison. Although some of the space was cleared, more rocks and debris were falling off above his head. Liao could not tell which direction he was heading in. He could only follow the glimmering light in front of him subconsciously. The pathways behind him collapsed one section after another, until it was entirely twisted and broken. When everything was stabilized again, Liao turned around and found that the channel he had gone through all the trouble to dig out had vanished. What he was faced with was scattered rocks. Liao's head was dizzy. He was surrounded by absolute darkness. The warehouses and pathways nearby had been entirely blocked, but new gaps and hollows had also been created by the violent quakes. The flood was squeezed and twisted during the collapses and gave birth to rapid undercurrents, swirls, and bubbles. The area he was in was both like a maze and swamp. It had been entirely reshaped in the tremors just now. The furious spiritual energy was spinning around him quickly like 10,000 swirls. Even when he fully released his telepathic thoughts, they were devoured by the swirls, and he could not perceive the surroundings at all. There was nothing but blank noise in the temporary communication channel. The communication between Lei Dalu and him had been entirely cut off. It seems that I will have to find another way out. Thankfully, I have the map of the underground fortress. Although the area has collapsed, it is unlikely that the entire underground fortress has been destroyed. There is bound to be a way out. While Liao was pondering, his breath suddenly halted for a moment. His intuition told him that a great danger was coming his way, as if a high mountain was crashing at him at a high speed from below the ground. Gritting his teeth, Liao blinked backwards more than 100 meters in the flood that looked more like mud now. Another collapse took place here and buried the area where he had been standing earlier. An enormous black shadow appeared out of the broken rocks. The shadow was dozens of meters long. More than half of it was buried inside the rocks. What was exposed to the air were 5 thick limbs that were covered in thorns. The lumpy shell of the shadow made it look no different from a giant rock. However, blood-freezing redness was beaming out of the joints of the shell, which looked like the patterns of a deadly beast. The translucent, complex eye of the shadow glittered suddenly like clusters of crystals like an enormous spotlight. Liao was enshrouded in the thick brightness. Liao spat and finally realized why there would be such uncanny, large-scale collapses. It was the work of the lustful rock spiders, the enormous beasts lurking on the upper level of the underground fortress. Even Bai Xinghe, a nascent soul-stage cultivator, would rather not mess around with them and simply concealed his spiritual energy when he was passing through their hunting range. It seemed that the changing of routes of the Nether River and the serial explosions in the underground fortress had affected the habitat of the lustful rock spiders too. Maybe the place it had been lurking in was not appropriate for his survival, or perhaps it had sensed the tremendous spiritual energy spurting out from the fortress and decided to have a good meal. Whatever the reason was, the big monster had sneaked down to the lower level of the fortress too. The lustful rock spider was naturally blessed with earth-escaping techniques. The thick rock stratums would not be enough to stop them at all. In a head-on clash, the brave one wins. Bring it on, Liao bellowed. With the chaos in the environment, if he were pushed somewhere else by the lustful spider rock, chances were that the way leading to the Star Prior's house would be entirely blocked. He had to kill the monster no matter what and find a way to the Star Prior's house. The feathered dragon saber had not resumed the form of a saber yet and remained a drill. A huge amount of spiritual energy was flowing out blatantly, making it look like a burning torch. Liao gritted his teeth, ready to have a great battle with the lustful rock spider. Right then, the the rocks above his head fell down crazily again, and a giant pillar of thorns revealed itself. The giant pillar was a limb of another lustful rock spider. A second lustful rock spider crept out of the rocks. The majority of the second lustful rock spider was buried inside the rocks. Only a tiny bit of its body was exposed to the air. There was no telling how large it was. However, the limb that it extended out just now was almost twice as thick as those of the first lustful rock spider. Cold sweat was pouring off Liao's head. Ha! In fact, those who suit their actions to the situation are wise. A tactical retreat when necessary is a smart move under certain circumstances. The first lustful rock spider remained absolutely still while it stared at Liao with its complex eyes. Liao suddenly felt that something was not right. After scanning the surroundings with his telepathic thoughts, Liao discovered that the defensive paint on the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit was mostly gone, and the flexibility of the superalloys was quickly diminishing. In other ways, the mystic skeleton battlesuit was turning into a rock quickly. Petrifying mystic rays. Liao shuddered heavily. From the ancient classics he had read, Liao knew that a lot of beasts of the Earth class in the primordial era, when the universe had just been created, boasted terrifying techniques that could pour spiritual energy of the Earth class into the body of other creatures in weird forms through mystic rays, and take away their vitality, transforming the victims into stone-like objects. Those objects were also known as fossils. The scholars in the world of cultivators had excavated a lot of fossils, including many strong dinosaurs. Some of them were naturally made, but some others were impossible to have been made in a natural environment from a geographical standpoint. The latter were the masterpieces of the deadly beasts. Liao did not realize that the lustful rock spider could also trigger petrifying mystic rays. It was perhaps because they were the descendants of the primordial beasts and had passed on in the depths of the underground for billions of years. Walla! 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 Before Liao came back to himself from his surprise, another 100 lustful rock spiders that were smaller in size crawled out of the rocks. The new lustful rock spiders were about the size of Liao. They were fast and agile. Wherever Liao could enter, they could enter without any trouble, and for the places that Liao could not enter, they could still enter through their earth-escaping techniques. There was only one thought in Liao's brain: run. It seemed that the lustful rock spiders belonged to the same clan. Since their habitat had been destroyed, their entire clan had migrated to look for a new home. During a migration, it was reasonable that abundant food needed to be stored first. Hiu! Hiu! Two small lustful rock spider charged at him, one from the left and the other from right. Liao raised his hands and threw out 2 crystal bombs, blowing the 2 lustful rock spiders into pieces. When he took a breath in relief, thinking that the lustful rock spiders were too fragile, he discovered that the body liquids of the lustful rock spiders would significantly reduce the hardness of his crystal suit when they stained it. The vulnerability of his crystal suit soared as it was doused in the gray bodily fluids, further petrifying. Damn, they are essentially self-detonating bombs. Liao was caught off guard. One of the power rune arrays of the mystic skeleton battlesuit had been corrupted by the body liquids of the lustful rock spiders when they exploded. It soon turned into a rock and stopped providing any impetus. No wonder even Bai Xinghe was not willing to deal with these insects. Without any hesitation, Liao released another 100 crystal bombs, not to trigger explosions, but to freeze the flood in front of him with the tremendous frost rune arrays inside the bombs. Crack! Crack! The ice was shattered by the lustful rock spiders within 1 second. A soul-stirring pursuit was happening in the absolute darkness. Liao could only cry for help. He could not tell where he was and simply rushed forward crazily in the maze-like underground fortress. When he was slow for several seconds, a few lustful rock spiders would catch up with him, and he would be involved in a harassing battle. The small lustful rock spiders did not boast high combat abilities, but they would detonate themselves automatically when they were heavily wounded. Their spluttering body liquids were like quick-drying concrete. A tiny speck was enough to seal one of the rune arrays on the mystic skeleton battlesuit. The 2 giant lustful rock spiders, on the other hand, would only show up after a long while. Every time Liao took a breath in relief and thought that he had gotten rid of them, The two lustful rock spiders would suddenly leap out from the rocks and stir up everything around Liao. Bai Xinghe had mentioned that the lustful rock spiders searched for the enemy with spiritual waves. If there were no spiritual waves, they would not be able to detect anything. Liao had the idea that he could risk taking off the mystic skeleton battlesuit and concealing all his spiritual energy. Then, he could pretend to be an ordinary person and hide in a corner. But after hesitating for a long time, he did not have the courage to do so. Right now, the lustful rock spiders were right behind him, darting petrifying mystic rays at him non-stop. He had only managed to resist their attack with his spiritual shield and his crystal suit. If he retreated his crystal suit and converged his spiritual energy, turning himself into an ordinary person, his own skin would probably end up become rock when it was scanned by the petrifying mystic rays. It is not going to work out if I simply keep on running. Maybe because Liao had blown up two lustful rock spiders, or maybe because the spiritual waves from the mystic skeleton battlesuit were more intense than those of the other crystal suits. The lustful rock spiders chasing after Liao would not let him go. After he slayed more than 30 lustful rock spiders, more rune arrays on the mystic skeleton battlesuit turned into rock, and the specifications of the crystal suit plummeted. Liao gritted his death. He would be killed sooner or later if he kept running about like a headless chicken. He had the map of the underground fortress, but the problem was that he did not where he was. Calculate now. Liao drew the routes that he just ran and compared them with the multiple pathways inside the underground fortress. He was going in straight lines most of the time, which did not have many features. The crystal processor outputted 7 coordinates he could be at after analysis. Having no other choices, Liao could only turn around and circled around at the risk of being corrupted by the lustful rock spiders. After running 3 laps, he finally collected enough features to locate his precise coordinates in the map. I'm now in the southeast corner at the bottom of the underground fortress. There's a long way to go to the Star Prior's house. I basically have to cross the entire fortress. Besides, the lustful rock spiders are right behind me. Even if I'm lucky enough to make my way to the Star Prior's house, I might not be able to get rid of them. It will be a major disaster if those bastards rush into the Star Prior's house. The last thing Liao wanted was for the Star Prior's house to be destroyed, not only because Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen were probably hiding in the Star Prior's house treating their wounds, but also, and more importantly, because the 300 super crystal processors of the Star Prior's house could search for the coordinates of the other sectors. They were the only hope for him to return to the Heaven's Origin sector. He could not lose them no matter what. Therefore, until he got rid of the lustful rock spiders, he could not draw close to the Star Prior's house. Is there any place nearby where I can keep myself away from the lustful rock spiders? Liao glanced over the important locations on the map of the underground fortress. Finally, his eyes stopped at location at the deepest part of the underground fortress, which had been clearly added most recently. Liao discovered that he was close to Xianxia's secret training room. Liao's interest was aroused. Xianxia had built the secret training room in order to avoid the strike of the apocalypses. Therefore, a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been employed. The shell of the training room was made of super alloys and hundreds of layers of defense rune arrays. It was basically indestructible. Such a shell was designed to resist the apocalypses. The lustful rock spiders could dig through the rocks, but there was no way that they could crawl through the shell of the secret training room. Should I take the risk? In the information that Bai Xinghe had transmitted to Liao, the method to open the secret training room was included. However, the methods had been left by Xianxia, so there could be hidden traps in the method. Liao had experienced quite a few similar traps. His first encounter with Oyezi, his adventure on Boneyard, which almost destroyed the Heaven's Origin sector and forced Liao to roam in the Sea of Stars and end up in the Flying Star sector, and so on. Boom! Boom! Another violent earthquake took place. The two lustful rock spiders seemed to have gone crazy because they had been chasing their prey for too long. They raised a storm in the rock stratum above Liao's head. There's no time to consider any of that now. As the lustful rock spiders caused havoc, the pathways and warehouses marked on the map were all demolished. The map would soon be useless in guiding him. The performance of the mystic skeleton battlesuit continued dropping because of the petrifying mystic rays. Liao was not sure whether the weakening was permanent or not. But apparently, the mystic skeleton battlesuit could not be recovered for now. In another 5 minutes, when all the pathways collapsed, he would not be able to run to Xianxia's secret training room even if he wanted to. Xianxia was a human being, not an ancient demon. Even though he was in the nascent soul stage, it's been 500 years, and he is probably as dead as anyone can ever be right now. Even if his remaining soul still lingers, should I really worry about that? There is nothing in my brain but soul remnants. Liao thought quickly and made up his mind. He sprinted toward a pathway on the left leading downwards. 2 small lustful rock spiders popped up on his way, only to be chopped in half by him. The bodily fluids they spurted out corrupted yet another 3 rune arrays on the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. As he moved violently, cracking noises were echoing on the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, and the crisp camouflage dropped off one piece after another. Liao had no time to check his crystal suit. Guided by the map, he dashed to a secondary warehouse at the bottom level of the underground fortress quickly. He then crawled into a secret maintenance room through the ventilation tube in the northwest corner of the warehouse. After passing through the maintenance room, Liao reached a dormitory for soldiers that was only half completed. The other half of the dormitory was a dark cave. Upon first inspection, this place was the end of the underground fortress whose construction was concluded in too much of a hurry. Liao glanced around. Almost 100 stalactites were dangling down from the top of the cave, emitting colorful brilliance. On the corresponding locations on the ground were thick stalagmites. Liao found one of the stalagmites and rotated it 180 degrees quietly. The stalactites above his head suddenly shone brightly. Almost 100 mystic rays popped up and formed 1,000 unpredictable patterns that were a password rune array. Boom! 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 Liao felt as if he were standing in the stomach of an enormous beast. The cave was shaking crazily. The 2 giant lustful rock spiders must have sensed Liao's spiritual waves and were marching toward him rapidly. Hurry! 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 Liao felt that his heart was being burnt. Before the light beam was fully unfolded, his right hand had already input a series of passwords. He only hoped that the password was true now. He was ready to take any of Xianxia's ill intentions as long as he was permitted into the room right now. Beep! 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 As the password was typed in, the light beam turned from scarlet into emerald. Chi on the ground, all the stalagmites kept swirling non-stop. Hundreds of giant screws seemed to be rising slowly from the floor. Liao had not been excited for half a second yet, when 2 extremely thick insect limbs darted out of the rocks and pierced into the floor, brushing past the mystic skeleton battlesuit, leaving 2 deep scratches on the mystic skeleton battlesuit and nearly piercing Liao. Dozens of small lustful rock spiders crawled out of the rocks along the 2 limbs and lunged at Liao crazily. Liao had no more options. At the risk of the shell of the mystic skeleton battlesuit being seriously corroded, he waved his blade into a tornado and slayed more than 10 lustful rock spiders within a breath. Before the shell of the crystal suit was fully petrified, he crashed toward the inner inside of the cave. Chi! A gap was opened slowly in the darkness in the depths of the cave. Inside the gap was a mix of greenish, bluish, and reddish colors. A weird wind blew through the cave. It was not very chilly, but Liao shuddered. By this point, there was no way to retreat now. Liao summoned his courage and dashed into the gap. He rolled on the ground and split off into 7 clones that charged toward the deeper part of the training room from various directions, while his real body stopped right near the door. As his clones lunged in, squeaking noises echoed inside the secret training room. There were also weird cries of children and sounds of cans and bottles being knocked over. The door was not completely closed yet. More than 10 lustful rock spiders took the opportunity to march in. What was more horrible that the 2 giant lustful rock spiders had caught up. 2. Hiss! Hiss! The 2 giant beasts were too large to crawl into the secret training room, but they bashed against the training room hard like 2 crystal trains, while they shrieked in such a high voice that Liao's eardrums felt as if they were being torn apart. They also extended 2 thick limbs into the door, stopping it from being closed. I have to shut the door. Liao gritted his teeth and tried to slash the obstacles, only to be harassed by the 10 or so small lustful rock spiders that had already gotten into the room. He meant to take down the small lustful rock spiders first, but the 2 insect limbs were like 2 sharp sickles that were clattering loudly ready to reap his life any time. Moreover, the 2 giant lustful rock spiders were crouching right outside the door of the training room. Their complex eyes were projecting mystic rays into the room from various angles. If the mystic rays covered the mystic skeleton battlesuit, its defense ability would be greatly diminished. While Liao was in a flurry, hundreds of light spots suddenly darted from the depths of the training room toward the outside as fast as lightning. Liao was dazed, suspecting that his eyes were deceiving him. It was not Xianxia's remaining soul that appeared in front of his eyes, but hundreds of mice. Fluffy, white mice with a golden stripe from head to tail on their back. Such mice were formerly known as golden stripe mice. It was a commonly seen animal for experimental purposes because of their keen sense of spiritual energy. Many cultivators would try a lot of extreme methods when they were trying to break into a higher level. They often ran experiments on the mice first. Therefore, it was not unusual for there to be so many mice in Xianxia's secret training room. They must have been brought into the training room by him 500 years ago. Even if he had only brought 10 of them in the beginning, 500 years was more than enough for them to reproduce into a clan of thousands of members. What dumbfounded Liao was that the mice were not naked but covered in tiny robes. They looked hilarious. Many mice were also wearing delicate armor over their robes. They were also holding flying swords that looked like needles in their paws and tails. Not just that. The mice were classified into 6 teams according to the colors on their robes. Although they were apparently not well trained, they moved and attacked in an organized fashion. They looked like 6 funny troops. The mice that were wearing robes and holding flying swords were squeaking. Their noises were even mixed with the sound of the human language. Liao listened carefully. He heard that they were all shouting, "Let's get out! Let's get out! It's been 500 years. The door is finally opened." Every mouse was smaller than Liao's fist, but they were releasing rather impressive spiritual energy. The captain of every mice team even had the spiritual energy equal to that of a cultivator in the refinement stage. They caught the lustful rock spider's attention the moment they showed up. Compared to the tricky Liao, those mice were apparently much more delicious and suitable food. Most of the lustful rock spiders abandoned Liao and turned to attack the mice. The lustful rock spiders and the mice had a fierce confrontation. The limbs of the lustful rock spiders were sharp. They could kill a mouse after stabbing their body. Very soon, they kept almost 10 mice on their sharp limbs. The mice, on the other hand, were quick and agile. The few mice in the lead were even able to perform certain techniques. While the lustful rock spiders were attacking their companions, they crawled to top of the lustful rock spiders' bodies. They stabbed their needle-like flying swords deep down their feeble complex eyes. Then, they waved their paws crazily, made the gestures and cast the spells. Their flying swords immediately rushed inside the lustful rock spiders' bodies. Soon, a few lustful rock spiders collapsed and stopped moving. While the lustful rock spiders were being harassed by the mice, Liao, having no time to feel surprised, quickly dashed to the door. He raised the feathered dragon saber high above his head and chopped the giant limbs that blocked the door brutally. All his strength had been condensed in the attack. After the flash of the saber, the limbs were broken, and bodily fluid was jetting everywhere. The 2 giant lustful rock spiders stepped back amid screams. The door was finally closed. The rune arrays carved behind the door emitting dazzling brilliance. They revolved for a moment, and the door closed up without leaving the slightest gap. Boom! Boom! The 2 lustful rock spiders burst into fury outside the room. They were bashing and gnawing at the wall hard. However, when the door was closed, the quakes were much less violent. Only when Liao stuck his hands to the wall could he vaguely sense the feeble shaking. Liao finally had the chance to catch his breath. He turned around and discovered that the hundreds of mice, as owners of the place, had slayed all the remaining lustful rock spiders after sacrificing dozens of their companions. The hundreds of mice were all glimmering in different colors according to the robes on their bodies. The colors that Liao saw through the gap in the beginning were in fact from them. The mice formed a battle formation and surrounded Liao. They drew close to him while they creaked crazily.